Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in. How's everybody doing today? We are here on behalf of Pure Racing League, and it is our GT3 round 2 today, ladies and gentlemen. So we have 4 hours of hot, intense racing action. The best in Gran Turismo 7 right now comes from Pure Racing League, and we're going to start our schedule off today with Division 3. So we haven't placed our divisions as pro-am, anything like that here in Pure Racing League this series because honestly, all 3 divisions are so fast. It's really hard to call a pro driver a pro-am driver, you know what I mean? So we decided to go with Div 3, Div 2, and Div 1 this season for these guys out of respect for the just incredible pace that the 45 drivers fielded this season really do have on the racetrack. So our track of choice here today is going to be Tokyo. We are heading back to Japan, and we're going right to the roots of our machinery we're using here in the series, and we're going to talk a little bit about that here in just a second. So right now, it's Tokyo East, and it's clockwise. So it is typically the opposite direction of what the sim racing community usually runs. We usually run this track counterclockwise, so it's going to be a little bit of a culture shock for the drivers. So they've definitely had to do some work over the break in between the rounds to get these cars tested, tuned. Slipstream and drafting is going to be a major factor, huge player in the race here today, without a question of a doubt. And well, while we're talking about that, let's take a look at the machinery that our drivers are going to be using today. There we go. On the screen in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, is our machinery for the season. It is the 2017 Lexus RCF GT3 race car. Absolutely beautiful machine. Stock, this car comes with 535 horsepower at 7,000 RPM. It has a max torque of 542 foot-pounds of torque at 4,500 RPM. It has a curb weight of 2,866 pounds or 1,303 kilograms. It is a naturally aspirated engine, no turbo assist here on this beast of a car. And of course, it originates from Japan as it is a Lexus. And its performance points in game is 728.36 with racing soft tires on it. Now, we use BOP here in League Racing, and this is a high-speed, balanced performance setting here on Tokyo today. So with the BOP applied, there are some changes to the stock, power, and weight, and all these things on the car. So today, the drivers are driving at 498 horsepower of the available 535 horsepower in the car. Their torque is at 422 foot-pounds of torque over the available 542, and that knocks their performance points of the car down to 716.64, and the weight stays the same. So that is a pretty good decrease from its stock power here. So restrictor plates have been placed. Of course, these cars have gone through technical inspection, and they're all cleared to go do some racing here today. Let's talk a little bit about our racetrack here as well before we get going any deeper into our broadcast here today. It is a 4.54 mile racetrack, 7.3 kilometers. It has 13 left and right hand corners. It is a tarmac road surface, naturally, as we are in the city streets of Japan today, ripping it up. It is a city circuit, and it has an elevation change of 105 feet from the highest point to the lowest point around our great circuit here today. And well, we are going to see a lot of things here today. We're going to see drivers working together today. We're going to see a lot of pushing up and down the long straights on this racetrack, and we're going to see a lot of bobbing and weaving through the more technical closed-in parts of this racetrack. It is surrounded by walls, as you guys can see on the track in front of you. This is a representation of what the drivers are going to be running on here. We are in early morning conditions as opposed to darker conditions like on the screen in front of us here. As our production crew was out late last night getting us some great video here for, of course, you guys, the viewers at home. So appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. I'm your host for the evening, GT45 Gaming, and I will be bringing all 3 divisions to you in sequence that they are ran here live today. So with that being said, hope your beverages are restocked. I hope the snack bowls are aplenty. And kiddies, I hope you got your pillows and your blankets and your favorite stuffies out there right now, because we're in for a crazy ride today. Round 1 was edge of your seat action, especially as we started to amp up through the divisions. Today, The drivers, you know, they've got a feel for each other now. They've got a feel for the pace of each lobby. They've got a little bit more understanding of the race cars underneath of them. The tire requirements are all 3 racing tires need to be used, the racing hards, the racing mediums, and the racing soft tires. It's 6 times tire wear and 3 times fuel. So every time the drivers go around the racetrack here today, they're using 6 laps worth of tires and they're using 3 laps worth of fuel, essentially, is what that works out to. And it is going to be a tough race on these drivers today. Tire wear factors in, and fuel also factors into this race here today. So we're going to see a lot of pack racing. We're not going to see a lot of big battles, and we're going to see a lot of passes happen into the hard braking zones at the end of the very long high-speed runs here at this racetrack. And I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of carnage here as guys get it a little bit wrong as well, hitting these walls. So we're in for a treat here today with a great racing track and a really, really incredibly fast group of racers. So we are here for Div 3 action, and it's almost go time. We're 5 minutes away here. So what we're going to see is a 5-minute qualifying run. Once that 5-minute qualifying run is finished here, we will be led in to our race. 25 laps around this beautiful racetrack. And, you know, kind of fitting. We're going to bring the Lexus back home and we're going to tear up the streets where it's built. So this should be fun. We are on the Gran Turismo 7 racing platform here on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 still. And we just want to say thank you to Gran Turismo 7 and Polyphony Digital for the great sim racing platform to race on. And again, we are here presenting for Pure Racing League. Now, this is designed and developed by some of our GTWS, our Gran Turismo World Series drivers, our competitors that are alive on the stage in the big shows, our esports competitors, and they've done this for the community. So this is good practice for these guys to, of course, continue to prepare for their live events, but it's also great for the sim racing community because it allows them to really start to gauge themselves and find that pace that they're missing to, of course, try and get to those World Tour live events themselves. So giving back to the community here, Pure Racing League, giving up everything they can to try and help the community just get one step faster, corner by corner. Hope everybody's good today. My chat is not updating, so I don't know what to tell you about that. I apologize if you guys are commenting. I'm just not seeing it at the moment. Hopefully we get that sorted out. Hey, handsome, says Reyes. How you doing? All right, everybody. So we are just about underway here. It is going to be a lot of racing today, and it is going to be fantastic. We got Victory Pace Racing Team coming in with that share as well. Appreciate you over there at VPR. These guys are on track through the divisions here as well today. We're going to see some VPR guys competing here at their finest against the finest here in the business as well. So we are going to see crazy racing action today. Div 3 was a little calm, patient last week. I think they were just feeling each other out. I think that the pace of the lobby really caught a lot of the drivers off guard. This is an incredibly fast third division. I would myself personally find myself to be on the higher average end of my pace level when it comes to Gran Turismo 7 anyways, and I have a hard time hitting the times that these drivers are putting down in these races. So just a huge credit to all the drivers on the racetrack and everything they're able to accomplish, because it's no joke. It really is no joke. All right, we're going to get some game sound flying here for you now, because I had a suspicion that we were going to lose the game audio. There we go. All right, we're back in business. So, just waiting for race control to clear the racetrack for our drivers to qualify. So there's probably some of our drivers are just doing some final laps around the racetrack here, just making sure that their setups in their cars are right as we head into qualifying. And qualifying is just full send. At 5 minutes, they're going to get about 2 hot laps around here, and the guys that come out late in qualifying might only get 1. So basically, you're going to get one good crack at this thing here today. And if you make the mistake, that may not end well for you as far as placement on the starting grid goes. Of course, fastest to slowest is how our starting grid is lined up based off of our qualifying results. So that is how we are going to start our Division 3 race off here today. And of course, these guys are going to show us how we get moving. So 2 minutes is the word from race control. So we have Toombox here in round 2. He was our race 1 winner here at Red Bull Ring, so he's going to be looking to try and repeat that. But there is any driver in this field is more than capable of winning this race. And again, teamwork is really going to make the dream work here today. Slipstreaming, bump drafting is kind of the key to success here at this kind of a racetrack over an extended period of time especially. So we'll have to see how the drivers develop their race strategies as the race is developing in front of them. You got to take it as it comes. I mean, you can come in with a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan E, as many plans as you want, but until that starting grid takes off with the green flag and everybody gets going nice and tight together moving into turns 1 and 2, it's all bets off. You just can't predict what's going to happen. So you have to as a race car driver be able to make those adjustments on the fly and make those racing decisions in a split second as well. So the drivers that work together are probably going to do well here in the race today, and the drivers that just try to push the field and run solo may struggle. But that is just my opinion as a commentator. That doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly how it's going to work out here today. All right, we're gonna be getting underway here shortly, so I hope everybody's ready for a long day of action with these Group 3 Lexus RCF race cars. Great race car, sounds great too, honestly. For the guys that drive in cockpit view, the car sounds amazing. And we've seen the car do well. We've seen this car do very well in real-world racing over the last few years as well. The Lexus has been a large competitive car through the GT world, the GT Fanatec world, of course, the IMSA series down in North America as well. So, popular race car, and it just flies around most of these racetracks. So here we go. We are finally getting underway here with our qualifying, and we're going to jump on with our driver that's out first and let them lead us around Tokyo East Clockwise here today. Let's get all that juicy racing information up for everybody here. Let's get rid of those. We don't want that stuff there. We just want that live timing screen. And let's kick you over to the big screen. There we go. Alright. On to the screen that matters the most. Alright, so it does look like Toombox came out first here. We got TT's Egon out second on track. Looks like Lone Wolf Racing is third out on track. And it looks like Rad's Petrolhead fourth. And then TT Reyes Jr., Rad Nolander, JSET, and SoCal, our first 8 drivers out on track here. And then we'll go through our field once these drivers start to go on their flying laps here. So as they come across the start-finish line, we'll try to track these laps as they come across. Again, if these guys are using their slipstream and their bump drafting, however, though it will be a little bit chaotic trying to keep up, but we'll do the best we can here. So again, short qualifying here. So Toombox, again, he is our race winner from round 1 in Division 3, and he's going to be looking to defend that here in round number 2 as well. And he's a very quick driver. Alright, so it looks like Petrolhead second out on track here. Egon may have made a little mistake and let him by. I'm not sure what happened there, but it's risk versus reward here on these racetracks, especially these city circuits. You don't have a lot of room and there's zero runoff. So if you really want to maximize your track time around this racetrack, you gotta flirt with disaster. You have to basically be painting the walls with the sidewalls of your tires if you really want to maximize every millimeter of this racetrack for time. And the line and the turn-in point, crucial here to maintain and maximize curb speed around these very high speed sweeping corners for the most part of this interior section of the racetrack. Now the hairpin here nearing the end of the racetrack, really crucial too as well. The drivers are coming up at an extremely high rate of speed, and yeah, that was a wide entry there from Toombox actually. Again, the tires maybe not quite up to temperature here for him yet, and now it's just a long straight run down in through the underpass here to the start finish line again, and this will actually start our official hot lap here around Tokyo. So let's jump on board with our first driver out on track here, and we'll do a little bit of an onboard round till we get near the start finish line. So we're on a very, very long run here. We got the monorail overpass right there, and that takes us into where the penalty serving zone normally would be here on the racetrack with that spot down. And that takes us into turns 1 and 2 here, Cherry Blossom. So very, very hard braking zone here, throttle management and rhythm control, keeping that line just right. It's a very late apex style corner coming in, and then the second part of Cherry Blossom as you come through here. Again, risk versus reward, you see just that little nip on the wall there. So from there now, that takes us down in through a set of sweeping little S's, Quicksilver, Mantis, Ghost, and Shigino, creator of Vision Initial D. There we go. And of course the Ghost S's here, rightfully named. Of course they tend to turn race cars into ghosts if you get that corner wrong, especially if you try to go 2x2 through there. From there, of course, I was Shigeno right there. Now that takes us into Katana. And we go ripping up the road here now. And that takes us up in through Bullet Train and Tanabe. So Tanabe is the founder of Powerhouse Muse, in case anybody was wondering. A little bit of fun facts for everybody right there. From there now that takes us into Mayhem. That's coming up here, just this little kink right here. And now that takes us right back into Toll Plaza, the hairpin, the hardest braking zone here on the racetrack. And this is the setup for the final long run to the start-finish line. Much better line through there this time around from Toonbox than on that warm-up lap, the out lap here. So we're going to stick on board here with him as he comes through, and we're going to try and catch all our drivers here as they come through in order that they are on the racing track here on our first lap. So who is going to be sitting in our pole position after the first official qualifying lap? We're about to find out. And it's a 2:01 coming from Toonbox. So let's see what Petrolhead, he's going to be good enough for pole position. Rise Jr. coming through here, he's going to take pole position. We got Egon in fourth, he's going to move up into third. We got Jay coming through, he's going to stay in fifth. Lone Wolf Racing coming through here, looks like he's going to stay in sixth. SoCal stays in seventh. We got Nolander coming through, he stays in eighth. Razorhawk moves up into fourth. We got Chip here. What has Chip got? Looks like it's good enough for ninth place here for the time being. Drummer Driver comes into 10th place. We got Black Rider moving up into 11th. We got F1 Dennis here. Does not have an official lap in here yet. So looking like he's just going for a one-shot lap here from him. And I've seen this driver in the past. I've been privileged to watch this driver and broadcast this driver in other really great series. And he is a very fast driver as well. So it could be interesting to see how it all develops. But our current pole sitter right now is TT Rise Jr. He was our third driver out, and it's a 1:59.813 here from Rise Jr. here. You're all good. Alpha family always comes first, my guy. Always comes first. Enjoy that family time, my dude. Alright, so it's Rise Jr. here in pole position, but we got to get to Toonbox here. He is the guy first out on track. He's got Petrolhead there right in behind him in second place as well. So we'll try to get these three drivers back in through sequence here as they come through, and then we'll do our best to keep up with the rest of the drivers as they come through the start-finish line. So this will be the last lap here in qualifying. The drivers are basically on that timer here, I think, unless they extended the time. I just didn't catch it if they did. But we do have Toonbox coming around here, and this is going to be, a little bit of a wiggle coming through Toll Plaza right there. And as he heads down into the front straight, that's going to cost him time, and he is way down on his lap time there. And this is not going to be an improvement this time around for him, unfortunately. So we're going to jump to Petrolhead here in behind. He's actually got some draft from TTJ set, and I think that he squashed his lap too. He did for sure. So let's go to our pole sitter here. He's coming through right now, and 2/10 off, a 2-minute flat there from Reyes as well. So let's keep going through here and see who else we got there. We got Petrolhead coming through in second. Egon's currently sitting in third. We got Razorhawk just came through, and he's in fourth. SoCal with the improvement there. Lone Wolf Racing's in sixth. SoCal's in seventh. We got Jay Set dropping down into ninth. There's Nolander jumps up into seventh place there. With that improvement, Chip Reese improves to a 2:01.6 there as well, and that moves him up to 10th place just behind Jay Set. And we got some shifting out the positions here right now. This is fantastic, but right now it is Reyes Jr. here, and that's right, it's 10-minute qualifier for Division 3 here. Now that it just clicked, it totally just clicked. Here in Division 3 and Division 2 and 1, of course, get that 5-minute qualifying run. So that's why we still got about another lap and a half. We'll get 2 laps left here. So lots of time for these drivers to still improve on those laps. Toonbox really pushing here right now. You can see clipping that wall again there. He's just really trying to get everything he can out of this car. And we'll see if he can improve here on this third qualifying lap here in round number 2 from Pure Racing League. This is the One Make GT3 Championship Series. This is season number 2. Last season we did the 650S McLaren GT3. This season we're in this beautiful 2017 Lexus RCF GT3 race car. And man, this thing's a monster. Alright, so Tim Box here, he's heading that back up towards Toll Plaza right now for his 3rd qualifying lap. Let's see what he's got. Nice tight double apex corner there. You got a great entry, takes all of the exit there. So does Rise in behind here. We're going to stick with Toombox here. And Rise is gaining on Toombox a little bit here. So let's see where we're at here. He might be up. We're not sure. We haven't been paying attention to the live timing here. He's got a good run going down here as the start-finish line's just coming up, and it's a 2-minute there. It is an improvement. It's good enough for 4th place there for him. Rise comes through. It's another 2-minute lap for him as well. So we got Petrolhead here still in 2nd. Does he improve? He does improve, but it's not enough for another position. Where is Egon? Egon just came through there. Drummer Driver, where did he end? Toombox in 5th. We got Razorhawk up into 6th there. We got guys jumping up all over the place. We got Drummer Driver here in 7th. We got Dennis in 8th place right now. We got Lone Wolf Racing currently in 9th. We've seen a little bump drop happening there. We got Nolander here in 10th, and he is just coming across. He does not find an improvement there, so he made a mistake somewhere on the track there. We got J-Set and looks like Egon here as well in 11th. We got Chip in 12th place. We've got Black Rider here in 13th position as well, and having a little bit of a struggle here today. Oh, is it 2 and 3? Yeah, my bad. That's all right. That just means more fast flying action for these drivers to hype up that 25 lap race that we got to come in here. Right now it's Rise Jr. holding the fort down, but F1 Dennis, there it is, a 2nd place run right there. He's only 2.5 tenths in behind our provisional pole sitter here. That was a great flying lap here right there from Dennis. And like I said, I've seen this driver in other leagues in the past, and he is a very fast driver. So he is definitely one of the drivers to be watching out for a potential race win here today. I've got a few names on my list here. There's some drivers here that do very well on this racetrack. Drivers like Nolander, for example. He's not showing it right now in qualifying, but he does very, very well typically at this racetrack as well. Petrolhead here right now in 4th place. We've got Egon in 5th place here as well. So Toombox here, he bottled it there, and he's just getting out of the way. He realizes that there's another guy coming through there, and that was a great recognition right there by Toombox to allow Rise to continue on through. He's got Black Rider coming in there as well, and that was unfortunate there for Toombox, but aware that he bottled that lap there, and he just moves out of the way of the hot lap traffic. So these guys are going to finish these laps here as they come through. Rise, do we see an improvement from him? We'll find out shortly. We do. He improves up to 59.701. Toombox is going to stay in 6th place here. We are going to jump on board and with F1 Dennis Rad Petrolhead there jumping up into 2nd place. Jay improving there as well on his last lap through. Delgado Razorhawk also improving on his lap. That moved him up into 5th place here. But we're going to stick with F1 Dennis because if any driver could take that pole position here, I definitely know. Ooh, big slide there coming on the exit. And actually, he's got some damage here on this racing car. So I think that this is not going to be an improvement here for this driver. Nolander also improving on his lap there. He's now moved himself up into the mid-pack in 8th position here on the racetrack as well with his last lap around. And unfortunate there for Dennis, and I don't think it's going to be much of an improvement there for him. So let's get through here. I think everybody else might be done here. J set is finished. Lone Wolf Racing is finished. Chip Reese is finished. That is our qualifying order. My goodness, that was quick. Even for a 10-minute qualifier, that went by really fast. All right, so it is a T Rise Jr. here in pole position, and it's going to be Rad Petrolhead to line up beside him in row 2. Is going to be F1 Dennis with SoCal beside him. In row 3 will be Razorhawk with TT's Egon beside him. Row 4 will be last week's winner Toombox with Team Rad's Nolander lined up beside him. In row number 5, it's going to be Drummer Driver with TT's J-Set lined up beside him. In row number 6 will be Lone Wolf Racing, last season's champion, and Chip Reese lined up beside him. And row number 7 will be the Black Rider called in as a substitute here today. And 13 drivers on our Division 3 grid today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope We're all ready. Good luck, Div 3, says Tom. Hey, appreciate you, Tom. Welcome in, everybody. So, with that being said, before we get into the racing action, welcome in, everybody. Again, this is a family-friendly broadcast, so you can definitely let the whole family watch if that's what you'd like to do. We will have some podium interviews after the Division 3 race. We'll talk to our top 3 drivers, our podium finishers in between Division 3 and Division 2 race, and then we'll move up into our Division 2 race after those podium interviews. 25-lap race here today. All 3 racing tires are required in the race. Fuels will be a factor here today as well. We've seen some great qualifying times here, and that 2-minute margin from 10th place all the way up into 3rd place, I mean, that is split by 7, like 3/4 of a second. So we should see a very close fight here, I think, throughout this race here today. The crucial key to today's race is going to be dirty air is going to play a factor. So if you are playing with a team or a buddy and slipstreaming and drafting, you're really going to have to be conscious of your braking points, your turn-ins, because dirty air is definitely going to play a factor here. And staying off the walls is going to be a major factor here as well. Walls could relate to damage. Damage is going to relate to time loss. And in some spots of this racetrack, the walls tend to bounce you across the racetrack, and that could be dangerous for your competitors on the racetrack as well. So keeping the car safe is really going to be the most important key to today's race. And of course, race pace and consistency always factoring in there, but keeping the car safe here today is really going to be key. With the drivers could be on different tire compounds at the start of the race, so it's going to be an exciting start to the race here in round number 2. So welcome in, everybody, and we're just settling in here for what should be a very spirited battle from our Division 3 drivers today. You're going to need some open lobbies after missing this race. There we go. Race control officials are just clearing the track right now for the driver. So in between qualifying and race start, of course, we get the crews out there. They're just making sure the debris is off the track, make sure there's barriers and everything are safely in place and intact. So if the drivers do have an issue during racing conditions, safety is always priority number 1. So great job to our racetrack engineers here. And you can see the track trucks out there right now, just making sure everything is good to go. And there we go. Race officials are going to call it here. So we're going to get those crews off the racetrack and we're going to go racing. We got Hezzy Pack coming in with the follow here. Also on Facebook. Appreciate you. Welcome into the Winner Circle community. Absolutely legendary support. All right. We are getting ready to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Kick them tires, light them fires. It's Div 3 racing, ladies and gentlemen. Race controls waiting to hold those lights, and we're waiting for the green. We got 5 reds. It's just a matter of when. Waiting, gone, and we're green, we're green, we're green, we're green, and all drivers look like they get a pretty good race start here. We didn't see any false starts. We didn't see anybody struggle, any spins there. So all 13 of these drivers are going to be barreling down into Cherry Blossom here at a really high rate of speed on these cold racing tires. So our pole sitter and our second place driver very quickly off to the races here and immediately working together. You can see Petrolhead immediately just pushing Reyes up the racetrack here and immediately trying to break away from the pack. And oh my, look at the pack coming in behind. Let's get on with this. 3 wide coming into the corner. A little bit of touching here on the braking. That's to be expected. And 3 wide through the corner. Wow, everybody makes it. That is some great racing right there. We got Egon in front of this crazy pack in behind. SoCal's managed to make his way up a couple of positions here. He's gotten his way up into 4th place. That was a great run for SoCal there through the corner. Razorhawk sitting in 5th. We got Toonbox in 6th, and there's just a battle in behind right now. We got Nolander here in 7th. We got Dennis and Drummer Driver both trying to split him here, and we're 2 wide as we're heading up in towards the S's here. And oh yeah, the Ghost S is always a fun little racetrack, and there it is. There's a mistake made there. Nolander getting into the wall. He's going to pick up some damage there, but the damage will go away. It is light damage, 30 seconds of that. He's going to drop back into field most likely due to that damage, but when you're 2 wide through these racetracks, oh, and there we go, we got a little bit more contact there, and here we go. It is going to get spicy in this mid pack as these drivers are clustered up together here, so it'll take a couple laps for everybody to kind of get into the rhythm, get into their pace, and get into the rhythm of the race here. But once that happens, boy, oh boy, it's going to get interesting. We got another driver into the wall here, and I think that it is going to be a spicy day on the racetrack through our 3 divisions. This is exactly what we expected to see: tight city circuit racing and 13 really fast drivers on the racetrack. We're going to see all kinds of fun. So we got Petrolhead up in the lead, so he has taken advantage. He's moved up into the race lead ahead of Rise Jr. here, so now Rise finds himself in second place, but it's lap 1 of 25 here. So Team Rad's Petrolhead here going to take the drivers down to the start-finish line to take us into lap number 2. Just making sure everything's working here real good before I continue any further. We're looking good. Fantastic stuff. All right, so Rise here in second, chasing. It is 0.3 of a second, well in the slipstream. We got TT's Egon here in third place. He's 1.7 seconds in behind Rise. We got Toonbox in behind Egon here, 1.7 seconds. And then where it's just a big slipstream train here in behind him, SoCal, JSet, Razorhawk, all nose to tail here, and they are closing in on Toonbox. And here we go. They're all going to split. They're all going to fight for the position coming into the corner. Oh, we're going to go 3 wide into Cherry Blossom here. And one driver backs out of that. He's like, nope, no, I'm good. We're just going to keep it safe. Probably a good call there. SoCal stays in the lead there. Razorhawk in 5th place, Toonbox in 6th, and Jay down into the back of the pack there in 7th through that exchange. But again, very early in the race, some drivers just more worried about their race cars here right now, and very good pack racing happening here right now in the mid pack. As we're going to stick with this right now, as Razorhawk's trying to get a look here on SoCal, and 2 by 2 as we head up in towards the S's here again, and just going to get in ahead there is Razorhawk. So Razorhawk moves up into 4th place in just a handful of corners here, but this battle is far from over. As you can see, Toonbox now is closing in on SoCal here. So if you lose one position here, it's almost like you're vulnerable, and the whole pack is trying now to take advantage of you. And Toonbox is going to take it out on the outside there, and he's got lots of room to get it done here, and he's going to hang it out there. He's got just enough position there. Yes, he's going to take it in deep. A little bit of contact between the two there. That's going to push SoCal a little bit wide there, and I don't think SoCal was aware that Toonbox was right there in on his rear quarter panel. So a little bit of side-by-side contact, but everybody continues on down the racetrack in a forward direction. It is still race on here, and everybody's in the slipstream, so this is going to get very spicy. We're just going to see what's going on in the back here. We got Drummer Driver here in 9th place as well. And we still got drivers all very close together here in the backside here as well. So we're just keeping our eye, looking for the battles. We got Nolander Black Rider here in 11th and 12th, and we got Dennis here in the 13th position here. So not sure what happened to Dennis there. We missed it because there's been a whole lot happening here very early on in the race. But right now it is Team Rad's Petrolhead in the lead here at the start lap number 3, and he's going to take that fastest lap. But that's going to change here very often, I'm sure, progressively throughout the race. The slipstream and drafting is going to start playing a major factor into how things progress here today. So it's Rise Jr. in second, Egon in third, and our top 3 now are nose to tail as we head into Cherry Blossom here for the 3rd time today. So let's see if Rise and Egon is going to sit back. Is he going to take a look? He's just going to sit back. Very patient driving by our race leaders here. They're very smart racing decisions. Great side-by-side action here from Rise and Petrolhead. And these guys are moving. They're grooving. And they're having a race right here right now for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. But the more they continue to battle, the more that's going to allow drivers like Razorhawk, who's kind of broke free a little bit here, to start to close in on those guys. So if they continue to try and battle, Razorhawk's going to make this a 4-way battle for the podium. So let's get back up front here. Let's keep our eye on this for a minute. We got Rise here in second. He's in the middle of this podium sandwich at the moment, currently sitting in 2nd place here on the race, and he's very, very close to 1st place here still. Doing a great job of keeping clean air in the nose of his race car here, making sure that dirty air isn't going to throw him out or catch him off guard. You can see Egon there, a little bit wide, made a little contact there with the wall. That's going to slow some momentum down there for him. He's losing touch a little bit with the pack here, but he does have Razorhawk now closing in. So we're trying to keep our eye on both these battles at the same time here. We're going to stick with Rise just for the time being. And as all these drivers continue to close up, and I mean slipstream is the major factor here in this race today. If you get into the slipstream, you are going to catch up to that next pack in front of you. So the key is working together here, even if it is your opponent. Sometimes you just need to do it. So it's SoCal here in 5th place. Go back to our 2nd group of cars here and see if anything's brewing back here right now. We got a 5-car pack. This is beautiful, and it's all led by SoCal, Toonbox, Lone Wolf Racing, JSet, and who's our 5th driver in there? It looks like it is Drummer Driver, if I'm not mistaken. Look at that, hey? Look at that. Alright, so 5-way battle. Let's jump into Lone Wolf Racing here, our defending Div 3 champion from last season. He's got Jay right now giving him a little push up the racetrack here, and they got Drummer Driver just chilling, sitting in behind here as well. So is this going to become a 3-way slipstream train here? This this could be interesting here. This might work out for these guys, and right now they are definitely playing very nice, and they close right back up to those other two guys up in front by the end of the straightaway here, and this is going to be a five-way battle now as we head into the corner. Let's go take a look up front here real quick, as this is going on here too as well. No positions changed there. Let's get back to the second pack here, and it's Toonbox now in 5th place here. We got SoCal going to lose a position there in 6th place. Jay said taking the hard way around there, looks like on the outside of the wall, as he made a mistake under braking. So Lone Wolf in 7th. We still got Jay in 8th. We got Drummer Driver there in 9th, and Drummer Driver not able to take advantage of that mistake there from Jay. We got Chip here in 10th. He's about 5 seconds in behind. We're just going to go see what's going on back here, see if we got anything brewing. Right now, a little bit of separation from those drivers, so really the fight early on in the race here is these two packs in the front end of the pack here. Rias Jr. now in the lead here again. He's opened up a quick 3/4 of a second gap here on Petrolhead, but again, probably not going to be enough here. He's slowly but surely pulling himself right back into that slipstream here. We got Egon in 3rd place. He's still just nipping just on the edge of slipstream here right now, and Razorhawk is very well in that slipstream here as well. So you can see the pace of the drivers is very close here around Tokyo today. We have the Toonbox in 5th place, and he's broken free a little bit here from the rest of that group. So now his mission is again trying to catch up to that pack up in front. Right now they're not really working together, so he has an opportunity to potentially do that, but he does have this group of cars back in behind him. If they start working together again, most certainly going to close up Toonbox here. So SoCal right now holding out strong in 6th place. We've got Lone Wolf Racing here in 7th, and Dayset in 8th place, and he's tucked right in and behind our defending Div3 champion here right now. And Drummer Driver's just chilling right there. He's in behind. He's in no immediate rush here right now. These guys have all good pace, and he's a smart racer too. I'm familiar with this racer as well. So we've got Chip here in 10th position. We've got Nolander here starting to chase him down. So Nolander closing in on Chip here a little bit. We just wanted to come and check on that. And we still got our eyes on Dennis here too as well. I'm not sure what happened to poor Dennis here, but wait and see. Wait and see. Alright, so it is Rias Jr. here in the lead of this race, and Petrolhead here still in 2nd place. And every once in a while you see these guys work together, try to open up the gap from Egon there a little bit, and then they swap that position. And I'm not sure if that's just due to a mistake made by the leader, or they just make a transitional position swap there to continue up the racetrack. But it's very tidy racing right now by our Division 3 race leaders here in round number 2 today. And Rias Jr. so far leading the charge here. You got Petrolhead tucked in very close behind in 2nd position here. We've got Egon in 3rd place as well. We've got Razorhawk here in 4th. We've got Toonbox in 5th. We've got SoCal in 6th. And again, Toonbox trying to run away from that pack, but the pack is not letting him go. It's 1.1 seconds in closing here as these guys do get closer together and give each other little bumps and pushes up the racetrack. So Toonbox trying to catch up to the front pack, but that second pack is trying to bear back down on him here and swallow him back up here at Tokyo today. And it's he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. Oh, Razorhawk has gotten around Egon here. Let's get back up front here. We got a side-by-side battle here, and a good battle here between these two drivers as well, as Razorhawk and Egon were side-by-side. I've seen that spot swap a couple of times there on the live timing, and it looks like it's going to be Razorhawk now to move up into 3rd position there. So Egon maybe made a little mistake there, or Razorhawk just absolutely locked him in and made a move when he figured it was best there. But Egon is right tight through Toll Plaza there. He gets a little bit of a better exit down than Razorhawk does too as well. So that's just going to allow Egon to sit right in behind. So now what does Egon do here? He has an opportunity to try and make a move on Razorhawk here coming down the straightaway. He's definitely got that slipstream advantage, or does he choose to give him a push and again try to close up that front pack, who's now battling for 1st and 2nd place here, drag racing down to the start finish line, and as Petrolhead coming across in the race lead. And here we go again, like I said, just swapping positions in transition as they're racing right now, these two. There's no defending, there's no hard aggressive driving, no hard offensive attacking between these two drivers right now. These are very smart, calculated racing moves based off of what is exactly happening in front of them at the moment. And these two are working extremely well together. Toonbox with the fastest lap on the racetrack there with a 2:413. So he is definitely trying to lock in and catch up to these guys. So it is Petrolhead now leading the race. A little bit of a wiggle come through the corner there, and Rias is just tucked right in underneath here. And again, just showing some patience here, but momentum lost there from Petrolhead, I think, with that little wall tap there. And that Rias decided maybe he was going to take a look there. So we're side by side, and Rias is going to move up ahead here. So the friendly playful, again, it's just when they choose. Rias had an opportunity there, and it looked like that he took full advantage of it, and he's going to move back up into the race lead here. So, boy, the front four putting on a show right now. Very early early on in the race here, we got Razorhawk, and he is working hard right now. He is closing in. I mean, 0.6 of a second from first and second place. This is soon going to develop into a three-way podium battle here again, and Egon is just off the tail end of this. He's just outside of that slipstream range here. He just needs a little bit of help from one of those drivers in front to slow that pack up just slightly to get back into his toe, and he'll be right back in that fight for the podium there as well. Toombox, 3.2 seconds in behind. He's cleared that back pack. He's stuck in no man's land here at Tokyo right now. He's 3 seconds away, and he's 3 second gap. So can he catch the solo driver in front of Egon, and can he still continue to drive away from that middle pack? Middle pack consisting of a few drivers here. It was 5 at one point in time. Looks like we're down to about 3 or 4 here now. So it's SoCal leading the charge, and oh boy, a little mistake under throttle there. You hate to see it. And he's just going to, again, allow those guys to go back through the track there. That's just smart decision. He doesn't want to pull out in front of oncoming traffic. And again, tight quarters around the racetrack. It's just a little mistake under throttle there. It is a wider point of the racetrack, so there's room for the drivers to get around, but that is unfortunate there for SoCal. He's going to have to shake it off. He's going to have to lock it back in behind the wheel of that Lexus there. He's just going to have to try to make up as much ground as he can. So Nolander's starting to close in on this group here as well. You got Chip, and SoCal ends up in 11th place there after he gets himself corrected after that spin. So Chip Reese just up ahead of him here. Dennis in 12th place here still as well, and we've got the Black Rider rocking and rolling here in 13th position. So all 13 of our drivers here still on our racing track today as well. And these guys are flying today. How's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying the action? I really hope everybody's enjoying the action here today. Do leave us some feedback in the comment section below. And if you love what you're seeing, don't forget to like and share this out for us. Let's get more race fans in here. We still got 2 more divisions of racing to go yet. We're not even halfway through this race yet. So if you're excited, think how excited all your friends will be. We appreciate you. Thank you for all the support. Let's keep racing. Petrolhead here in second place, and this is settling down a little bit here now between first, second, and third place. The paces are starting to set in a little bit here, and the drivers that are still locked in, and you can tell the drivers that are starting to break concentration a little bit here. Egon has lost a little bit of pace with these guys here now. He's kind of all alone here now. He's got Toombox to worry about. Toombox is closing in. He took about a second out of him here since the last time we were checking out what's going on, so we don't really have an immediate battle going on here. And just as I say that, we got TTJ set and Lone Wolf Racing battling it out here now. These two are not unfamiliar with each other. They battled it out pretty good last season in the Division 3 series as well. So JSET and Lone Wolf Racing most certainly are not unfamiliar with each other, and actually quite equally paced drivers as well. So if these two were to hook up and start working together, I bet you they could really start to make some distance back up through the field here, just due to the sheer fact that they are so equally paced. Lone Wolf Racing here. He's starting to close in on Drummer Driver, so he's caught that slipstream there, and Jay's still in Lone Wolf's slipstream here as well. So this has become a 3-way battle between 6th through 8th position here now on the racetrack. Now again, are they going to battle or are they going to play nice? That's the big thing here. If the drivers don't want to work together, they're really right now they're hurting themselves, because the drivers up front are collectively working together when they need to, and then swapping positions when an opportunity arises, and those swapping of positions are done quickly, they're done cleanly, and they're done very tidy. So these guys need to start working in the same manner here, and unfortunately therefore Jay is still right there. I thought the cameraman made it look like he just made a mistake there. And a little bit of a move coming from Lone Wolf Racing here, so a little bit of assistance coming into Cherry Blossom, and then the setup for the move on the inside there. So again, it's all about strategy, trying to get around your opponent here, and if you make it look like you're going to try and make a move up the inside, of course that driver in front of you, Drummer Driver in this case, is going to go on a defensive line. So you working together, make that driver feel a little comfortable up front, you go into the braking zone together, and then boom, doors open on the inside. Thank you very much. I'm just going to take that entry and grab a position. So Lone Wolf Racing now trying to break free of this group here as he's gotten around Drummer Driver. So Drummer Driver's now in 7th position. He's got J-Set still tucked into the slipstream here, trying to close him in as well. We've got Nolander here in 9th place. He's kind of stuck in no man's land. Let's keep our eye on what's going on back here. We got SoCal and Chip here in 10th and 11th. And Dennis in 12th, and Black Rider still in 13th. So just keep an eye on the back guys here. You never know when they're battling. They got to get that love when they're having those good positional battles too. Alright, so getting near the mid part of the race, and that's not too unexpected now to see the pace of the drivers kind of sorting out there. We got some gaps now here in the lead. It's Petrolhead now up into first position right now. He's got almost a full second on Razorhawk. Razorhawk has broken the slipstream from Rise Jr. chasing here in behind. A little bit of damage on that left front quarter panel there on Rise's car, so a little bit of an issue at some point here, and maybe explains why for the first and third, and a little bit of a break in the slip, but he is closing back in here a little bit, so it's going to be an important first sector here. And there we go, Toonbox and Egon now battling it out here, and this is for 4th and 5th place, and of course Toonbox gets the job done. So let's see if our replays are working today. Yes, they are. Alright, so we got Toonbox chasing Egon down into the start-finish line here, and as they come across the start lap 9, he's in that slipstream, he's well in it, he's going to use the slingshot, engage situation here, so he has more speed than Egon, so he has two options at that point, and in this case, he decided to use the slingshot to get around Egon and put Egon in behind him. So Egon now finds himself sitting in 5th place, and he needs to try and maintain that slipstream with Toonbox there if he can, and try to work together with that driver a little bit, and again, try to see if they can push up that front pack. Toonbox starting to show why he won round 1 with his pace and consistency here. He's really started to settle into this race, and he's starting to show it on the racetrack here. But Razorhawk now the fastest man currently on the racetrack with a 2:248. I followed that up with a really good lap there in behind as well. So Petrolhead still leading the charge here, though, and he's looking good here today in that Lexus. We've got Razorhawk here in 2nd and Rise Jr. in 3rd, so podium only separated by 2 seconds right now from each other, from front to back of it. So we got Toonbox here, he's 5.4 seconds in behind, and yeah, the drivers are just getting ready for whenever that pit stop sequence is, most likely at this point. We got drummer driver and oh boy, and our defending champion, boy did he ever get that wrong, as Lone Wolf Racing makes a mistake there, and oh boy, he's in a bad spot there on the racetrack. Thankfully the ghosting was turned on there as he comes across as another driver's coming around there. But let's see what happened here as he goes in. Setup looks good there, and just clips the rear tire on the wall there, and that bounce effect that we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast there gave him that rebound, that pinball effect. And unfortunately for Lone Wolf Racing there, that was a very hard hit. Driver looks like he's shaking it off. He's got the car back on track. They'll assess that car, and he'll continue moving up and down the road. So tough hit there from our defending champion, and lots of race left yet. He's still got 15 laps to make up some time here. We have 2 pit stops still remaining for all our drivers. We have not seen a driver pit here yet today as well, so that means that there's still 2 pit stops in play for the whole field here, so lots can change yet in this race. So it's Petrolhead in the lead, Razor in 2nd place, we got Rise here in 3rd, we got Toonbox now up into 4th. He did win in round number 1, and he has been tracking all race long. We've got Egon here in 5th place, got drummer driver chasing in 6th, and he's got J-Set still right there, and J-Set slowly but surely closing in here in the slipstream. So let's stick with this here right now, as this is kind of the closest thing we have to potential positional battle at the moment. Everybody else is just separated far enough where they're not really close enough to make anything happen, and you know, it's just showing it's risk versus reward here. You really got to push the limits of these city circuits, and I mean, pushing the limits, you gotta swap some paint with the walls in some spots, and that is the risk versus reward part. If you get it right, you're rewarded with good lap time and good speed, but if you get it wrong, we just see what happened to Lone Wolf Racing there, and it's unfortunate. You know, it's a 50-50 shot that's going to happen to you every time you nip the wall like that with your rear tire, and hopefully that didn't do any suspension damage or anything like that to that rear tire. But he's a racer. He'll get back in behind the rhythm, the groove, and he'll continue on. So J-Set, we just seen do the same thing in the same corner there. He really pushed that corner wide. Dirty Air might have played a little bit there, and he caught the tires on the wall there, but he didn't get the pinball effect there. So it caused an effect of that risk versus reward scenario here if you really want to maximize your lap time here. And right now these two are doing a good job at not battling and costing each other time, but Jay needs to really try and find a way to get tucked in underneath this driver, start pushing him here so they can close up on 5th place driver Egon. Just go back through here. We've got Team Rad Nolander. This is team owner for Team Rad here, Nolander, in 8th place here. That he loves this racetrack. He's very good at this racetrack. Don't count this guy out just yet. We got F1 Dennis here. He's up into 9th place now. We were talking about him as well being a potential race winner here. And if it wasn't for whatever issue it was that he had early on in the race here, he could be very well up in that train up in the front there pushing the issue as well. But he's getting some help here with SoCal in behind. So these two very aware that, you know, they've got some time to make up here on the racetrack, and it's not worth battling for 9th and 10th position here right now when we still got 14 laps on the racetrack to go and 27 seconds to the race leaders. So these guys playing nice right now. They're working together. So again, you know, opponents on the racetrack, but right now friends, because they know that if they battle, they're just going to continue to cost themselves time, and they're going to allow 11th place driver Chip Reese to also close back in. If they work together, they should be able to pull away from the 11th place driver Chip Reese in behind. So Lone Wolf Racing now finds himself in 12th place. And we got Black Rider moving, grooving, and chilling here in 13th position as well. So back up front, see what's brewing. Looks like we got a battle here. Oh, a little bit of wall contact in behind there as that battle's brewing between Reyes and Razorhawk here. And looked like there was an opportunity to get a move done there, and just not quite enough room there. So Reyes finds himself just tucked back in here in 3rd place and looking for another opportunity. He was thinking about taking a look there into the inside corner. You seen that little movement there, maybe just playing some mind games with the driver in front, seeing if he's review mirror watch and make it look like I'm gonna take a dive into the inside and see if he reacts. And he didn't budge an inch, he didn't buy it. But Reyes really applying some pressure here now on Razorhawk in 2nd position, and we're going to see a lot more of this, I feel, as this race continues to progress here. We're on lap 11 of 25 laps, so it looks like the majority of the field opting to start on that racing medium tire here, and we got the drag race now between Reyes Jr. and Razorhawk as they head up the racetrack. Now Razorhawk is tucked in behind our race leader Petrolhead here right now, so Reyes is most likely not going to get that position changed because he's got slipstream help Razorhawk. So that was smart driving right there by our 2nd place driver. He knew that if he just stayed in the slipstream there, that Petrol was going to help him stay ahead of Reyes there. Now he's going to look for the lead here as he comes inside into Cherry Blossom, and that was a beauty of a move. Great setup and execution. Used the slipstream perfectly right there to get the job done, and he finds himself now leading the race for the first time here today at the midway point here as well. So yeah, Rad's Petrolhead in 2nd place and Reyes Jr. here in 3rd. I mean, 1st through 3rd place is separated by 0.6 of a second right now midway through this race. So we got some incredible racing happening up here in the podium positions right now, and we'll check out what's happening in the rest of the field here in a minute. But right now this is some great racing from our leaders here today in Division 3. Let me tell you what, this is fantastic. So it is Razorhawk leading the charge, and he is trying to drive away. He has got some clean air finally here. That car probably feels fantastic now as his nose is the one in the clean air. So trying to get away from these two guys in behind here. But Petrolhead and Reyes Jr. have had an answer all day long with the pace up front here as well. So we would assume probably nearing our pit windows here. A little bit of contact there from Reyes, and Reyes struggling just a little bit there on his racing car there, and he picked up some damage there, and that is not ideal as they lead up into Toll Plaza here. So ooh, a little cutback move here coming from Petrolhead. Just going to put him on the outside coming through the kink here, but not going to get the job done. Razorhawk there with a great defense, and Petrol took a look. He gave it a stab. The room was there, but Razorhawk just had a better run coming out of the corner there, and he was able to edge out Petrol. So Petrol's just going to be like, all right, okay, we'll just settle in here for a minute. We'll give you a couple of pushes here, and let's see what happens as these two head into Cherry Blossom here on lap number 13. Alright, we're just checking on the stream, making sure everything's still moving and grooving properly. Everything looks pretty good here. So it is still Razorhawk leading the charge here. He's got a half-second lead over Petrolhead right now from Team Rad. We've got TT's Reyes Jr. here. We just seen he had a little struggle there into the wall, got some damage, and you can see how much that damage affected this driver. It pulled him right out of the slipstream, and now he finds himself 2.2 seconds in behind first and second place. TT Egon back up into 4th place here. He's got 9.8 seconds off the podium here. He's kind of in no man's land, but he's got drummer driver and J-Set trying to close in on him here in 5th and 6th place as well. That gap is about 0.6 of a second between 5th place and 6th place here currently, and Jay hasn't really been pushing the issue here with drummer driver. He's just been just sitting in behind him, and the pace has probably been pretty equal, and he's just been chilling right now. We got Nolander here in 7th position, and he's got 7.5 seconds, but he has definitely done a pretty good job of making his way back up through the field, as well as this driver right here, F1 Dennis 32. Early on incident went down to the back of the pack. He has a few seconds in behind, and now you can see he's just a couple seconds in behind the 7th place driver Nolander there, and things are about to start getting spicy here. I think once pit stop sequence starts to roll through, I suspect we're going to be seeing pits here fairly soon, but I could be wrong. So it is Chip here up into 9th place. We got Toonbox here. He has made a pit stop here. He's currently sitting in 10th position. We got SoCal here, also made a pit stop in 11th. We've got Lone Wolf here in 12th place. He's made a pit stop here as well, and Black Rider here has not made a pit stop. So Raya's here now making a pit stop. He's coming in for a change here as well. So let's see what all the drivers have up their sleeves here for this pit stop sequence in round number 2. One of 2 stops starting to be made here by our drivers, Razorhawk and Petrolhead opting to stay out. I am guessing that these 2 drivers are probably going to pit at the same time. So whoever the leader is at that time pits, I assume that the other driver's going to pit. We got Black Rider sideways across the racetrack there. Great recognition to know that cars were coming there. You can see he just waited, let the leaders go through, and he's going to continue on getting that car corrected. So that was great recognition right there by our 13th place driver as these drivers come around at very, very high rate of speed here, and only 0.3 of a second separating 1st and 2nd place here right now. So really the bigger question is when do these guys make their pit stops here at this point compared to the rest of the field? What kind of strategy are they playing out in their minds? It's going to be very interesting to see. It's just some great nose-to-tail driving by these 2 here right now as well. You can see Dirty Air's not really seems to be affecting the 2nd place driver too much here. He has nice crisp clean lines as they come around the corners and behind 1st place. He's left himself a little bit of gap in between himself and 1st place too, coming in and into the corners, and that also helps allowing just to get a little bit of front end grip back down to the racetrack. So what happens is when you're sitting so close in behind another race car under braking and under turning and under acceleration especially, is because there's no airflow coming into the front end of your car. There's nothing to push the aerodynamics on the front end of the aero package, the front spoiler and the front clip of these cars down towards the road, and that aero push, that front nose push down towards the tarmac surface is what allows these cars to get their front grip. It allows them to stop faster, allows them to turn at a higher rate of speed, and a lot of varying factors. So the car always chasing in behind has what we call dirty air, and that dirty air is a cause and effect of that. That car's not getting that push of air on the front end of their race car, so when they go to hit their brakes, the car doesn't stop as quickly, and that causes the race car drivers to have to move out a lot faster. So we got Reyes coming in for a pit stop here. We got Jay coming in for a pit stop here as well. So Reyes here clearing both his pit stops in just in a very short sequence here. We've got Petrol in 2nd, we've got Driver in 3rd, we've got Nolander here in 4th, we've got Dennis in 5th, we've got Jay here, he's made his first pit stop now. We've got Reyes here in 7th, he's fueling up his car. We've got Egon here in 8th, and it looks like 2 of the TT drivers here on a very similar strategy. We've got Toonbox here in 10th position, we've got SoCal here in 11th, we've got Lone Wolf Racing, in 12th position, and we got Black Rider Rock and Roll in 13th. So we had 13 drivers start here today. We still got 13 drivers on the field, and that's what matters the most, is that all our drivers are still moving and grooving, no mechanical issues, and nobody's wrecked a race car here yet today in round 2 of racing, so that's always fantastic. So it's Razorhawk here in the lead, and I mean, he's got 3.4 seconds here now. He's got no pressure as Petrolhead obviously pit last time around, so he is going for a very long first stint here. We got drummer driver in 2nd place. Petrolhead's come out in 3rd place and behind these drivers. F1 Dennis here is now up into 4th place with Nolander in behind him. So Dennis has actually made his way around Nolander. That would have been a battle for 7th place before the pit stop started. J-Set comes out in 6th place after his first pit stop. We got Chip here in 7th position. He has yet to pit. Reyes here has pit twice. He has cleared his tire mandates. He could be good to go to the end of the race here. We've got Toombox in 9th position. We've got Egon here in 10th place, and he's also cleared his tire mandates, but he's got a 3-second track limit penalty there, and oh, that's going to be devastating to this push here, but still early enough to potentially make up for it. We got SoCal in 11th. We got Lone Wolf Racing in 12th place, and Black Rider coming through Toll Plaza there in 13th position. So right now it's Razorhawk, and I'm assuming we're going to see a pit stop coming from him there. He has made a pit stop, actually. He made a pit stop onto the Racing Hard tires, and I'm assuming he's going to jump off of these here this time around, and that's probably what we're going to see from most of our drivers here today. Petrolhead coming in. We got Black Rider coming in. Looks like Dennis is coming in. Our top 4 now in pit lane. I'm assuming Nolander is also going to be finding his way in here as well, and that is most certainly the case. So what is Jay going to do? Jay is also, looks like he's moving in towards pit lane here, so that leaves Chip. Chip is going to continue up the racetrack here. He is going to move up into currently 4th. Potentially, yes, it is going to be 3rd place. So Chip moves up to 3rd place as Nolander just comes out in behind here in 4th place. That puts Razorhawk out in 5th. That puts Rias in 6th position. That puts Dennis in 7th. That puts Jay coming out in 8th place, whereas Toombox coming, he is up to speed, so he may be able to get that position in about 6 seconds, so it'll be close here between Toombox and Jay Set. Egon here in 10th place, after having to serve that 3-second penalty, it's definitely cost him a couple of positions here on the racetrack. SoCal in 11th, we got Lone Wolf here in 12th, and Black Rider rocking and rolling in 13th position. So there's still some pit stops to happen here yet for some of the drivers. Some drivers have cleared 2 stops, some have only done 1. So I guess really now it's going to come down to gap, pace, keeping the car safe, and if you catch that driver up ahead of you, do you make the pass so you don't have to defend for 3 or 4 laps? So there's a lot of question marks that will be going through the driver's head here over the next 9 laps of racing. 8.5 called is our race leader. Petrolhead here is, well, he's got 4 seconds right now on drummer driver. That's Chip Reese here in 3rd. We've got Nolander here in 4th place. We've got Rias here in 5th position. We've got Razor here in 6th. We've got Dennis in 7th. We've got Jay here in 8th place. We've got Toombox closing in 9th position. We've got Egon here in 10th place. We've got SoCal here in 11th. Lone Wolf here in 12th place. Black Rider rocking and rolling. So we don't have any battles brewing right now. We got some separation from these pit stops here. So we're going to sit on with our race leader there. And Razorhawk looks like he's closing in on Rias there. I seen in the image there as we're coming around, and a little bit of a mistake on braking there from Rias, and they're closing in on what seems to be Nolander up in front here as well. So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th place here right now on the racetrack. Nolander leading that charge up in 4th. So we got Petrol coming in for a stop. We've got drummer driver coming in for a stop, and we got Chip Reese coming in for a stop. So I'm not sure why Petrol had stopped there. That was an interesting. It's interesting. I'm not sure what that was about there. We got Rias here in 2nd position. We've got Razorhawk here in 3rd place. We've got Dennis here in 4th. We've got Chip in 5th. We've got Toombox going around there with J-Set right in behind. So Chip's going to drop 2 spots there very quickly as these 2 drivers were up to speed and on a better tire compound than Chip currently is right now. We have Egon in 8th position now with a couple of pit stops, so that puts drummer driver and Nolander in behind. Nolander's just coming out of pit lane. He's going to lose another position to SoCal. SoCal goes up the track ahead there, and unfortunately just timing not quite in Nolander's favor there. He's going to miss that slipstream there from that driver. So let's get back up front here. It's Rad's, Team Rad's Petrolhead here. He's currently got a 3.5 second gap, and right now, barring no mistakes, it looks really solid to take a race win here in round number 2. But don't count out the drivers trying to chase him down here. Got Razorhawk in 2nd place. We got Rise Jr. here in 3rd position as well. And I honestly don't know if Petrolhead has enough fuel in his tank to make the rest of this race. It's really hard to say whether or not he does when you compare the amount of fuel he has compared to the rest of the drivers. Now, he made an extra pit stop. I was assuming that was going to be for fuel. Maybe he's having an issue where the car is not refueling. We've seen that in the past. We got Toombox here in 5th place. We've got J-Set here in 6th place. We've got Chip in 7th chasing. You know, sometimes those fuel cans have problems. They get an airlock in them and they're not putting the fuel in you would expect for the amount of time that fuel can's sitting there, and that shorts the driver fuel. You know, it could cause a problem for your strategy and your position on the racetrack, obviously. obviously. We got drummer driver here in ninth position here. And we just don't have any real immediate battles here right now. I'm trying to see what we got here. We're looking at time splits mainly for the drivers. And again, you know, I don't know if the strategy or if he just is, again, having a fueling issue with their fuel can is going to work out for Petrolhead here. I mean, he's only got a 3.3 second gap, and I mean, there's still 7 laps of racing left here as they've only started lap number 18. Essentially, that makes it 8 laps of racing here, including this lap still. I just don't see 8 laps of fuel in the tank there. I really don't. We got Razorhawk here in second. We got Ayaz here in third. He's just a second in behind right now. Dennis is closing here in fourth place. So Dennis has worked some strategy here, and he's got himself up in the conversation here today as well. Toonbox ain't that far behind either. He's 6 seconds in behind F1 Dennis right now. Jay's in 6th place. He's 2.7 seconds in behind Toonbox. So really it's going to come down to which drivers are going to keep this final stint clean and lean and mean, and not give up any more time to the drivers chasing. We got SoCal there at 9th. He's coming up to, I believe, our 13th place driver. We got Nolander here, and I thought this is really kind of the closest 2 drivers we got right now is Nolander and SoCal here. Ooh, big wiggle there from Nolander as you come around the corner. Lone Wolf Racing here, and you just after that incident, just hasn't been able to gain back on the racetrack, and maybe he just got a little rattled there, and he's just fallen out of his rhythm, or maybe he's just unable to catch up. Again, you know, when you have lobbies that are so equally paced like this, and with drivers that are so fast like the drivers in this lobby, it really is hard to make up time sometimes on your opponents, and as a racer, sometimes that deflates you maybe without you realizing it, and it changes the way that you attack the track, so to speak. So Petrolhead there, having a little incident there. He picked up some damage on the front nose clip of that car. You can see he's got some front aero and some front right suspension damage currently right now, and that's definitely going to affect his top speed here as he comes down the straightaway. But again, having to come into pit lane here for fuel, so we're keeping our eye on this here for a second. I just don't understand if he's having a fueling issue. It doesn't seem to be. There we go. Now the fuel can seems to be working here. So Razorhawk does now take over the lead of the race here. We've got Reyes Jr. here in 2nd place. That gap is 3 seconds in closing because F1 Dennis in behind here. Oops, in 3rd place. He's giving him a little push up the straightaway here. Of course, he's going to use that push, and he's still going to try and get the job done here. But that does pull both those drivers back closer to our race leader. So F1 Dennis up the inside. Reyes Jr. is just going to take a little look in behind here. Potential cutback there, a wiggle from F1 Dennis. Opportunity there for Reyes, and he's just going to settle in behind. I think that's a smart play here. Big slide coming on the exit right there. He just gathers that car back up, and that was a great job there to gather that thing back up. And it's going to cost him a little bit of time, obviously, on the exit there due to momentum loss on the slide, but still in the slipstream of F1 Dennis. And if he can stay locked in that slipstream of that driver, there's a good opportunity there for a 3-way battle for the race win here yet today. Toonbox still 6.7 seconds in behind. He hasn't really gained on that pack up in front yet. So it's kind of really these two here at the moment, how they approach the track. But I mean, F1 Dennis, he's just kicked it into a whole new gear here. He's flying. I mean, he's got this purple sector by almost a second right now, which will put him almost into the 58s around the racetrack here. Currently, our fastest driver on the track is Razorhawk with basically a 2-minute flat, a 2-minute .013, so just a hair off of a 2-minute flat lap time here. And F1 Dennis, you can see how quickly he's closing in here on Razorhawk right now. That time is dropping very, very quickly here, and F1 Dennis is just he's found overdrive in this car right now. Motivation right there coming from F1 Dennis, and you can see the race leader up there. Sometimes all the driver needs is just to see the next car up ahead, and that's enough for them to find another level here. Sorias is finding it very hard to keep up with him right now. 1.6 seconds is now that gap from 3rd place to 2nd place. It's got Toonbox 6.4 seconds in behind. Jay's here in 5th place with Egon in behind here in 6th place. We got Petrolhead in 7th. He's now got a full tank of fuel in that car, enough fuel in that car to get to the rest of the race here. So I'm not sure what the strategy was there. It was a little interesting. We got drummer driver here in 8th place. We got SoCal in 9th position. We got Nolander still in 10th, and he's closing in 3/4 of a second here. Let's stick with this for a minute and see if Nolander can make something happen here by the end of the straightaway heading into Cherry Blossom on lap number 20. So we have 6 laps remaining, including the lap that we're on here today, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this is just for Division 3, so we still have 2 more absolutely fast divisions to go yet here with Division 2 and Division 1 after Division 3 race. So this will be followed up with some podium interviews with our top 3 drivers, and then we will lead into our Division 2 race. Alright, so Nolander's closing in here. He's definitely well in that slipstream here now, SoCal. And this is a battle for 9th and 10th position here on the racetrack. Right now it's the closest battle we have currently on the racetrack. And of course, I think as this race progresses, that may change. It looks like 1st and 2nd are starting to get pretty close together here. We got, looks like 7th and 8th maybe as well, getting close together there. So we're going to go take a quick peek here on those ones. We're keeping an eye on our track radar there, but Nolander definitely closing in here on SoCal, so it's going to come down to what happens in the Go chicane here, which they're just entering right now, and Nolander with a little wall up right there, and that is going to just stem some momentum he had there. And let's go see what's happening up front here. So we got Razorhawk and Dennis. It's only separated by 1.3 seconds, so Razorhawk's doing a good job of keeping the charge of Dennis off here right now. We've got Rise here. He's in the 3rd position and 3 seconds off 1st and 2nd place there, so not too much quite happening there right at the moment. We got Petrolhead back up into 6th place here. He's made his way around Egon. Let's get back to this battle right here for 9th and 10th place here with Nolander and SoCal. Alright, so SoCal from the Flying Fox Racing team here. We've got Nolander coming from Team Rad, the team owner over there at Team Rad as well. So, loves this racetrack, that's for sure. But going to be disappointed with his result here. But I think what the drivers forget in Pure Racing League here is no matter what division you are racing in, you are racing against equally or more skilled racers against yourself. So nothing comes easy here at Pure Racing League. You got to earn every inch of the racetrack, and you got to earn every position here. And you know, there's lots of learning for all the drivers to be done here when you have such fast-paced racing action every single racing week, and these guys are only going to get faster because of it. So we'll look out next season is all I'm going to say there. But SoCal gets a great exit there. He really maximizing the racetrack right now. He's aware that Nolander's there. He's not panicking, and he's just holding his line right now. Still pretty early. We're not right near the end of the race here. There doesn't need to be an immediate urgency here, I think, to get this pass done on SoCal, unless Nolander outright feels he's just got more pace. But I don't really think that that's the case here. It's taken Nolander a while to even try and attempt to attack SoCal here. So I think that if they work together here until the last lap and then battle this thing out on the last lap, you know, you never know what happens. You might be able to close that 7-second gap up to 8th place up ahead of you here. So let's get back up to the lead here. We do have F1 Dennis now well in the tow at this point, chasing down Razorhawk. So F1 Dennis now putting some pressure here, not immediate pressure on our race leader, but he is there. He's definitely in the review mirror. We jump on board here with Razorhawk. I mean, all he's got to do is look up a little bit. And oh, hello, look what we got right there. We've got 2nd place. Oh my. And a little push there from F1 Dennis there as they come up the hill. So again, racing awareness there from F1 Dennis as well. You know, he realizes that 3rd place is still lurking just off in the background here. So here we go, side-by-side action. Defensive line here coming from Razorhawk, and Dennis is going to go in extremely late on the brakes there, and he's just going to slot right ahead on the outside. So that is move done there for F1 Dennis, and I said, watch out for this driver at the beginning of the broadcast here today for this division. And lo and behold, here he is at the end of the race, using his strategy and leading this thing with just 3.5 laps remaining here. So Razorhawk now finds himself chasing in 2nd place. Got Rise still here in 3rd position. We got Toombox still 6.6 seconds in behind, so hasn't been able to close in on that front group. Jay said here he's 3.5 seconds in behind 4th place driver. Petrolhead is 5.5 seconds in behind Jay. Drummer driver 3.9 seconds. He's got Egon closing in here though. So potential battles for 7th and 8th place here between these 2 drivers before the end of this race here as well. We're going to go back and see what's going on and just in behind these 2 here as well, with Nolander and SoCal, and I think those 2 might actually be battling as those arrows look real close together. So nose to tail as we head into the Go chicane here. And great job there from Nolander not to let that dirty air really really affect his line through that corner. I mean, he is just stuck to SoCal's bumper here right now as they continue around the racetrack. And is he going to try and find a move here? Because, I mean, the gap is 8.4 seconds to Egon here right now. The gap seems to be increasing, not decreasing. So at this point, the drivers are probably aware of that factor. And I think at this point, this is now going to become a two-way battle here between SoCal and Olander for 9th and 10th place here before the end of this race. Ooh, and Egon getting it wrong right there. Big slide there, massive recovery. He managed to keep that thing off the wall somehow. That's going to definitely hurt his charge to drummer driver in front, but he's still got a gap to SoCal and Olander there. So that battle may very well be finished here now for this race. Unfortunate there for Egon, but great gather there as that car was all kinds of out of shape and some pedaling and some good hard steering wheel pull there, and he managed to get that thing moving in the forward direction still. So great job there by Egon. But Dennis right now, 1.2 second gap. He's had enough. He's checking out. He's like, nope, I'm gonna win this week. Catch me if you can. Razorhawk's like, hey, where you going, man? We are not done yet. Hold on. I want that back. But he has a tall order here. This guy's quick, and he's got a taste of a victory here right now, and he's showing it in his pace on the racetrack. Rise Jr. here in third place. He was a little disappointed in his performance in round one, but again, keeping in mind, that was his first ever league race. Much more dialed in here, it looks like, this week in round number 2, as he's currently sitting in the final podium position here, but he's still got a couple of laps to go here. He's got to keep it dialed in. He's got to keep those emotions underneath of him and just bring it home here. We got Toonbox in 4th place. We got JSet in 5th place here as well, and he's had a solid race for himself here. He's been a little up, a little down in that mid-pack, but looking good to secure a 5th place finish. But Petrolhead is closing, not huge amounts, but Petrolhead is definitely gaining here in 6th. Drummer Driver and Egon again separated there due to that mistake made by Egon in Toll Plaza there on the exits, and that was enough there to probably give Drummer Driver a nice comfortable run to the start-finish line the rest of the way here. Right now, SoCal is feeling the heat though. Nolander still tucked in. Gap is still half a second here. Great little battle right now between 9th and 10th place. I mean, it hasn't been aggressive fighting here, but they are closing in on Egon. Now, Egon did make that mistake, remember, so that did give up a little bit of time here, and these drivers are only seeing a 3-second gap at this point here now on Egon here in 8th place, so Egon can probably just see them guys in the rearview mirror here coming down the straightaway to the start-finish line to start lap number 24. Alright, so here we go. Battle back on for the race lead here. Razorhawk caught up to F1 Dennis, gets the job done, makes the move there. A little mistake from F1 Dennis and tucks it up the inside. We're going to have to go take another look at that sequence here, ladies and gentlemen, as we didn't quite catch it in time. So side by side here, heading into Cherry Blossom on lap 24 here. Dennis having the defensive line there, and just, a little contact with the wall there from Dennis. Slowed him down there, and just getting into the side of Razorhawk there, but Razorhawk managed to get the position done, and it is battle back on between these two here, and the fight for first place is not over here yet. There's still a lap and a half left. F1 Dennis is about half a second behind chasing Razorhawk here, and oh boy, it is on, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to be hanging out right here. Alright, F1 Dennis gave it away there a little bit. Just a small mistake there on the defensive side of things there, and now trying to track back in to see if he can rekindle this battle for first place here. And he is tucked in as we head through Toll Plaza exit. Super important here. Ooh, big wiggle there from Dennis. Not what he wanted there. You can see a nice clean exit coming from Razorhawk up in front. You can see the difference that made on the exit as we head down the straightaway here. It opened up a couple of tenths of a second, just that little bit of wiggle on the throttle. So we're going to have one to go here from our race leaders when we come across the start finish line. This time it is white flag racing here from Division 3 of Pure Racing League in round number 2, and it is 0.3 of a second separating first and second place here. So battle on for the race win. Final lap. Let's go. Heading up the straightaway, moving up in towards Cherry Blossom for the final time here from Division 3. Round number 2, Tokyo East Clockwise. And side by side heading into Cherry Blossom on the defense is Razorhawk. Dennis hanging it hard on the outside there. That is a great hold, and he's going to get a little bit of position heading into the second part of Cherry Blossom here, and we're still side by side here. And Razorhawk's just going to edge him out there. A little bit of wall contact, trying to hold that tough outside line there from Dennis. And boy, this is a fight, and here we go. One lap showdown, ladies and gentlemen, for the race win here in round number 2 between two very fast drivers. And it is Razorhawk and F1 Dennis coming up in towards the S's, coming out, and here we go. Lots of fast sweeping corners here through this part of the racetrack. It's all going to come down to what happens coming out of Toll Plaza here now. Again, a little mistake made there by Dennis, and I think he might have clipped the wall there too on the way through. Really pushing hard here right now, so we're coming into Toll Plaza. This is really going to be where the opportunity lies here for these drivers real soon. They're going to come around. There's got a little kink to the left here, and then it is a hard braking zone. So what is going to happen coming out of Toll Plaza? Who's going to get the best exit? And I think we're in for a drag race to start finish line here, myself personally. So hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because it's about to get exciting. Coming out of the final corners here, we got one kink to the left and a massive slide there from F1 Dennis, and that might be enough to hold the charge off. It's going to be Razorhawk. Can he hold off F1 Dennis? He's got the lights flashing. He sure seems to think he's got enough here, and F1 Dennis has about 350 meters left here, and he's not going to get it done. Razorhawk has done enough. The big exit slide there is going to hold it off, and it's Razorhawk for the win. It's going to be a second place finisher for F1 Dennis. It's going to be TT Urias Jr. coming home there in third place. It's going to be Toombox, last week's winner here, in fourth position as he comes across the line here as well. Well done by him. That was a great drive here by him again today. Petrolhead's going to bring it home here in fifth position as well. So another great race coming from this driver. Team Rad looking strong. J-Set's going to bring it home here in sixth place, and he was closing in on Petrolhead there. Drummer driver is going to get that seventh place finish. It's going to be TT's Egon here in eighth place today as well. And this is a VR driver here, so he's in that VR2 headset. SoCal in ninth position. We got Nolander coming home in 10th place. It's going to be our defending champion here for Division 3 from Season 1. Not having the best day here today, but it's an 11th place finish and still points on the board. So next round is a whole new round. And we're going to stick with him, of course, until he comes through here, because that's how we roll. What a great battle right to the finish line there between Dennis and Razorhawk, though, and great race, especially at the beginning of this race here. Chip Reese coming home in 12th place. Not sure why I missed that. All of a sudden I just missed it. And we got Black Rider just heading into Toll Plaza here right now. Will be our 13th place finisher here today. And ooh, making a mistake there, or just out of frustration, we're not sure, but 13th place finish nonetheless for Black Rider. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was our first of 3 races here today from Pure Racing League. Whoa. All right. Moving screens. Interesting. Well, thank goodness for the stream, because at least we have official finishing results. We have official finishing results. We can use that for the fastest lap as well, thankfully. Unfortunate, though, for replay. Yeah, at least we lost the lobby right at the end of the race. If it was going to happen, that was the perfect time for it to happen. All right, everybody, what do we think of that? What do we think of round number 2, race number 1 on the day from Division 3? That was pretty crazy. Whew, that was pretty crazy, chat. I mean, we're gonna do some podiums here. So top 3 to the interview room here. Won't let me tag the channel for some reason. All right, so we'll just give our drivers a few minutes here to gather themselves up. It usually takes a couple of minutes for the drivers, obviously, to get out of their race cars. They got to get out of all their equipment. You got to get the Hans device off. You got to get your helmet off. You got to get all that gear out that these drivers have to wear inside these race cars, and then they make their way to their commentary booth here. So we will be looking for Reyes, Dennis, and Razorhawk. And it's not a mandatory thing. Sometimes the drivers just don't make it to the interviews, and that's also normal. But in the meantime, I mean, what else can we say? That was a crazy race. Yeah, that was just a crazy race, plain and simple. Um, just great racing by the whole Division 3 racing group today. Tokyo always provides tough racing and good racing all at the same time. You just don't have room for error at Tokyo. I mean, it's a circuit completely covered in by walls, and it is what it is. The drivers that make the mistakes unfortunately pay the price for it. The drivers that stay consistent and keep their cars safe are the ones that typically end up in the position of our race winners here today. So consistency really was key, and the drive from F1 Dennis, the strategy, the alternative strategy compared to the majority of the field, taking his pit stops pretty early on in the race, really worked out for him in the end there. And of course, just the incredible pace that the driver has on the racetrack as well always makes a difference as well. But consistency and keeping the car safe is key. But it wasn't quite good enough to get a win here today. Razorhawk had the answer, and a very, very hard fought and well earned first place for Razorhawk, and a well earned and hard fought second place for F1 Dennis as well. Titi Reyes Jr. That last stint kind of just stuck in no man's land, but he managed to keep the gap where the gap was, and he brought it home for a third place finish for his first ever league racing podium as well. So good racing here today from our Div 3 drivers, and it just goes to show that anybody can win these races in this division. Last week's winner was Toombox. This week's winner, Razorhawk. Let's go VPR to the top, says Brandon. Hey, it's all good, Nolan. Don't stress, my dude. Don't stress. This is an incredible field of drivers. You can't get too upset about that. So we do have one of our drivers here in the box. So just give me a moment to set the audio up so y'all can hear him. We're gonna keep it right about there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. My mic's actually working in Discord today. Fantastic. So we do have our race winner here with us actually right now in the booth. So we're going to have a chat with Razorhawk. Comes from the Victory Pace Racing team here today. And I believe this is his first race of the season, and coming in and putting his stamp on the Pure Racing League GT3 series in Division 3. Absolutely great racing out there. Dogfight right to the end for you. Talk us through how your day went today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a great race, super intense. A lot of back and forth between me and a couple other racers fighting for first for a while. Um, Me and my team kind of practiced a little bit and organized a strategy, and we stuck to it, and it ended up working out in our favor. So, really good racing. Really glad that everything turned out well. Look forward for more.
Absolutely. And is that correct? Was this your first race of the season? You missed the first round?
Yeah, I ended up missing the first round. This is my first one.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just another driver in Division 3 for the rest of the driver field to really be aware of out there. I mean, Tokyo is a city circuit. Obviously, these city circuits are very difficult. You're surrounded by walls. You don't have any room for runoff. If you make the mistake, there's not a lot of room to get yourself turned around and get going back on track again. How much does that weigh on your mind coming into a race with a full stack grid, knowing that you're up against stiff competition? Is that something that's playing on your mind at race beginning, or is that something that you suppress through pre-race preparation?
Um, Absolutely. It definitely weighed on my mind a bit. The consequences of like, making a mistake or not, being consistent. So I did keep that in mind as I was racing. As long as I kept a good line and was patient and also, good braking. Um, I knew that I could maintain like a consistent time, and that's really what I was going for, alongside reserving tires and brakes, or sorry, tires and fuel. Um, but it turned out well. So
Absolutely, and the charge by F1 Dennis, he was on a slightly different pit stop strategy than the majority of the field here today. He took a very early pit stop and then a mid race pit stop, and really charged through the field up to the front. I mean, he didn't hesitate to just continue to close the gap, put the pressure on you. I mean, what was it like for the last 5 laps of that race between you two fighting for the eventual race win?
Yeah, yeah, that guy took me definitely by surprise. I saw him coming in within those last 5 laps or whatever, and in the beginning I got a little shook up. It kind of knocked me off pace a little bit. Then I just refocused, reconcentrated my energy back into my driving, and just fought through it. You know, he definitely gave me a run for my money, and props to him for a good race. But in the end, he obviously pulled out the victory, and that's what we were looking for.
Absolutely, and of course, defending champion not having a great day here on the track today either. So, really, this championship is up to grabs to any one of the drivers. We had three different podium finishers here this week compared to last week as well. And when you're in a track like this, we talked early on in the broadcast, bringing in your guys' division here today, how patience is going to really be key here. Slipstream driving, bump draft, on the fly racing decisions, kind of as things are unfolding in front of you. Is on a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult is it to make those on the adjustment flies here on this particular racetrack?
Man, on this track where it's just like very narrow, it's not a lot of passing opportunities, cause it's so tight. You don't have a lot of space to go side by side with a lot of people besides the straightaways mostly. So to be honest, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd have to give it probably a 9. To be real honest with you, a 9 of intensity, because it can be a struggle sometimes.
Absolutely, and overall, I think that the division as a whole handled this very difficult racetrack quite well. There were some early on troubles for some of the drivers, but once everybody kind of got settled into the race and the pace of the race, it really turned out to be a great race. But you stealing the show here in Division Three in round number two today is VPR's Razorhawk in a great battle right to the end. So if you guys are just tuning in and you missed the Division Three race, you're definitely going to want to go back and watch it because this was action packed right from start to finish. And the last 5 laps are definitely some must see racing here between F1 Dennis and Razorhawk for the eventual race win today. But with that being said, I guess anything you'd like to add to your racing today, and any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to throw out there to the viewers watching at home.
Yeah, shout out to all the drivers for great racing, great intensity. Shout out to IMB Racewear, our sponsors, Capral Sim Racing, Tiger Life, GTR Simulator, Foundation TS. Shout out to all those guys. Shout out to my teammates, VPR. They came in, they handled their business. We were all just supporting each other, striving for greatness, and we achieved that. So we look forward to more racing and more greatness.
Well, there we go. Very well said, and congratulations on a great round two racing week. And speaking of that very extensive team over there at Victory Pace Racing, we'll let you get back to that clubhouse and go celebrate with those great group of drivers over there.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so there we have it, our race winner, Razorhawk, here today. And we do not have Rise or F1 Dennis here available, apparently, for our podium interviews here right now, which is okay. Again, it is not something that's required. It's just an option for the drivers if they want to come and have a chat and talk to the viewers at home. So, um, again, congratulations to F1 Dennis. We did talk about this driver being a broadcast and how he is one driver to watch out for here today, and he definitely showed us why on the racetrack with some absolutely great push at the end and some great battling for eventually a second place finish here for him today. But that's the way racing goes. You can't win them all, and it's those kinds of races that the drivers really remember the most because the drivers don't remember the boring long races. They remember the ones that they had to fight for, and that was definitely a fight to the finish line for first and second place here today. And congratulations to our third place driver, TT Rise Jr. I know I can speak on his behalf because he's one of my drivers here over at 1010 Sim Racing, and he's a brand new sim racer. He's only been at it for about 3 or 4 months, and has really, really shown some great, incredible skill and pace on the racetrack. And congratulations to him for his third place finish, his first podium finish in his sim racing career here, and it's done at Pure Racing Leagues. So potentially a driver to also be looking out for here in the series points as the series progresses as well, but not to take away from all 13 of our drivers in the field today. Spectacular action from start to finish. That mid-pack at the beginning of the race created us a good 10 laps of great racing action for the viewers at home. So GG's to Division 3 here today. And we're going to take a short little break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't run away. Now's a good time to get a restroom stop and refill your snacks and your beverages and stretch. We'll be back with a Division 2 race here in about 9 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the wrong button. Hello, everybody. We are back. Welcome, welcome. All right, we're just going to throw up this for a second here. All right, so we have found our way up to the Division 2 paddock here. These guys have got the cars out. They got them all roaring and revving. They got some of them out on track. They're doing some final practicing. We're getting ready to do some racing. So we'll be qualifying here shortly. And we'll see a 10-minute qualifying run for Division 2 here, much like we did see for Division 3. There we go. Just had to make an adjustment there. All right, so if we're just tuning in, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. For those of us that have been here from the beginning, welcome back. We are getting ready to do our Division 2 race here from Pure Racing League. This is our second season here of the GT3 One Make Championship from Pure Racing League. Last season we used the GT3 McLaren 650S. This season, well, let me introduce the machinery. This season, the drivers are running the 2017 Lexus RCF GT3 machinery. So this car stock is a front engine rear wheel drive. It has a max power of 535 horsepower at 7,000 RPM, has a max torque of 542 foot-pounds of torque at 4,500 RPM. It has a curb weight of 2,866 pounds or 1,303 kilograms, and has performance points within the game of 728.36 points on racing soft tires. Also a naturally aspirated engine, meaning there is no turbo assist. It is all muscle under the hood of this Lexus. Now, we have balanced performance here, and this is to make the cars equal for all the drivers. This is what keeps the fair play in play here during league racing. So with the balance of performance applied, it is 498 available horsepower and 422 foot-pounds of torque available for these drivers, which brings performance down to 716 points, and the curb weight remains the same. So we're just about ready here to get underway for qualifying conditions here. So race control is just giving the word here for drivers to get the cars ready to go. So the tire warmers are coming off, the drivers are getting strapped in, and we are getting ready to go. All right, can we hear me? Everything is still working. Always got to do the audio check. Everything is still working. So you can hear everything happening off in the background there. You can hear the car noises in the background. Again, the driver's just getting those final few corners in, just getting the last second check on that tune before we start qualifying conditions. So you can see it's slightly overcast here today with some sunny breaks on the racetrack. And if we were here for our Division 3 race, 20 after a start time, whenever you want to go, man. My bad. We're good. Good to go whenever you're ready to go. Race control, my bad. All right, so. All right, we are just waiting for them to line up. I'm good to go whenever they're ready to go, so we should see qualifying laps here coming from this fast division. Now, a little bit about this division. Now, this is Division 2, which means this division is a little bit faster than a division we just watched, obviously. That doesn't, not necessarily a whole lot faster. That's how close these drivers are placed together. And it's a large field, and I mean a large field of A-plus tier drivers here within the game, which puts these drivers at a large amount of safety rating and driver rating, which means that these are some of the fastest drivers within the game here, and there's several A+ drivers obviously within the Gran Turismo 7 platform, but we have a whole field of them here today for everybody. So let's flip you over, let's get to the big screen, let's check out the action, let's go see what's happening as we are getting ready for qualifying conditions. All right. Oh, we need to change that. Alright, so it looks like Teasbap is going to be out first here. No, it is not Teasbap that's going to be out first here. Alright, let's get going here with all this greatness. It is Division 2 race, it is not a Division 3 race like it shows on the screen right now. So we're going to swap that right now. Little streamer magic. Alright. Let's get to doing some great qualifying. So what we've seen in Division 3 was we've seen 159.7 being the fastest lap on the racetrack. I suspect we'll see some very low 59s, potentially even some 58s here from these drivers in Division 2. That's just a guess. I could completely be wrong, but we're about to find out. That's the best part about it. So it is finalized to lead us off here in Division 2, and you can see the drivers are all fairly close together here too as well in qualifying. Now the rules on qualifying are you're allowed to bump draft, you're allowed to slipstream as long as you don't affect somebody's qualifying lap. So that means don't wreck somebody by accident, push them into a braking zone, force them deep. You know, you have to be very smart about it if you are going to do it. So the drivers typically opt to just leave a little bit of space in between each other. 4 or 5 seconds ideally is a good amount of space, just in case the driver makes a little bit of a mistake up ahead of you, to give yourself enough room not to compromise your own lap around the racetrack as well. So this is just an out lap. This lap does not count. This is an opportunity for the drivers to warm up tires, get some air pressure built up, maybe refine a corner they're struggling with, whatever the case may be for each driver. It's on an individual basis. But now as we cross the start-finish line, we are officially recording these laps. So now every corner, every braking point, every mile per hour counts here to try and get the best starting position on the grid for round 2 as we can. And we do line our drivers up obviously fastest first to slowest last here in based off our qualifying conditions. So finalized to take us around here for the first time. And it's just a big, long, straight run. So right at the beginning of the race, these drivers are going to be coming down into turns 1 and 2 at full speed on cold racing tires. So right now they have a little chance to warm those tires up before they come into this corner at full speed. But when racing conditions start, everything will change. So right now we do have finalized here leading the charge. He'll be the first driver to record at a time, and then we'll get through the field again as quickly as we can because it happens so fast. Alright, we got a rock and roll here. I can't remember who won in Division 2 last week. It was such a crazy race. I'm actually going to have to go check. That was Mr. SBS from our lab that won last week. So we'll definitely have our eyes on him here again this week. And the R-Lab guys have great pace here. There's a few of them in the Division 2 lobby here too as well. So again, teamwork, bump drafting, having a partner, the buddy system really works well here around this racetrack, especially under racing conditions. So I guess the question is where do they qualify in regards to each other, and do they immediately put some team play into effect and try to push the pack? Alright, so it is finalized, and first time through here, it's a good lap too. It's going to be a low 59. No, it is, yes, it's a 59, but Stig is going to take first place there, and Dino is going to move into 4th. Halix is going to move up into 1st. Mr. SBS into 3rd. Told you it happens fast. Apex GT moves up into 5th place. We got Yanis. He is going to jump up into 7th, finalizes down into 8th. We got Bo Snipe coming through here next. Where is he going to finish up on his first lap? It is going to be a 2-minute lap. Wow, that happened so fast I couldn't even keep up with it. Lucas here in 12th place. We got Teasbap at 13th. Oh, right. That happened crazy fast. He must have been all nose to tail pretty much. I think the last two have yet to clock in a time here. So it looks like we got 3 drivers here that have yet to clock in a time. Our 11th, 12th, 13th place drivers here on the track here. So Streeter Tom, Lucas 369 and Teasbap here have yet to record their first lap. So let's just stick with these guys here for a minute. And they're playing in strategy here, it looks like. All nose to tail here as we're coming down. And let's see what that relates to in time on the racetrack here. This is going to be recorded laps. Oh, and there you go. That's how it's going to relate to time right there. That is a pole position right there. The 158.288. playing the buddy system. Lucas is right there behind him, nipping just 3/100ths of a second underneath. So Halix now in third. That put Teasbap in fourth place there too. You see he just laid off the slip there a little tiny bit, and he probably could have come in with the pole position lap there. We got Bombardier here in fifth place. We know it says Delino in on this PA station, but we have been requested that he is called Bombardier. So that who our fifth place driver is here. We've got the Stig currently sitting in sixth. Last week's winner in seventh place. We've got Dino, teammate, right there, and mistake made, so he just lets him through, and a big wiggle from teammate in behind. We got Sir Shredder there in ninth place here behind on the track. So let us get back to that crazy group that we had right up here. Is that these guys? Yes, most of these guys here. We got Bombardier, Stig, Mr. SBS, Dino, Halix, and a couple of the other drivers up in front here. But all our lab guys all kind of close together here too, so a little bit of teamwork happening here in a couple sets, and that's going to make things quite interesting, I think, come racing conditions as well. But I mean, it's one thing to be able to do that, it's one thing to manage that all race long too. I mean, it is a skill to be able to do that. It's just rather improving over the 159.9, and that doesn't even put him in the top 8 right now, so that just goes to show how fast this lobby is. And if this lobby's dropping 58s, I don't even want to start to speculate what lobby 1 is going to drop, because that is a pretty great time here, and you can see the R-Lab guys here working pretty well together. You can see who's been practicing, obviously, when it comes to this, with Streeter Tom here in the lead again with Lucas. These two working together here in qualifying. We got Halix, he's kind of by himself here, but teammates very close behind. We got Teasbap here rolling slowly, not sure why, but rolling, waiting for Bombardier potentially here maybe to catch up. So very quickly this trend is catching on here in this division. So I think we're going to see a slipstream style race coming out of Division 2 here in round number 2 from Pure Racing League. So Sir Shred at Night here in 9th place, and his livery finally kicked in on the screen. We've got Dino here in 10th. We've got Ram Apex GT here in 11th. We've got Finalized in 12th. He was our first driver out to qualify here, and we got Bo Snipe in 13th position here. So going back to here, now it's Lucas up in pole position, Streeter Tom down in second, and now that's down into a 57.9 here on the racetrack. So pushing the limits right now are all our drivers, and we've got one driver just kind of moving out of the way there. I think that was Teasbap again. We have Halix here in third. We've got Teasbap currently sitting in fourth, and I'm just got a bunch of drivers just chilling out in the corner there. So we'll just move on to some moving traffic there, having a little pre-race discussion between the three of them there, I guess. All right, so it's Mr. SBS again, last week's winner. Sir Shredder Knight here in 9th. We got Dino in 10th. Sir Shredder was just coming through the line there, I think. So let's jump back on with him there. And he's got 3 drivers all slipstreaming away there up in behind him there. I don't know if that related to better times. I did not see any improvements come up on the screen. So definitely some pushing happening down in behind there with those 3 guys as well. Right, so bump drafting is a tricky thing in Gran Turismo 7. There's a couple different ways you can do it. I mean, you can just drive into the back end of somebody's car and give them a big push. Probably one of the less effective ways of bump drafting. You can come up to behind a car and just let off your throttle a little bit and give them a slight tap, and that gives them a slight push, and that pulls your car back in, and then you continue that process. That's probably about a medium effective slipstreaming bump drafting style routine here. Or you can do what Lucas and Tom are doing here, and literally just stuck together, bumper to bumper, just pushing. And this is exactly what bump drafting. This is the most effective style of bump drafting right here. Just sticking together, and this just creates a bigger hole in the air, which essentially, in theory, makes those 2 cars a little bit faster than one car. So working pretty good together there, those 2. Got the Stig here in 3rd. We've got Halix here in 4th. We've got Teasbap in 5th. We've got Delino, some Bombardier, pardon me, in 6th. We've got Yanis here in 7th. We've got Mr. SBS here in 8th. We've got Shredda in 9th. We've got Dino here in 10th place. We've got Ram Apex GT here in 11th. We got Finalized in 12th. And we got Bo here in 13th. So all right, so looks like Lucas has the 4-ways on. I'm not sure there. Streeter Tom continues on here. We got the Stig coming through. He's going to take the checkered flag. No, I thought I seen the checkered flag drop in here. All right, we got Streeter Tom still on a flyer here. Sure, Shredder coming in with a 58.441. That's good enough for a third place stab right at the end of qualifying there from him. So that was a great lap coming from Sir Shredder Knight there, and a 58.443. And he wasn't using bump draft, and he was all alone there. So that was a great lap there from him. As he comes around. So the Stig, we got Halix, so it's still Streeter Tom here. Oh, second place driver right now currently. Coming around here, he's quite a bit down, so I can't see him improving on that. But the second place driver is Streeter Tom. We got Shredder in third. We've got the Stig in fourth. Halix in fifth. We got Teasbap in sixth. We got Bardier sitting in seventh. We got Dino in eighth. Yanis in ninth. We got Mr. SBS here in 10th position. We've got Finalized in 11th. We got Ram Apex in 12th and Bo Snipe in 13th position. So that is our starting grid order. Just a little kiss. That was very effective bump drafting techniques. I mean, like I said, there is three ways that you can use bump drafting here in GT7. One a little more effective than the rest, obviously, but obviously situational dependent too. Some tracks don't necessarily have a lot of room to be able to stick nose to tail for a long period of time, so sometimes the little push is more beneficial on some of the racetracks. But in this case, that nose to tail, bumper to bumper driving was most effective there, and that was some great times. But again, you know, Sir Shredder Knight came in only 0.5 of a second behind those two on his own, so just a sheer pace. These guys just have incredible pace. Go Racing Lab. Hey, we got the R-Lab fans up in the house. We love to see that. All right, so 2 minutes. I'm assuming 2 minutes here in between, but he could fire it off quickly because I think we're a little bit behind schedule. I guess that's due to me. All right, so rock and roll. Full lobby train in lobby one. That's what I suspect I'm going to see. Yeah, but I mean, you know, you just never know. You just never know. They might just dogfight it out all race long. Wouldn't that be something? That'd be great. Now we're going to see smart calculated racing here, I think, now for the remaining two divisions. I mean, we see pretty smart calculated racing from Division 3, so not saying that they didn't race smart, because they raced very, very smart. There were lots of great racing decisions being made on the racetrack at Division 3 all race long by the drivers as situations were unfolding. It's going to be no different here in Division 2 and Division 1. I mean, those guys just, they're on an incredible level of pace and racing ability within the platform. It's just, many of us are trying so hard to get there, and some of us may not be able to get there just because we are limited to ourselves mainly. Any one of us have that capability, but again, you know, we all have our comfort zones, and sometimes we don't like to break them. So I've even sniffed a 0.9. Oh, well, there you go. Bonk time next time he says he's slow. Yeah. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go underway here. I should probably save the results. I'm slacking here. All right, so Lucas with a 157.9 and a 157.933 from Tom, and then of course, like I said, Shredder coming in there with a there it is. Shredder coming in with a 58.441, and that was on his own. So, I mean, that was an incredible lap. Just straight up incredible lap. So these guys have been moving. These guys are moving. We're just about there, chat. We're just about there. We're there. Race control has cleared the track. They deemed it safe. We're gonna go racing. All right, let's do this. Get rid of that. Bring our TV crew into play here, and it's going to be pole sitter Lucas369 here in round number 2, division number 2, to lead the charge from Pure Racing League Season 2 GT3 Championship. Kick them tires. Light them fires. We're green, 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 and we're looking at everybody gets a good start. No falses in behind. Doesn't look like anybody spun there. Got a bad wheel spin. We are off, and we should probably see a whole lot of single file driving out of this division, much like we're going to see in Division 1 here as well. Alright, so right off the bat, it's Lucas and Tom here, first and second, nose to tail. We've got Shredda here in third. We've got the Stig in fourth. We've got Halix in fifth. All three of these guys nose to tail. T's Bap there in sixth. Ooh, a little bit of miscommunication there. We're three wide coming through Cherry Blossom Part 1 here, and everybody sorts themselves out there. Everybody's still moving. Everybody's still grooving, but boy, oh boy, that was some tight quarters coming through Cherry Blossom here on lap number 1, and some positions definitely changed there. So let's get back to the field. We got Tom in first. We got Lucas in second. Shredda in third place. We've got the Stig in fourth. We've got Bardier in fifth. We've got Dino in sixth. We've got Halix in seventh. We've got Yanis in eighth place. We've got Teasbap here in ninth. We've got Finalized in 10th. We've got Apex GT in 11th. We've got SPS in 12th. We've got Bo here in 13th. And ooh, a little bit of a battle happening here. We're three wide. We're quite deep into the pack here. Let's get to our 10th place driver here and see what's happening here. We got a battle up in front of him for 8th and 9th place here as well between Yanis and Finalized. Let's jump on that real quick here. And these guys are just very quickly making moves here, sorting each other out, trying to grab positions on the racetrack. So Streeter Tom here in the lead. You got Lucas 369 here in second place. So Shredda is tucked right underneath Lucas 369 here, maybe looking to get around right away here. Right now just tucked in underneath the wing, giving him a push as we head into the Toll Plaza for the first time here on lap number 1. And there's going to be battles all over this racetrack. We'll do our best to get everything to everybody as quickly as we can here. But this could be some crazy racing early on here, much like we saw in Division 3. And again, first to third place, just nose to tail here right now. All right, let's go through quick. Let's see what else we see here. Got a huge pack coming out of Toll Plaza here right now, and everybody's just kind of taking their positions and getting back in line, and that's not surprising here. We got Finalized up in 9th. Bo's grabbed 3 spots up in the 10th place there. We got Mr. SPS up a spot here as well up into 11th. We got Halix down a few spots here in the 12th. Those guys coming in the pit lane, and Ram Apex GT in 9th place. So we got looks like 4 drivers here in pit lane. It's our lab team. So early pit strategy coming from the esports racing lab, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I got that right. Racing esports? Yeah, I can't quite remember. Alright, here we go. Streeter Tom in the lead. We got Lucas in second still, and we got Sir Shredda in third. Again, right just in behind those gentlemen is Bombardier here in fourth place. He's got 1.1 seconds in front of him, and he's got 2.5 in behind him. So right now, not quite in the toe of that front pack, and that's where he needs to be. And they're not really battling, so it's going to be tough for him to close in quickly here. But Dirty Air is going to be a factor for those top 3 right now, especially for Lucas and Sir Shredda being the lead, or the trailing cars from the leader. That's going to allow Bombardier to potentially close in. You can see it's happening. He's already in the slipstream. A little bit of wall contact there. It's going to slow the momentum down slightly for that driver there, but he's still just catching slipstream here. And as we come into the corner, you can see the middle pack coming through here as well. And we got nothing quite happening here yet, but Sir Shredda is still putting some pressure on Lucas 369 here in second place. Now the question is, are they working together, or is he just looking for a way to try and pass Lucas 369? Now clearly, in qualifying conditions, Lucas and Streeter Tom had a pretty good plan. They worked together really well. So does the Shredder want to try and maybe get himself in between these two guys so they can't do that and break away from the pack? That is kind of the question that's lingering in my mind right now. But Bombardier is here to put a wrench in the program here as well, as is now a 4-way battle for first through 4th place. And we're just going to stick with this here for a little bit longer. Right now they are playing pretty nice, and that may be by design. Let's see what's just happening here. I see some jostling happening in the back, but everybody's just kind of got the buddy system happening here right now. And again, not surprised to see that. We can say this would be much of a slipstream style race here in Division 2, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Race Asylum? Ah, it's Race Asylum. I did not realize it was Race Asylum. Got it. All right. We got Race Asylum Streeter Tom here, so there's a whole lot of Race Asylum racers in Division 2 here then. We got Lucas here in second place, and these guys are purple. We got Sir Shredda here still in third place, and Bombardier still tucked in. Took a little bit of a look there, but that was more of a clean air dive, I think, than anything else. Ooh, big wiggle right there from Sir Shredda, and look at that. Bombardier just tucked himself right underneath that wing. And is he going to be looking for a move here now? He's going to pull up in beside him here. Are we going to go too wide? Nope, he's just going to have to settle back in behind. He couldn't quite get the run, and he just tucks back in to line, and let's see what he does here. You know, he's being very smart. He's just taking alternate lines, and that is, again, to try and keep air in his race car so he can get that turn in and not lose pace with the driver in front of him. So you can see Sir Shredder there actually gained on Lucas because Lucas had to back off Tom a little bit most likely, and then we're going to see this back and forth here in this front four if they continue to race like this here throughout the early parts of this race. But Streeter Tom starting to pull away here. 1.1 second gap over Lucas right now, so Shredda is still tucked in behind. Can't either get around Lucas or he just hasn't tried. Not sure what it is yet, but these guys not really willing to hard battle at the moment and give up any time to this second pack chasing. This is led by Yanis Racing. He's got Teasbap in 6th place right in behind him. From there, it's finalized in 7th place. He's moved up a few positions very early on here in the race today. Got Bo Snipe, much of the same thing, from 13th now up into 8th place here as well. We got Ram Apex GT here. He's up into 9th, but again, we did see the RLab guys all make that early pit stop here. So 10th, 11th, 12th, and our 13th place drivers here are all from the same team. So this is by design, obviously, and they are all within about a half a second of each other. So a little team strategy coming into play right there. So yeah, I kind of like it. I dig it. Is it different? Okay, thanks, Jakey. Well, I'll get the down low. I'll get the down low for the next racing round. Alright, so still Tom and Lucas here. So again, just the little mistakes being made by these drivers individually here. And you can see they end up with another buddy or a different buddy throughout a sector or a lap here. Right now it's Lucas and Tom close back up together here in 1st and 2nd. Bombardier is about 1.8 in behind. And Yanis is now looking for a 4th place pass here on Sir Shredda. So Sir Shredda running into some problems here. And he's lost 2 positions here in just a handful of corners. So Yanis Racing now takes advantage. He moves himself up into 4th place, and now maybe with these two together here they can push right back up into that front pack here, but they are bringing along a whole another group of drivers here, and that's led by Teasbab, finalized and Bo Sniper in that pack here. This is a 3-way pack, and again, not a lot of hard battling happening right now on the racetrack. Again, the drivers have very quickly clued into this whole buddy system around Tokyo here and are trying to utilize that the best they can when they have the opportunities to do so, to catch up or gain position. Ram Apex GT is doing a great job of closing in on the back end of Bo Snipe here as well, and this is quickly becoming a 4-way pack again, and all you got to do is get in the slipstream around Tokyo and you have a good chance at being in a position to fight for another position. So that's what we're seeing here, and continue to see it probably throughout most of the race. So we got the RLab group here in 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th position. They're a little bit off the pack, obviously making an early pit stop, so they're kind of running their own race right now. So it is still Streeter Tom and Lucas here in 1st and 2nd place. Just a small, about 2 car lengths separating the two of them here right now, and Lucas very securely in the slipstream there, so he'll close in on our race leader here very quickly, and then he's just going to tuck in and give him a little bump, and that was a pretty big bump there. You could actually see Lucas had let off a little bit there. I think the bump was a little bit bigger than anticipated there. So you got Bombardier here. He's in 3rd place. He's chasing. He's just under 2 seconds. So he's not in the slipstream right now. What he needs is that to break just slightly between the 2 leaders, even for half a lap. And that might be enough for him to close up again and get into that slipstream. But right now, that's not what they're giving him to work with. We got Yanis Racing in 4th place, and he's got Sir Shredda tucked right back in behind him. And we're kind of keeping our eyes on the front pack here right now, because really anything can change very quickly here. Interested to see if the front 2 packs can link up. It's possible. It's most certainly possible. So Shredda here in 5th place. So there's some space here. We got, what, 5 seconds? 2 seconds? 2 seconds to Teasbap here in 6th place. And then he's got Finalize and Bo Snipe still right there. And Bo is giving Finalize a push here as well. So, again, the buddy system. You can see each driver is taking a slightly different angle into each racing line. Again, just trying to make sure they don't get their car into trouble in that, what we call dirty air. And what that does is it takes away your front end grip on your race car. Your front end grip is really important, obviously, for braking and cornering at high speeds. So you need to get a little bit of push on your front end, and clean air is what helps do that on the braking, because it brings your nose of your car down to the ground faster. But when you're in behind another car and you're in that suck zone, so to speak, you lose that ability to put that clean air on the front of your race car to help it dive into the road surface quicker, which means you don't have the same braking and high-speed turning capability that you would if you were the front driver of the pack, where you have clean racing air. So it's a tricky skill to have to learn, but these drivers are doing it very well here. Right, so let's take a look at these guys. The gap is 12 seconds. So we're going to be kind of keeping our eye on that because, again, they pit early. So the 4R Lab drivers have all pit early. So we are kind of keeping note of that. The remaining of these drivers are on what I would believe would be a similar style strategy to our Division 2 drivers, and that would be starting on the mediums, most likely probably diving in, having 1 or 2 lap hard stint, and then dropping into the softs. Or in the case of maybe a situation where there's a big gap, you might see the front runners maybe do softs and finish on the hards. But I think the main play here again looks mediums, hards, softs. Could be wrong, just speculation. All right, so Streeter Tom and Lucas here, they got a gap. It's not a sizable gap here, but it's a gap nonetheless. It's 1.5 seconds. So Bombardier has been slowly but surely kind of nibbling away. Like I said, it was just under 2 seconds last time around at this position on the racetrack. And right now he has it down to a 1.7. So nibbled a couple tenths of a second out of that. But now he's got Yanis Racing and Sir Shredded Knight closing back in here. So becoming a 3-way pack here again. And that could be what it takes for these guys to catch up first and second place here right now. We'll see if it can work out for them. We'll see if they decide to battle for position instead, but we'll stick with this pack here right now and see if they can close back up to first and second place here. You would think, if done properly, 3 cars would be faster than 2, but again, just a theory. Ooh, a little bit of contact there on the wall from Soshreda as he came through there. And again, that's just a little bit of less reaction out of the car than the driver anticipates, being behind so close behind another car. But you can see they're closing in. They are under a second here now, and it's turned back into a 5-way battle for the race lead here on lap number 6 as we enter Toll Plaza. 5th place to first place is separated by about 2.3, 2.4 seconds right now. Not very much at all. So you can see that second pack. The second pack is just coming around the exit corner of Toll Plaza there to make their charge down here too, led by T-Spap. So they're not that far behind right now. So this could be a very crazy race finish here today. This is leading up to be a pretty epic race finish right now for sure. So it is still Streeter Tom leading the charge here. He's got Lucas in behind in second place, and this second pack is closing in. Bardier leading the charge with Yanis Racing and Sir Shredder right there. So Shredder just lost a little touch of the pace, or he made a mistake near the end of that lap, and that cost him on that long straightaway there. T-Spap here, he's in 6th place. He's actually broken free from that 3rd pack. He's now trying to close in on that front pack all by himself here. It's going to be a tough ask as those guys are using Slipstream to their advantage. We got Ram Apex GT here in 7th place. He's having a good drive here right now on the racetrack. He's come up from I think 11th position here to 7th place, and he's closing in on T-Spap here as well, so could start to get that train back. Got finalized in 8th place, and Bo is still right there in 9th place, just half a second in behind. So we can't count this pack out there. We really can't. And then we've got the R-Lab guys here as well. So we've got Helix and Stig right now in 10th and 11th place. These are the front 2 drivers of the pack here that pit very early on. And then we've got Dino and Mr. SBS, last week's winner, here in 12th and 13th position. And a little bit of a gap between those guys right now, but we'll see how the strategy plays out at the end of the race. I'm very curious, and my curiosity definitely peaked with the team strategy call there. I love it. So Streeter Tom here in 1st place, half a second ahead. He's doing a really great job here right now, maintaining the pace of the race. Lucas had the lead there for, I think it was on lap 2, and Streeter Tom got it back, and he hasn't given it back up since. So he's not feeling any immediate offensive pressure from these guys in behind, but he made a mistake there, and now he's going to feel the pressure as Lucas took a look up the inside there, and I think there might have been a slight touch there between the two. I'm not sure, but Tom ends up staying up in the lead there, and Lucas 369 still slotted into 2nd place here. And Bombardier now, he's tucked in. He is right there on the back end of Lucas 369. So this is definitely a 3-way battle for the lead here right now. And so Shredda and Yanis Racing in 4th and 5th place here are not that far behind. I mean, still in the slipstream, 3/4 of a second. By the time they get to the end of this straightaway, Yanis should very well be up in behind these guys, tucked in as well. We'll see what happens here. We're going to stick with it. as fourth place driver Yanis Racing trying to close in on that lead group. And we got 3 packs of cars here right now basically going on in this race here today, and they're all separated by their own margins. So one group is on a different pit strategy than the remainder of the field, and then there's a little bit of a separation between the lead pack and the second pack here in the field as well. So you can see Shredder's just outside that slipstream range right now with just 1 second. He really needs to try and find his way in there quickly, because now this is a 4-way battle for the race lead and the 3 podium positions here currently as it stands on the racetrack. And as we get through the Go Chicane here for the 8th time in Division Number 2 race, we got some pretty textbook nose-to-tail driving happening for Division 2 here right now. This is a great racing happening on the racetrack. All right, let's go check out this second pack here. Teasbap, 4.9 seconds behind. He's just losing ground on that front pack as they continue to close up and work together. Finalized here, he's 1.9 seconds behind Teasbap. We're going to keep monitoring that gap, because there is a little pack here. If they can get it right, they can potentially start to close in. Bo here in 8th with Ram Apex GT in 9th. He's, again, just closing right in on these guys and making this a 4-way pack here. And then we've got the R-Lab group on a different pit strategy here in their own little group here as well, a little bit further back on the racetrack right now. So 3 packs of cars, so fairly easy to follow, I suppose, when you've got 3 clusters of cars like this, but hard to find all the battles when they happen, because we can only watch one group at a time, unfortunately. But it is Streeter Tom leading the charge here, and he's been doing a great job here with Lucas 369 in behind, helping along here. We've got Bombardier, he's in 3rd place there, and he's just not having any of it. He's like, where do you guys really think you're going? He's like, you guys ain't going anywhere here. He's like, go ahead, work together. I'm just going to tuck in behind you guys and let you guys pull me around for a while and race on. Come down to the final few laps. If this stays like this for the remainder of the race, we are going to see some action come race end without a question of a doubt. So here we go, 5 deep coming into Cherry Blossom. Oh, big slide there from Tommy. Gathers it back up again, just a small amount of contact there from Lucas, and he tucks back in, gives him a little bump there, gives him a little help there. And all 5 drivers still nose to tail here as we continue up the racetrack. So it is jockeying for position, looking for clean air, bouncing around left and right, trying to make sure you don't miss your brake marker, trying not to miss your turn in. This is a very technical racing right now happening. These guys are working hard. It might not look like it, but boy, the intensity in the cockpits right now for these 5 drivers is on like level 12 of 10. They're white-knuckled. Everything is held on tight. Their knees are clenching. You're grinding your teeth at this point. I mean, this is tough racing right here. But man, I bet you these 5 drivers are having a blast at the same time. Lucas 369 is still in 2nd place, and again, just patient and smart driving. Nobody's forcing the issue here. Nobody wants to cost their own race or the other driver's race, so they're being very patient right now. There's no need to force the issue right now. So 5.6 seconds at the gap, and they just continue to open up the gates here on Teasbap. Teasbap is working so hard to try and close that front pack up, but he's just kind of stuck in no man's land here right now in Tokyo, and that's a tough spot to be in. We got Bo Snipe. He's now leading the charge of this little 3-car group here, so he made his way around finalized now in 8th place, now seated as the middle car with this pack. And he's got Apex GT just in behind him here, just about a second off as well. So not quite slipstream between the 3 drivers there yet. We've got Halix and the Stig still doing a pretty good job here in 10th and 11th place. They've stayed relatively close to each other here since they've made that pit stop. And then we've got the second group of R-Lab drivers, Dino and Mr. SBS here. They're not, they're about 2 seconds, 3 seconds in behind their teammates there, but they are. Oh, and then we are kicking off. Here we go. 2x2, side by side, battle time for the lead. Right now it is Bombardier in the lead here, so they broke up 2 different groups here, and Bombardier and the Yanis Racing said, all right, we have had enough of this, so we're taking over. So they split apart, they started their own little 2 train, and what a great positional change right there. So now it's Bombardier in the lead of this race with the help of Yanis Racing. He's going to benefit and move up into 2nd place. Streeter Tom now finds himself sitting in 3rd place in the final podium spot. He still has Lucas there tucked in behind pushing. So Shredder, no change, but boy, he is tucked right in underneath Lucas 369 now. And oh, a little mistake made right there, and that's going to be a position change, and there we go. So there's the separation there. I thought we would see that much sooner. I figured Sir Shredder would try to get in between Lucas. Ooh, and a wall touch right there, and Tom much earlier on in the race there to try and prevent that that buddy system they had going on. But now he's got it done in between here in the mid part of this race essentially, and he's now actually putting the pressure on Tom here. So Bombardier and Yanis Racing are now trying to pull away from the rest of this group here. So they got a great move into Cherry Blossom there. That was a good setup and execution right there by those two. And wow, talk about two drivers from different racing teams being on the same page right there. And there it is. So Shredded gets it done. He's now moved up into third place. So he's made his way around Lucas and Streeter Tom, and now with that mistake made right there by Bombardier is going to go from first potentially down into fourth place here, and that is exactly the case. Yanis Racing is going to take the race lead here. We've seen a big wiggle coming out of Toll Plaza there from Bombardier, and that cost him big time. First to fourth place, Yanis takes over the lead. That's going to put Shredder now in second place. That puts Tom back in third place as he used the slipstream just squeeze ahead of Bombardier there. And now Bombardier, he's going to try and get this job done here. He's going to move out to the outside. He's trying to get a pass done here. And oh boy, this is battling at its finest right now. He has to pull back in. He doesn't have the speed to get it done. Are we going to see the move coming to the inside of the corner? He makes himself in position and battle for second place here. Whoa, he gets to pass Tom there, and he actually went for a twofer there as he's battling Shredder there, and all kinds of bobbling happening here from the drivers. There's a little bit of contact there from Bombardier to get around. So Shredder there, so a little bit of bumping and grinding racing going on here. This is tight quarters racing for these guys, and they've got themselves all sorted back up. They're all back in line, and we're going to do it all over again, I'm sure. So it's Lucas in fifth right now. So Shredder currently sitting in fourth. We got Streeter Tom still sitting in third, and there's a little bit of a wall touch there. And that's going to bottle that little bit of a back group up there, and they're going to continue back on down the road here. But every little mistake counts here. You can see how quickly that can matter. So Teasbap finds himself 7.7 seconds in behind that. He's been trying to chase that pack down on his own all race long. Hasn't been able to close in. Now you see the teamwork of both Sniper finalizing behind starting to pay off. They're starting to close in on Teasbap. That could be good for Teasbap though. This could very quickly turn into a three-way train, and again allow them to start continuing to push the issue up to the pack in front of them. We got Ram Apex GTs falling just slightly off the pace of those guys up in front, 2.5 seconds. And then the R-Lab team here, Helix, Stig, currently sitting in 10th and 11th place, and Dino and Mr. SBS last round's winner, pardon me, Dino and Mr. SBS, they're in 12th and 13th positions. So little groups working together all over the racetrack. But right now, it is Yanis and Bombardier, and they have checked out. They have broken free from Tom, so Shredder and Lucas right now, and they are just trying to get away. So little group of two here, a solo. Tom is broken slightly away from Shredder and Lucas. And I'm not even sure who this is. Lucas may have made a bit. No, Lucas falling back a little bit here. He's down in the clutches here at Teasbap now, and Lucas falling out of this battle here for the podium. So not sure what happened to Lucas here. Probably made a mistake or something like that, but nonetheless, down into fifth position there, and he is now under fire from Teasbap in sixth place. So just like that, Teasbap all of a sudden has a car in front of him, potentially to work with here as well. So Yanis still in the lead of this race. He's got Bombardier tucked right in underneath, first and second place. They're not really fighting for that position right now. In behind him is Streeter Thomas or Shredder in third and fourth place, and they have roughly about 2 seconds. I was going to say it's 1.7 here. The first and second place right now. Tom has broken just a slightly free from Sir Shredder there. He's trying to break that toe, but he hasn't quite gotten it done yet. We got Lucas here in fifth place. He has got Teasbap right up on him here now. So this actually could potentially turn into a 4-car train pretty soon, with both Sniper finalized closing in just in behind here as well. So again, pack racing. It's all about pack racing. You see how quickly, if you lose the pack, how quickly the next pack can swallow you up here. And unfortunately for Lucas right now, he's in that position. He's in the lead of this pack that has just closed in on him. And now you can see Teasbap. I thought Teasbap was going to take a look there. And is he going to take a look here? Doesn't seem like he's going to. He's just going to settle in, stay in line, try to stay nice and close, get a good exit. A little bit of a wiggle coming from the Lexus of Lucas 369 there, and that's going to cost him just a slight little bit of momentum around the corner, but Teasbap just settles in behind, and these guys continue on the racetrack. So both Sniper finalized here in 7th and 8th. So we got Yanis Racing coming into pit lane, and Sir Shredder Knight also coming into pit lane, so they're coming into pit lane together. Bombardier has opted to stay out. He's now in the sole lead here. He's got 1.9 second gap over RA Streeter Tom in the second position. Lucas 369 takes third place. Back here with the pit stop sequence now starting to get underway here in race number 2 today. And he still has T-Spap right there in fourth place. Give him a little help here from in behind for the time being. We got Bo Snipe closing in here. He's now up into fifth place, obviously with a couple pit stops made there, and closes up that gap coming through Cherry Blossom part 1. And heading into the last part of Cherry Blossom here, it is 4 drivers now back nose to tail from 3rd through 6th place here. Finalizes just tucked right in underneath Bo Snipe here right now. We've got T-Spap and Lucas just up ahead, and all very quick drivers, so they can hook up. You just never know what they can do. We got Yanis Racing and Shredder that did come out together here. They are nose to tail here, and they're the R-Lab boys. So after the pit stop sequence there, R-Lab right back in the fight here, so that alternate strategy didn't hurt them too badly there. 2 of the drivers not quite where the other 2 are, but the back is right there, so pit strategies closing the group back together here. So it is Bombardier. He's coming through, heading into Toll Plaza here on lap 13, and I'm assuming we're probably going to see pit stops in the near future from these drivers, but again, it all depends on what strategy they have in their heads. Right, so 2.5 second gap now for Bombardier. I really thought he was going to pit there, but he's going to go again. So what is Tom going to do? Tom is going to come into pit lane. What is Lucas going to do? Lucas looks like he's coming into pit lane, and that is definitely the case. T-Spap is going to stay out. All right, Bo Snipe also stays out. Finalized also stays out. Tom is out. We got Yanis Racing and Sir Shredder just coming out in behind them here. And Lucas comes out somewhere in the middle of all of the cars coming up the straightaway here. We got the Stig, and then we got Lucas, and then we've got Ram Apex GT. We've got Helix now in pit lane, and Dino also in pit lane. So there we go, pit stop strategies. Some of these guys now clearing their final pit stop here as well in the middle part of the race, and this is similar style strategy coming from the R-Lab guys that we've seen from F1 Dennis in Division 3. We've seen how well that worked for him in that race with a very close battle for the race win right down to the checkered flag there. He's going to settle for second place here today, but a great drive from him. And we've seen that strategy work once. Are we going to see it work again? Bombardier right now, almost 10 seconds, 9 second gap right now over Bo and T-Spap here in second and third position. We got finalized here in fourth. He's lost a little bit of touch with those guys, kind of in no man's land, so to speak, right now. We've got Yanis and Shredder here, so a little group of 2 here trying to work together. They are 4.3 seconds in behind finalized right now. Then we've got Streeter Tom and the Stig now linked up working together here. So again, it doesn't really matter what driver you're linked up with right now. What matters is that you're still pushing the next position up ahead of your pack, and that is kind of what we're seeing from our drivers here right now. Lucas here, he's in no man's land in 9th place. We've got Mr. SBS here in 10th position. We've got Apex GT here in 11th. We've got Helix in 12th and Dino in 13th, but those drivers have cleared both their pit stops. Alright, so Bombardier now in pit lane. Bo Snipe, is he going to go into pit lane or is he going to stay out? He's going to go into pit lane. Looks like T-Spap is going to follow. Finalized is also going to jump in. Yanis is coming in as well, and so is the Shredder. So our top 6 drivers here all making a pit stop here. Tom comes in, Stig comes in, Lucas is coming in. Is Mr. SBS coming in? Yes, Mr. SBS is coming in. So is Apex GT. So Helix and Dino are the only 2 drivers that have cleared both their pit stops here at this point now. And as they come down, let's see how far behind the rest of the pack they are that are now doing much of the same thing. So most of our drivers at this point now have cleared those tire mandates. And that's a pretty good position gain for him right there. He's up into 8th position. He just comes out ahead of Streeter Tom there. So not terrible right there. Not only, again, that alternative strategy. We've seen it work really well for Dennis. Let's see if it works well for the R-Lab drivers. So Bombardier here, he comes out staying with the race lead. He's got 1 second over Yanis racing and Shredder Knight now in second and third place. These two are still linked together. So I think it's only a matter of time before they catch up to Bombardier up ahead there. We've got Bo Snipe and Teasbab in fourth and fifth place here, and they are pretty close together as they come up the racetrack here as well. So a little bit of buddy system again still happening. We'll see this probably right up until the last couple laps of the race, most likely, if I had to guess. All right, so it is finalized here in sixth position. We've got Halix here in seventh. We've got the Stig in eighth. We've got Tom here in ninth. We've got Dino in 10th. We've got Mr. SBS in 11th. We've got Lucas in 12th. We've got Apex GT here in 13th position. So, should be final stint for most of the drivers. I believe Bombardier still has a stop to make. I believe Bo has a stop to make still. And I believe Teasbab and Finalized have a stop to make still. So I think there's still 4 drivers on track that need to make a pit stop yet. That will shift these positions on the racetrack. Again, great close racing in D2, absolutely. And there we go, Bombardier coming in here. I figured he was probably going to clear that pretty quickly. So that's going to give the lead to Yanis Racing and Sir Shredder Knight here now. These two are working together, so he really needs this stop to be quick and efficient. Bo and Teasbab are also coming in, and I'm assuming Finalize will be in right behind them. So let's see if Halix and the Stig here now grab some more positions. Again, they pit on the end of lap 1, and then they pit about 2 or 3 laps ago. So let's see how this works out for these guys here as Bombardier basically third through sixth place right now in pit lane, taking their final stops here. And are they officially going to grab those positions? They are going to move up into fourth and fifth place here. They are just in behind Bombardier for that final podium position. So, oh, and there we go. Then Halix is going to grab that final podium position there as he's up to race pace. And of course, Bombardier just getting up to race pace here, and his teammate the Stig just in behind is going to move around and take fourth place there as well. So podium position here right now for the R-Lab Halix driver, and well, I gotta tell you what, good strategy it looked like there. Let's see if it pays off like it did for F1 Dennis now. So Yanis Racing in the lead. We've got Sir Shredder here in second place, and it's a pretty healthy gap there between these two and the R-Lab drivers. But this also tells me, based off what I'm seeing here, that these guys are going to be making another stop yet here on the racetrack as well, which should draw these drivers closer by the end of the race. It's just when is that stop going to be made is the bigger question yet. We've got Bombardier here in fifth place. He's tucked in behind the Stig right now, and he is most certainly going to be pushing here a little bit, I think. So I think it'll be cautious, patient driving here. If a driver feels like the pace is better than the driver in front, I think we're going to see a quick attack, and then I think that's just going to be the way it happens, and then we'll see that faster driver try to drive away, but you'll see the slower driver try to stay in slipstream. So we got lots of battles that are definitely going to happen here before this thing's over. We got Streeter Tom 4 seconds in behind those guys. Dino's there with Mr. SBS, and they've got Teasbab, Lucas 369 in behind in 10th place. So there we go. There's the pit stops made by our racing leaders. 27 seconds is the gap. Toll Plaza is where third and fourth place are currently, and fifth place. Bombardier out in between the R-Lab drivers, so Bombardier getting the job done on the Stig there. He's going to get fourth place from the Stig back, and they continue up down this back straight here. So the big run, what is the gap difference going to be when we get our leaders released out, or are they going to come out in behind here? It's going to be very close. It looks like it's going to be very, very close here. And Yanis Racing and Sir Shredder just being released out of pit lane here right now, and under fire from the traffic at race pace, and it's going to be Halix now to take the race lead away from Yanis Racing here. Yanis is trying to hold on here, but he's going to get passed by Bombardier and the Stig here, who were side by side as they went by him, and he's going to find himself now in fourth place with Shredder in fifth. So it looks like that early strategy so far has worked out pretty good for two of the R-Lab drivers, with Bombardier tucked right in behind. However, Bombardier should have some fresher tires at the end of the race than the R-Lab drivers, so there is that to factor in here still as well. So Shredder in fifth place, 1.5 seconds in behind. He does have an opportunity to catch up and get involved in this battle for the podium here, but he really needs to kick it into high gear here, because the longer he sits chasing those drivers, the less chance he probably has of catching that pack. We got Streeter Tom here. He's 2.9 seconds in behind Shredder right now. Dino is 4.4 seconds in behind Tom. We've got Teasbab here in 8th place. He's got a little train of cars there with him. He's got Lucas. He's got Mr. SBS. And he's also got Bo Snipe right there in behind as well. You can see finalized just off in the background, a couple seconds in behind there in 12th position as well. So let's see what we see here. We got the Stig has made his way back around Bombardier here in second and third place, scrapping it out pretty good. And, you know, that's working out good for his teammate Helix in front, because the more that the Stig continues to battle with Bombardier, the better chance that Helix will have to continue to drive away and come home with a checkered flag here today. So the Stig here in second place, trying to hold off the charge of Bombardier right now. We got Yanis Racing in fourth place. He's trying to get back into that fight for the overall podium here. As for Shredded Knight in fifth place. So we're on lap 17 of 25, which means we're just starting lap 18 here, which means we've got 8 to go, including this lap. Streeter Tom here in 6th place, 3.4 seconds here now. So again, by yourself outside of that draft, not necessarily working out. We got Dino here in 7th. We've got Cheesebap in 8th. He's got Lucas right there in 9th place. 1.7 seconds is the gap. And I thought we were going to see a little bit of defending there from Lucas. I think he might have thought about it there as he almost pulled out a line, and that would have been devastating for him there, as he probably would have dropped those 2 positions from the other 2 drivers still in line. So here we go through Cherry Blossom here on lap 18, and this is 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th place right now we're watching here on the track. So Teasbab leading the charge of this pack with Lucas tucked in behind him here in 9th place. We got Mr. SBS, our round 1 winner at Red Bull Ring, with Bo Snipe just tucked in underneath him here as well. All right, keeping our eyes on things. No immediate battling here right now. And again, this is everybody trying to set up the end of the race at this point now. Everybody knows the pit stops have been done. Everybody knows drivers are on their final stints. Really, it's going to come down to hitting your marks and putting in the best lap times you really can, taking advantage of these softer compounded tires now. Again, the R-Lab guys have been out for a few laps longer than some of these guys have been on these soft tires. I could also factor in at the end of this race as well with the tire wear difference. All depends on the management now. Again, Helix does have teammate Stig in behind here, and that means that if Bombardier and Stig fight, then Helix might have an opportunity to try and run away. Now, we've seen that happen a couple of times, a battle between Bombardier and the Stig just for position for second and third place, and watch that gap open up an extra second on the race leader. So right now you can see Bombardier is kind of like, okay, I seen that, I just noticed that, hold on here, I think maybe I need to rework my attack strategy here. So we'll have to wait and see what he does. Racing Lab Esports, it says right on the side of the cars for me there, so I apologize earlier for getting that wrong. Alright, so it is Bombardier here, and he's caught right back up. He's caught right back up, but again, you can see the teammate, the Stig there, goes on the defensive there, and what that is that's just team driving right there. He's blocking the inside line, making sure that Bombardier can't get the ultimate position on the corner, and maybe even get both of those drivers. So we got some very, very strategic driving happening right now up in the front pack here between these 3 drivers, and fair play. I mean, fair play. We'll have to wait and see if it continues to work out, though. Bombardier has had great pace all day long. He has been flying around here. Alright, let's see if we can find anything else happening here behind these guys real quick. I'm just going to take a quick peek here. I know the moment I try to leave. We're going to wait till we get through Toll Plaza before we take that quick peek, though. This is an opportunity for a pass or a move to be made if one of the drivers makes a mistake here. So we're going to just stick with this here for a moment, get through this hard braking zone of Toll Plaza, and everybody stays in line here for the time being. So we got Yanis Racing and Shredded Knight still in 4th and 5th place. They're 2 seconds in behind that group right now. Tom is 4.2 seconds in behind those 2 guys and still losing a little bit of ground lap by lap. He's about 3.6 seconds in behind Tom, and he's broken free from Lucas and Dino here a little bit as well. Those two are in 8th and 9th place. We've got Bo Snipe there with what looks like to be Apex GT here as well. Nope, it's not. Sorry, pardon me. It's Mr. SBS in 11th place there as well. And then we've got finalized and Apex GT in 12th and 13th position. Pardon me. So it is the Stig here now. The Stig has made his way around his teammate Halix here now. So now the Stig leads this race. Woo, big wiggle there from Halix there. That's going to cost him momentum, and that might put him under fire here from Bombardier. And all three of them drivers come out of that corner hot to trot and clip that wall there a little bit as well. So all three of those drivers cost themselves a little bit of time. But we've got a battle here in behind Bombardier and Halix now. And Bombardier trying to find his way around these two racing lap drivers here right now, and just doesn't quite have the answer for him quite yet. They're doing a great job at just placing their cars in the right spots, so Bombardier doesn't have an easy pass around him here. He's just kind of backing out, reassessing, backing out, reassessing. He has time yet. He, again, just put the pressure. Maybe one of them makes the mistake, and he opens up an opportunity for him here. So every once in a while, we see him poke his nose in there to see if he can create that opportunity for himself. And so far, first and second place have held pretty strong to the task, but right now it's the Stig now leading the way with Halix now in second place, and we still got Bombardier just looking for a way around, assessing his attack plan here before the end of this race. We still have about 4.5, not even 4 and a tenth of a lap left here. And there we go, Bombardier seen that opportunity. We're talking about it. He's just been waiting for that opportunity. A little bit of contact there coming out of the corner of Toll Plaza, but he's going to move up into second place there, and he's going to split up the teammates here. So he's going to get himself in between Stig and Halix there, and very opportunistic move there. He's seen just enough room open up there on that second apex, and he absolutely put his car there to get the pass done, and that's what he was working on trying to do there. He's been trying to find his way around third place driver here for a little while, and he's like, all right, fine, you want to get in the middle of us here, then you're going to get pushed too. So now this has become a three-way bump drafting train here from our race leaders. The question is, I was just going to say, are we going to see some defensive driving now coming from Bombardier to try not allow Halix to get back in between him and the race leader as well? So he's in a tough spot here right now with still a little under 4 laps remaining, including the lap we're on here. And you can see Halix just kind of stuck his nose in there, just took a look. Okay, nope, don't have the room there, so I'll settle back in line and see if I can find another spot. So now it's Halix in the same position as it was Bombardier just a quarter of a lap to go now, trying to assess his attack strategy. And you can see the Stig up there doing a good job. He's trying to open a gap up here a little bit. If Halix continues to try an attack on Bombardier, again, that's going to slow those two down a little bit and just allow Stig to try and pull away here. So a little bit of battle there was enough to give the Stig a half a lap of breathing room here from Bombardier chasing in second place, and Halix here in third place kind of lost touch there. So now the charge is back on. Janus racing here in fourth place. He's broken just slightly away from Sushreda, and 2.3 seconds. Those two are definitely trying to close. Tom, he's in sixth place here. He's in no man's land right now. We got Dino here in seventh place with Lucas in eighth place. Those two are still linked together here right now. Teasbap is closed up here. He's in ninth place now. We got Bo Snipe there in 10th, so we might have a little battle happening here between these three drivers shortly here as well. As again, we have about 3 laps, 3 and a tenth of a lap remaining here as we head into Toll Plaza here for the 21st time. And ooh, big wide corner there from Dino. Huge mistake there coming into Toll Plaza under braking, and that is going to allow Lucas 369 and Teasbap really tuck back in underneath his rear wing there. And now this literally is a 3-way battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th place right now. Let's get back up front. Let's see what we're missing here. Nothing has changed as of yet, but we're now watching to see if anything is going to change progressively here over this next lap. You can see Janus racing is Fred Knight just off in the background, trying to push up into this pack here. And here we go, side by side. Bombardier's taking a look on the Stig, and the Stig holds strong, and he just holds out enough. He can't get the job done. Bombardier has to settle back into line, and that's allowed Halix to close right back up on the back end of him here again and battle on. Lap 22 of 25 here, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost through our Division 2 race here today, and boy, oh boy, what a set of races we've had here so far this afternoon here from Pure Racing. I gotta tell you what. Oh, I thought my audio stopped. Okay, we're good. Stig here in first place with Bombardier chasing, and again, still the second R-Lab driver, Halix here, just nipping. And again, he's trying to attack Bombardier here to allow his teammate up ahead, to Stig, to try and get away here. But I tell you what, Bombardier has been up to the task, has he not today? He is moving, he's grooving, and he is battling here right now. This is some well-earned positions for these drivers, but Yanis Racing and Sir Shredda are closing in. They have the time. They need to keep pushing here. 1.7 seconds. This could be a 5-way battle for that final podium positions here before the day is over. We got Streeter Tom here in 6th place, and he's starting to lose traction. He's going to get swallowed up here pretty soon. He's got Dino, Lucas, and T-Spap all nose to tail as we enter into Toll Plaza here. And again, Dino goes really wide on the exit. No, Lucas tried to take advantage of it there. He really planted the power down and somehow kept that thing out of the wall. That was a huge wheel spin there, and that's going to be in 8th place now for T-Spap, and Lucas settles back into 9th place there. He's seen an opportunity, tried to get a position there, and just got a little too on the throttle there, and the car stepped out, but gathers it back up and gets right back in the fight. So here we go, back to the race lead here. It's so hard to determine where we need to be watching right now. So Bombardier, there we go, slingshot engaged. I think he waited for the right time. He just got the push, and right when he got the push, he moved outside of Stig right there, and he got the job done. That was, again, attack, plan, execution right there. Bombardier now finds himself in the lead. We got to go see that again, because I think that's exactly what happened there. I only caught the tail end of it. So we get a push there. And no, he just got a good push. He got a good amount of overspeed there, and he just used that to his advantage to move up into the race lead. But I guess the question is, was it too early? Because now he's got to hold off both the R-Lab drivers here for the next 2.5 laps here as we go through the Go Chicane there on the 23rd lap here for Division 2. So a great move though by Bombardier. Took advantage of the help from the R-Lab driver in 3rd place there, and he used that slingshot, that extra speed to get the job done, to get the race lead back. But now he's going to have to fight these guys off here for a couple more laps yet before he can call himself a race winner today. So it is still game on here in round number 2. So Yanis Racing in 4th place. We got Sir Shredda in 5th. They're linked up. They've been working hard to try and close the gap up on those 3, but they're losing a little bit of time here again, back over 2 seconds. Tom is still holding strong in 6th place here, but that gap is diminishing quickly here to that pack chasing. That's led by R-Lab Dino in 7th place. T-Spap right there in 8th position, and Lucas 369 tucked in there right nice and tight in 9th position. This is now a 4-way pack as those drivers have caught up to Tom there in 6th position. So got a couple of good pack battles happening there. We got Bo Snipe closing in on Mr. SBS there for 10th place as well. So we're going to try and keep our eyes on these couple of packs here as we get through the last couple laps of the race here. And there we go, we see the move coming from the Stig. He gets the job done. You can see Halix trying to take advantage as well. He had to pull back into the slipstream there for a second, get a little more speed to get it done, but he is side by side with Bombardier coming into Cherry Blossom here. Bombardier is going to hold the charge off in 3rd place, so he is going to find himself back in 2nd place here, and now trying to find an attack strategy on the Stig here again. So this battle is far from over. This is going to take us right to the checkered flag without a question of a doubt. And Yanis Racing and Sir Shredda right there, I mean, they're right there. If anything were to happen in this battle now before the end of this race, and these guys get into each other or something like that, and all 3 of them get wiped out, I mean, they are there to pick up the pieces if it goes down like that. So a good hard push here from our 4th and 5th place drivers in behind here. Might be a little too short for him here today, but it could also pay off. You just don't know yet. Racing is racing, and it's not over till every driver crosses that checkered flag. So Stig currently in the lead here. He's got Bombardier all over him. He's got Halix right in behind him. Still this 3-way train for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Yanis Racing and Sir Shredda really pushing here in behind, and they've almost got that slipstream gap closed up here as we head down the front straightaway, and we got to have 1 to go this time around here, ladies and gentlemen. So as we enter Toll Plaza for the 2nd last time, we are going to see a white flag when these drivers cross the start finish line here, and it is a 5-way train here now for the final podium positions in Div 2. We've seen a great battle between 2 drivers in Div 3. We're about to see a 5-way battle here down to the checkered flag, it looks like. in Division number 2 today. Ooh. Here we go. Hold on to your hats, chat. Stig in the lead. Final lap. Bombardier chasing, 2/10 behind. Helix right there, 1 second. Yanis racing, 2/10 behind him. Sashreda, 2/10 behind him. Got Dino battling with Tom here. Dino had Tom there for a minute. Lucas tucks back in behind. Tom pushes him back through. That puts him up into 7th place. We got a battle happening in the mid-pack here as well. So we got to stick with this front pack here, though. This is the podium positions being fought for here at the end of the race. And there we go. It is hard battling here. A little bit of contact there between the Stig and Bombardier. And as we continue through, the Stig's going to move back up into 1st place there. Bombardier is going to slot into 2nd place there. We got Yanis Racing now up into 3rd place with Shreda up into 4th place. And Helix now finding himself down into 5th place here. And it happens that quickly at Tokyo. You make one mistake when you got a train of cars coming in his position. Lost here, but boy, oh boy, what a great fight we're having here. And it's the Stig now with half a lap remaining here. He's got to hold a charge, and he makes a mistake and it goes chicane. And Bombardier is going to say thank you very much. I'm going to take that. Yanis Racing slips through. He's going to take 2nd place as well. So Shredder Knight now finds himself on the podium. So a mistake late in the race there from the Stig and the go chicane. And well, it lives up to his name again. A heartbreaking corner right there for the Stig, but this is not over. He's not out of this yet. It's defensive here for Bombardier, and a nice tight exit there from Yanis Racing. Side-by-side action as we come through the sweeping left-hander here, and who's got it? It's Bombardier right now still in the lead of this race, and it's side-by-side between Yanis Racing and Sir Shredder Knight. We've got the Stig taking a look there. He's trying to find a line. He's trying to see which one's going to be the fastest way through, and as we come into Toll Plaza, we're almost 3 deep here. A little bit of contact between Stig and Bombardier there. Bombardier just comes out ahead of Yanis Racing. Sir Shredder Knight still in 3rd place. The Stig, Helix side-by-side, and it's drag race on. So here we go. Are we going to see a push? Are we going to see the push from... Yes, so Shredder on Yanis. Here we go, side by side down to the finish line. Doesn't get any better than this. Who's going to win this race? And it's going to get the push. Yanis Racing's going to get the push, and he's going to get the win. So Shredder Knight here taking 2nd place, and Bombardier just at the mercy of the slipstream right there. Finds himself just clinging on to 3rd place. It's going to be 4th place for Helix, 5th place for Stig. Teasbap's going to hold strong here. It's going to be 6th place for him. Lucas 369 in 7th. We got Dino in 8th. We got Mr. SBS here in 9th place. We got Bo here in 10th. We've got finalized here, bringing it home in 11th place. We got Streeter Tom, in 12th place here. Not sure what happened to Tom there late in the race. And we got Apex GT. He's going to bring it home here in 13th position. Ooh, what a race for the race win right there. That you roll the dice on that one. That was anybody's game who was going to get that one there. But I figured we were going to see the push from Shreda on Yanis, and that's exactly what we got there. And wow, what a great finish here from Division 2. Congratulations to all our drivers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, chat. That was something else. Woo-wee. Oh, I'm sweating. That was a doozy. That was a doozy. Wow. Congratulations to all our drivers. Wow, Yanis Racing coming in with the big win there, and what a crazy race this was. My goodness, Sir Shredder Knight's going to take 2nd place. It's going to be Bombardier finding himself in 3rd place at the mercy of the push at the end of the race there, but does hold fastest lap on the track at a 57.993. Helix in 4th place, Stig in 5th, Teasbap in 6th, Lucas 369 in 7th, Dino in 8th position. We've got Mr. SBS in 9th place, Bo Snipe in 10th, finalized in 11th, Streeter Tom in 12th, and Ram Apex GT rounding out our field here today. Oh, what a doozy. What a doozy. That was a race, chat. That was a race. I might need them to bring a new microphone in there. We might have just wore this one out with that race. My goodness, what crazy action we had on the racetrack coming from our Division 2 group here today. All right, I'm going to jump into Discord real quick here, chat, and see what we got for time here. I think we're pretty close on our time schedule here, so... All right, so again, we'll see if any of our drivers are going to come in for a quick chat here with us. We're going to go jump into the next lobby and get ready for our next division here in the meantime. So just bear with you for a moment. All right, so we're going to go jump into the next lobby and see what we're looking at for a time frame here before qualifying starts in Division 1 here today. And in the meantime, we'll see if one of our top three finishes come down into the podium interview. What a race, Bombardier. Great job out there, man. That was fun. That was fun. Wow. My mic is smoking. Yeah, no, the mic is definitely tired. That was crazy. That was some absolutely insane racing. All right, so we are in the next lobby here. And we do have one of our drivers, so we're gonna have a chat with Bombardier here right away. So just give me a moment, chat. We're gonna flip a screen, do this, hit a couple buttons here, and we'll have a quick chat with Bombardier here, and then we will see if anybody else jumps in. All right. Oh, is he not talking? No. Yes. Maybe so. Oh yeah, there we go. All right.
Hello, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? All right, we got him. All right, so we do have our third place finisher here. Quite potentially could have been our race winner here today, and I'm not sure why that popped up like that. All right. And what battling? I mean, you were in the thick of it all race long. That battle at the end, you just at the mercy of Yanis racing a shredded night there. The push right at the end of the start finish line, just enough for those two to edge you out there. I mean, what a crazy race. What else to say? It was about 8 laps there that you guys were 8, 10, 11 laps. You guys were kind of fighting it out for the overall podium positions here. Talk us through the race and how was that end battle for you?
Wow, what a race. That was probably the best race I ever had on this game. Like Gran Turismo Sport, Gran Turismo 7, the best race I ever had. Well done to all the guys, the real up guys, the Janselot obviously for winning. That was incredible. Um, yeah, I mean, qualifying, it was difficult. Some people qualified better because of the draft, but yeah, part of the game. What can you do? Props to them. But then, yeah, in the race, it was all about the race pace. Luckily, I think I had quite a good race pace that race. And yeah, I just fought through the field the whole race. Shame about the ending, but regardless, what a race.
Absolutely. I mean, I was on the edge of the commentators window. I think our co-host there was in there holding on to my shirt to make sure I didn't fall out of the booth as you guys were roaring down to the start finish line there. It was just absolutely incredible action. I mean, it was like that all race long. At the start of the race, you guys were swapping and battling for those early positions, and I mean, the two R Lab drivers did a really great job there in the early part of that soft tire stint and the final stint. You could tell that they were kind of using teamwork there to try and block your charge, your attack. So you had to kind of change your attack strategy a little bit there, and you settled down for a couple laps. Is that at the point where you were kind of trying to figure out, okay, these guys aren't going to let me through very easily here. I need to kind of, make something happen. Was that what was going through your mind there with about 7, 8 laps to go?
Yeah, the whole race it was pretty much just figuring out the tactic how to get past them. Like, yeah, after the last pit stop, I saw that I was behind them, and yeah, I just had to figure out a way of getting past them. I knew that I would have fresher tires at the end, so I was pretty patient at the beginning. But I saw that I had better pace, and I was hoping to kind of like overtake them at the end of the straight, and then kind of try to run away in the second, third sector, but it was very difficult. Like you get slipstream probably like a bit less than 2 seconds behind. So yeah, they were always going to catch up, and I knew it was going to be a difficult race. But yeah, I think I don't know who finished second, but Janselot won. So well done.
That was a shred of night. The guy that gave him the push through there that ended up just stealing second place there at the start finish line as well. So,
Ooh, out of nowhere.
great job by those two. They hooked up, linked up in that end stint, and pushed really hard there in the last 3 laps, and they just closed your 3-car group up there, and then turned that into a pretty exciting race finish for the fans, that's for sure. But congratulations on a very well earned and hard fought third place here for yourself today. I guess anything you want to add to the race here today, and any shout outs or thank yous you'd like to throw out to the viewers watching at home?
Well, I mean, after that race, I have to give a huge shout out to the whole team behind this league. I mean, what an incredible racing. We don't get this a lot with the daily races, so I'm very thankful for this organization. It's very good, and yeah, just first of all, props to all of you behind this whole thing, and yeah, props to my team. Digit, good luck to my teammate Vertzi in Division One. We practiced together the whole week, so I'm hoping he's going to get a good result as well. Hopefully, a podium. But yeah, that Division One is very stacked, so it's going to be difficult. But I will, yeah, I'll cheer for him.
Absolutely, and well said. Congratulations on an absolutely intense race, and I'm sure one you probably won't forget for a very long time to come.
Oh, definitely. This is gonna be, yeah. I saved like all of the replays, so I'm just gonna rewatch the whole thing probably a few times. So yeah, great racing, and yeah, thank you as well. Thank you for the stream. Couldn't do it without you.
We appreciate that, and congratulations. And we're going to let you get back to that clubhouse and go party with that great team of yours in behind the scenes for, well, a really well-earned podium victory finish here today for sure. And maybe we'll be talking to you in 2 weeks' time.
I hope so.
All right, cheers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so there we go. That was our third place finisher from Division 2 here, and I think we're getting ready to go underway here for Division 1. So we're going to flip back over to our lovely little screen here, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat about Division 1. So these are the creme de la creme at Pure Racing League. This is Division 1. This is the top division, which means these are the 15 fastest drivers out of the 45 plus drivers that qualified here for the league this season. These are the best of the best. So we have several drivers that compete in the Gran Turismo World Series on track here today, and we have several drivers that are right there nipping, fighting, trying to get their way in to that live event as well. So this is some of the fastest racers in North America and around the world on this racetrack here tonight, on your big screens in your living rooms from Pure Racing League. So sit down and get ready for the fastest, most craziest race we may ever see on Tokyo East Clockwise. And again, presented by Pure Racing League. This is our one-make GT3 season. And our machinery. Let's talk about our machinery one last time. If you're just tuning in for our Division 1 race, the car of choice for this season is the Lexus RCF GT3 2017 race car. Absolutely beautiful race car. It is a front engine rear wheel drive car. Stock max power is 535 horsepower with 7,000 RPM at 7,000 RPM. Has a max torque of 542 foot-pounds of torque at 4,500 RPM, and has a curb weight of 2,866 pounds or 1,303 kilograms. And that makes performance points here on Gran Turismo 7 with the racing soft tires on it at 728.36. Not sure how they calculate that system, but that's how many performance points it has, and it's a naturally aspirated engine, so it's all muscle, no turbo help. Now, this is a BOP series, so that means balance performance has been applied to the series. This is a high-speed track, so our high-speed balance performance applied to this car only allows it to have 498 horsepower and 422 foot-pounds of torque, which gives it a performance point rating of 716, and the curb weight remains the same at 2,866 pounds or 1,300 and some change in kilograms. So this is the car that the drivers are using this season. This is the car that we're going to see on track all season long this season. And this is our weapon of choice here this season from Pure Racing League. I'm your host for the evening, GT45 Gaming, and I hope we're all absolutely ready for A crazy fast race here from Division One and Pure Racing League. It's going. I mean, every time we watch Division One race here from Pure Racing League, we see the limits absolutely pushed in the Gran Turismo 7 platform, and it's incredible to watch what these drivers really can do with these race cars on these racing tracks. It's a treat. It's an honor. It's fun, and well, everybody gets to see it firsthand as it happens live in action here every Sunday. Moving over the several next few weeks with the Master Series, of course, coming up next weekend here. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Pardon me. At the end of the broadcast after we've finished up our Division 1 series race here. So again, if you haven't liked and shared this out yet, if you wouldn't mind doing so before you leave the broadcast today, that'd be absolutely fantastic. It's just a free thing we can do to help the pages grow. And I mean, come on, we have seen, if you haven't seen the best sim racing action that you've ever watched right here, right now from Pure Racing League, I may have to call you a liar. I'm sorry. It's just that good here. So tell all your friends, get those text messages sent out, share those out, man, ping them. Let's get everybody in here to watch literally some of the best in the business here on the Gran Turismo 7 platform. And we're going to start qualifying right now. There we go. You guys can see it. It is timing down. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The next hour of our lives are going to be full of action, full of absolute crazy intense moments on the racetrack, and some blazing fast times. All right, so last round, of course, it was our 2024 manufacturer world champion, ERM's Mehdi, that took the win. He followed it up with a second place finish in the Masters last week. And let's see what he's got for us here this week. So it's going to be Robbie Heck coming out first here in Division 1. And we'll go through our driver field here in just a moment. We're just going to get some information taken care of here on the screen and off the stream. All right. All right, so we also have some standings here for Division 1 for everybody to look at here, and we'll bring those up at some point throughout the race here today. I'm not sure when yet, but we will most certainly take a look. So we've got Robbie in first and Calla Roach here in second position and potentially pump drafting here in qualifying. We've got Tyrannosaurus Rex here in third position. We've got Sosa in fourth place. We've got ERA's Jakey here in fifth out on track. We've got Mr. Elf here in sixth. We've got Cayman in seventh. We've got Wurtzy here in eighth out on track. We've got ERM Jos in ninth place on track. We've got our 2024 Manufacturers World Cup champion here in 10th place on the track. We've got Darkrai from Distinct here in 11th place on track. We've got Rush Racing in 12th position here on the track. And I see we're missing 3 drivers here today. Car sound not on. 10-4. Thank you for the catch. There we go. All right, so we're going to stick with this here as we're just coming down to start our official hot laps here. So we're going to stick with Rob and Callan here again, a little bit of bump drafting here. And we're going to see much of the same thing here from Division 1 that we've seen in Division 2. So there we go. And official qualifying underway. So the difference here from Division 1 to Division 2 in qualifying, these drivers only get 5 minutes. But they're going to get 2 laps max here for their qualifying runs today. So it is going to matter here. You don't want to make a mistake. You got to get every corner right. You got to get every turn in right. You got to get every braking point right. So this is a difficult task what these drivers are doing. The bump draft around the racetrack the whole time during qualifying without one of the 2 drivers making a mistake or a bobble is extremely difficult. We've seen it done very well by Streeter Tom from Race Asylum and Lucas369 in Division 2. They're qualifying with a 57.8 lap, I believe it was. So let's see what Robbie and Callan do here. We're trying to do the same thing here right now on the racetrack. And very, very close together are these 2. And they're staying very close together here through the corners as well. They're not too concerned about the dirty air, it seems like, right now here. So they are moving around this racetrack. And this is the first of probably 2 hot laps that we're going to see from our driving field here in Division 1 today, and this is the best of the best that Pure Racing League has to offer, and again, it's some of the best worldwide in the Gran Turismo 7 platform on the racing track on your big screens in your homes right now. So Robbie Heck leading the charge here in qualifying, first out on track with Callan Roach right in behind him here, and as these two work together heading down in towards Toll Plaza for the first qualifying lap, we're about to see what kind of times the drivers are putting down here today from Division 1. Alright, coming around the final little kink here. It's just a big old long full send here now. And let's see what these drivers got. So we got Callan in slipstream here. He might be trying to use this to just gain a little bit of extra time here right before the start finish line on Robbie here. So let's see what happens. He's going to get tucked right in as a 57.1. From Rob Heck, good enough for pole position. Let's see what Cyrus has as he comes through here, and it is a 57.9. And Mr. Elf coming through there in third place. We got Sosa, we got Kamen coming through. He's in 6th. We got Wurtzy coming through here. He's in down to 11th, just like that. Okay, we got to go back through really quickly here. Again, that happened so fast. So it's Robbie Heck and Callan Roach in 1st and 2nd. We got Darkrai into 3rd. We've got Jose in 4th. We got Medi in 5th place. We've got Rush Racing here in 6th. It's a 4-car train here in qualifying. We got Mr. Elf in 7th. We got Cyrus here in 8th place with Sosa in 9th. We've got Kamen in 10th. We've got the Wurtzy in 11th. And we've got Jakey currently 12th here on track. He's all by himself right now. No drafting buddy here in qualifying. But we've seen in Division 2 that didn't really matter much. And when it came down to race time, the two guys that qualified the best didn't finish the race in 1st or 2nd place. So again, qualifying and racing conditions are two different things. And we've seen some mistake made here. I believe what we saw there was Robbie and Callan swapping positions, so Robbie could give the push to Callan here for the remainder of this lap. And I think a little bit of a mistake was made there by Callan, and he just caught the wall there. And I don't think that this is going to be an improvement for either one of these two drivers as they come around, to be honest. But I could be wrong. We'll see what happens here at the next live timing sector when they come through here, and we'll see kind of where they're at and kind of make a judgment call on that. But as we're coming into Toll Plaza here, this is it. The qualifying is over. Final lap you can see on the screen there in front of us. So as all these drivers start to come across the start finish line here, that will be the end of qualifying here for each driver that comes across. So we'll try to catch them all as best we can in sequence here. No promises. It all happens very fast. And you can tell that these two know that they've squashed their laps here. They're just sort of from side to side as they're heading down the racetrack there. So no improvement for our 1st and 2nd place provisional drivers here. We got Cyrus coming through here. Is he going to find an improvement? He does not find an improvement. Neither does the driver behind him. I believe it was Sosa as well. So let's see here. What do we got? We got Darkrai here. We got this huge train coming here. We're just going to let them all go through and see where they all settle out because we cannot move our buttons that fast. So it's Rush Racing in pole position there. And wow, that ended very quickly. They just made the line right in the nick of time. So Rush Racing literally at the buzzer, stealing pole position from Robbie Heck. It's a 56.966. The only driver to hit a 56 here today from Pure Racing League in qualifying, and it goes to Rush Racing. Robbie Heck here in 2nd place. It's going to be Callan Roach in 3rd. It's going to be our Manufacturer Cup champion here in 4th place. It's going to be Jose in 5th. It's going to be Distinct Darkrai in 6th. It's going to be Mr. Elf in 7th. Cyrus in 8th place. It's going to be Sosa in 9th. It's going to be Kamen in 10th place. It's going to be Wurtzy in 11th, and Jakey rounding our field here in 12th place today. So there is our starting grid, ladies and gentlemen, and 12 drivers are going to take the field at an absolute crazy blazing fast pace here today. So Medi had the win in round number 1. Going to be looking to repeat that win here in round number 2. And boy, oh boy, what a lap put in right at the buzzer there by Rush Racing to steal pole position away from Robbie Heck. Ooh, doggy. It is on like Donkey Kong. All right, so we're probably going to have about a 2-minute rip here, and then it'll be good time to go. And it is, yeah, we've seen racing officials. So again, track trucks are out. They're just checking barriers, making sure everything is still in place, everything is still safe, picking up any debris that might be on the racetrack, and we'll get these guys lined up, and we'll get our final race of the evening here today underway from Pure Racing League. So this is our Division 1 race. And I think things are about to get a little crazy. Good luck, drivers, fans. Hope we're ready. We are getting underway here in just a few seconds' time. One last ride here today from Pure Racing League, Division 1. Let's go. We have our drivers on the grid. They are lined up and they are ready to go. So these drivers have watched 2 divisions race this racetrack. The track should be nice and rubbered in here for our top division, and we should see some pretty crazy racing happening here as soon as they drop the green flag. Kick them tires, light them fires. Let's go racing, chat. We're green, and the best are off. So here we go. And Rush Racing takes away in first place from pole position, and everybody immediately settles in single file. It was exactly what we expected to see here. D1 did much of the same thing, and then these guys will battle it out for some early positions in these braking zones on the first couple laps, and then it's going to be a whole lot of bump drafting, slipstream style racing here, right down to every man for himself at the end. And our 2024 World Manufacturers Cup champion immediately moves up into the race lead here, coming into Cherry Blossom for the first time, side by side with Rush Racing, and we are 2 wide through the whole field here through Cherry Blossom for the first time, and that is why these guys are Div 1. Absolutely incredible stuff right here. Rush Racing holds the lead from Medi. That was a good charge from Medi. That was a great hold from Rush Racing. Robbie sitting there in 3rd place. We got Jose right there in 4th, and Darkrai sitting right in behind him here in 5th place. And every driver right now just looking for every little millimeter of racetrack right now to get a nose in, get a pass done as we're single file, 12 deep through the S's here. A couple drivers falling off the back of the pace here. I think maybe we've seen a couple of our drivers in the back here have an issue getting through there. And oh boy, yeah, it's Wurtsy and Jakey. Didn't survive the S's, and I thought I seen a little bit of carnage happening in the backside of the field there in the background, and that is unfortunate. Here we go. Rush Racing in the lead, though, and it's on. I mean, these guys are going to push the limits of this racetrack all day long. We've got Medi here in 2nd place with Robbie in 3rd position. We got Darkrai up into 4th place. Callan Roach down into 5th place here from 2nd. We got Mr. Alf here in 6th position here as well. And right tucked in, a little push there on Callan as he enters into the 2nd apex of Toll Plaza here. And at the end of lap 1, well, here we go. Nose to tail racing for about the first half of the pack. A little bit of a gap, though, from Rush Racing. He's got 0.6 of a second, but that gap will diminish very quickly here at the end of the straightaway. Medi in 2nd place. We got Robbie Heck here in 3rd position. We got Darkrai in 4th place as well. Callan and Mr. Alf, nose to tail, starting to close back in. So the 6-way battle right now here for the race lead as we come to start lap number 2. And we got ARM's Jose and Cyrus and company Sosa literally just about a second and a half off this group. So essentially we got about an 11 car pack here pretty soon, rolling up on the lead laps here. So we got Jakey coming into pit lane. He's going to make an early pit stop there, get that out of the way, and again, we've seen that strategy work good. The alternative strategy has worked pretty good in the first 2 divisions, so we'll see how it works for Jakey here in division number 1. And oh boy, look at this train just a-moving. These guys are going, so it's Medi now in the lead. He's got the job done. We got Robbie Heck up in 2nd. We got Darkrai in 3rd. So Rush Racing all the way down to 4th place here already. And of course, we missed it just as we're checking out the rest of our field here. But this is going to happen a fair bit here, I think, throughout this race. So we're going to stick in about the middle of this huge pack of cars up front here. And we're going to stick with Rush Racing. He was our pole sitter and our race leader. Now that honor belongs to Medi here, who's our race leader. And he's got Robbie Heck chasing here again, much like round 1, except the only difference is they don't have that quick cushion. This is about 9 cars basically nose to tail here right now, fighting for these 3 podium positions, or fighting to get up to the battle for the podium position, however you want to look at it. So it is Medi here leading the charge. That was a great race, Giannis. That was a great race. Congratulations, brother. So it is Medi leading the charge here, and he is just in control. I mean, there's no panic in this guy, our race leader here right now. You can see Robbie putting the pressure on, tried to get the run there, but he didn't give him any option there. He had a good exit himself, so Robbie just slots right back in line. Darkrai now up into 3rd place here. He's moved still in third place here, but he's gained on Robbie in that exchange through Toll Plaza there. That's what I was trying to spit out the first time. And as we head across the start-finish line here, not a lot has changed in the top 4 here over the last lap, and we got a bunch of bumping going on here, and the old accordion bumping going on, and you can see it's still a huge line of cars coming in the background as well. So this race is far, far, far from over. Callan Roach in 5th place, Mr. Elf in 6th, we've got Cayman in 7th, we got Sosa in 8th, we got Cyrus in 9th, and we got Jos in 10th here. So a pit stop driver? Yes, pit stop driver potentially. Alright, so the top 9 here, nose to tail, and looks like Jos is just off the back of the pack here a little bit. Wertzy and Jakey, they've made pit stops here, a little bit off in the background there as well. So different pit strategies by those 2 drivers, and the rest of the field basically nose to tail around the racetrack at this point in time here. So it is still led by Mehdi. We have Robbie Heck here still in 2nd place. We've got Darkrai still holding strong in 3rd position. We got Rush Racing here in 4th place. We got Callan here in 5th. We got Cayman in 6th. We got Sosa here in 7th. We've got Mr. Elf in 8th. This is just a crazy line. We've got Cyrus here in 9th, and we've got Jos in 10th. So the top 10 drivers all battling right now currently for the position that this gentleman is in right here, 1st place. Lap number 3, we've still got most of the field nose to tail. That is just absolutely spectacular racing here from this guy. So here we go, Mehdi coming into Toll Plaza. Are we going to see some position changes here as we come into the braking zone here? And it looks like everybody has played nice. And there we go, a little bit, there we go. We got a position swap there. Cayman gets a couple of positions there. It looks like he jumps over Darkrai and, Rush Racing and Callan. We're going to go take a look at that. He was definitely the big mover coming into Toll Plaza here, so let's take a look at that. Oh, just a little bit of contact there, and one car going wide there on his own. So twofer there for Cayman as he comes around at Toll Plaza there, and the biggest mover there on lap number 4 as far as positions goes definitely belongs to Cayman. So it's Mehdi here in 1st position. Oh, we got a car that pulled out a line there. Who is that? That looks like it's Roach, and he just tucked back in the line. So maybe trying to try to get a little momentum and try to get a position back there, but he decided real quickly that wasn't going to happen. So pulled back in line, but we do have Roach Rush Racing side by side with Cayman there. Ooh, big wiggle there from Rush as they're still side by side battling here, and this is for 4th and 5th place. Rush Racing has the position here as we get out of Cherry Blossom, and he is going to get 4th place back from Cayman 74 there. So that was a good battle there. Now it's 3 wide in behind him here as we come in towards Go Chicane, and oh boy, this should be spicy. But they are starting to sort themselves out here very, very quickly as they come into this very difficult. There's kind of only one line through this track if you don't want to cost yourself time. And you can see immediately they all single filed out just to make that corner, and then they'll start battling it back out again. And that one particular spot on the racetrack is kind of just a one-line spot on the racetrack, and the drivers that know better just don't force the issue there unless necessary. So we got Mehdi here in 1st place. We still got Robbie in 2nd place. We've got Distinct Darkrai here in 3rd position, and a very small gap with Rush Racing. We got Cayman 74 here in 5th position. We got Sosa here in 6th. We got Mr. Elf in 7th. We got Callan here in 8th position with Cyrus right in behind him in 9th. We've got Jos in 10th place, and he's tucked in. And then Wertzy and Jakey are a little bit further behind. Again, pit stops from those drivers. Both those drivers also got caught up in the Go Chicane there on lap 1, and it may have influenced their strategy a little bit as well. So it is Mehdi here, and he's moving. He's doing a great job at controlling the pace of this race right now. But again, these guys are used to racing at the top level, at the absolute top pace, no matter what track, no matter what car they're put in. And these guys are used to racing nose to tail, 15 cars or 20 cars deep, depending on the scenario with Gran Turismo and the World events. So these guys aren't unfamiliar to this. This is a skill that they're very familiar with, and they practice quite regularly. So this is why they're able to drive 10 deep nose to tail from 1st to 10th place. It's pretty crazy, but it sure is a lot of fun to watch. And you can see, there we go, we got a move being made here on the inside, and it's Sosa now taking a look up on Cayman 74 here as well, and he's on the inside of that whole pack, so he's going to have to try and find a way to slot back into line once he does get that done, and he's going to settle right in behind Rush Racing there, so Sosa gets the job done, moves himself up into 5th place, getting a position on Cayman 74 there as well, and again in the same spot, heading into Cherry Blossom at the end of that first start straightaway. Mr. Elf in 7th place, still settled right in behind here. He hasn't really forced anything. He's just settled into his spot, just doing his thing right now. We got Callan in 8th position here with Tyrannosaurus Rex in 9th place. We got Jose just in behind here in 10th place. And again, Wertzy and Jakey on a different pit strategy here right now. They're doing their own thing here and just trying to get good, clean, open air laps right now as they progress around the racetrack. So we'll see how that relates overall once the end of the pit stop sequences kind of play out here. So we're seeing a lot of different strategies being played out here today, and these guys are playing out some very interesting strategies here at the moment. So quite different from what we are used to seeing from the rest of the divisions, and just a couple of drivers on different strategies, and this is interesting actually. I'm not going to say anything about it right now because sometimes drivers listen to the streams when they're racing, so for the sake of this division, I don't really want to give anything away here, but not all the drivers are on the same tire compound here, and the viewers can see what's going on, and I'll leave it at that. But right now it is still our Manufacturer World Cup champion leading the charge here right now, and he did win in round number 1. This is a much different race than Red Bull Ring. Red Bull Ring is really just staying out of penalty trouble and keeping pace there, and you're going to have a pretty good result at Red Bull Ring. This race is a different kind of race. This is a high-speed circuit. It's a technical circuit. It's an enclosed circuit. You have no runoff room. You don't have a lot of room for the big mistake at all, and there's not a whole lot of places to go. So you have to race slipstream style here to really maximize and take advantage of this racetrack, and that is what we've seen all day long here from Pure Racing League. So these guys just absolutely showing us how it's done, plain and simple. 10 deep through the field, and we're still on lap 6 here, so pretty impressive stuff here. Robbie looked like he was putting a little pressure on Medi there. Maybe it was poking. Maybe he was poking for a way through there. He definitely looked like maybe he was taking a look there. But, oh, and again, he's tight right up on Medi there. He's right on that back door, pushing that Lexus symbol up the racetrack at this point here. He was so close coming through there. So it kind of looks to me like he's thinking about maybe trying to make something happen here. Are we going to see it go into the corner here into Toll Plaza? No, he just stays in line here. And again, you know, these guys race on a level that our strategy, even my strategy brain just doesn't quite understand or comprehend yet. And that's just due to the extensive knowledge that these drivers have of the platform, the game, the cars, the tracks. They can just push the limits and put down these incredible times and incredible racing like this. This is insane. So there we go. Our race leader coming into pit lane here. We got Mr. Elf in 6th, Callan in 7th, Cyrus in 8th. Joe's also coming into pit lane here. So a little bit of teamwork coming in here from our ERM drivers here as well. So where does that put Wertzy and Jakey in relation here? They're going to come out not quite that far behind. I don't think. I think they just got released out of pit lane here, so we're going to keep an eye on this. Yeah, I figured it was going to be about 10 seconds. It's actually less. It looks like it's going to be about 5.5 to 5 seconds here by the time those drivers get up to speed. So we have 4 of our 12 drivers now that have made their first pit stop here in the race today, and that now leaves us with an 8-car train here at the front of the pack, and it's led by Robbie Heck. Distinct Darkrai now moves up into 2nd place. That puts Rush Racing into 3rd position here on the track. That leaves Sosa now in a 4th position with Cayman 74 in 5th. Mr. Alf up into 6th. We have Callan in 7th, Cyrus here in 8th, and the last car in this first front pack. That leaves Medi and Jose in 9th and 10th place. A little bit of a gap between the two of them there. And Wertzy and Jakey in 11th and 12th place here. And Jakey is closing in on Wertzy here as well. So guys might be able to work together a little bit there and continue to hopefully close in some time on the rest of the pack here. So it's Robbie Heck here. He has opened up a gap here. It's the biggest we've seen the gap from the race leader to that pack all race long. It was about 0.7 of a second and closing right back down again. So he almost had a cushion there for a brief moment. He could actually take a breath in behind the wheel of that car, and now that gap is pretty much non-existent again. So down back under half a second here. So this group will very quickly close back up on the back of Robbie Heck's Lexus here. So we'll be led by Darkrai, Rush Racing, Sosa, Cayman 74, Callan Roach, and Tyrannosaurus Rex. And moving and grooving, these guys are flying. This is fun to watch. These guys are putting in pretty good times here on these medium tires. I've got 159.957, a 159 flat from Cayman 74, and these guys are only on the medium tires right now. So they are definitely flying around this racetrack at the moment. So it is Robbie Heck here charging up the racetrack. And now you can see, I think guys are starting to think about maybe grabbing positions here. We got what looks to be Sosa. Oh, is it Rush or Sosa and Rush battling it out there? No, it was Sosa moving up into 4th place there, battling with Cayman a little bit there. So I think he was trying to get a position and then tucked back into line there. I'm not sure what we saw there, but those two cars look so similar. It's hard to tell them apart from the front end. We got Cayman 74 here in 5th place, and the gaps are starting to open up a tiny little bit, but it's still not enough really to make a big difference with this group of drivers. Are all still in that nose-to-tail fashion here as we head around the racetrack here on lap number 8, as we head through the Go Chicane right there. I mean, these guys are, they make this look easy, don't they? It is something else. It is really something else. Darkrai here in 2nd place. We got Rush Racing in 3rd position. We got Sosa in 4th. We got Cayman 74 in 5th. We got Roach in 6th. We got Mr. Alpha in 7th and Cyrus here in 8th. And I mean, nobody's forcing anything here right now. If a driver makes a mistake and an opportunity arises, you're definitely going to see these drivers take advantage of that opportunity. But right now, they're not forcing the issue. It's just smart racing being had on the racetrack right now. We got Medi here. He's 9.8 seconds in behind that pack. We got Joe's here 3.29 seconds in behind them. Wordsy and Jake here, have they closed up yet? No, it's about 3.7 seconds still is that gap. So that could work out for those two if they could close up together here a little bit as well. But it is Robbie Heck here still leading the charge. You can see Medi just coming down into Toll Plaza here as well. Now remember, he's made a pit. These guys haven't yet, so he's already one pit stop in hand here. Alright, so we still got lots of just patient driving. The thing is, when you've got 8 cars in a line like this, if one car breaks out of line to try and pass another car, the other car is going to use the slipstream of the car in front of them to close that gap up, and then that car is going to be stuck on the outside of the slipstream train, and that is when you lose positions. So it is a huge risk to pull out on a long straight line like that, on a long high-speed run on a track like this, and try to grab a position from one car when you have that many other cars behind you in the slipstream. It is a risk versus reward move, and it's a very low percentage pass typically as well, unless it's a situation where it's Darkrai trying to pass Robbie Heck. You know, that might work because Robbie Heck wouldn't have another car to use for slipstream, but again, still a disadvantage in a sense for Darkrai, because all it would take is for Rush Racing to come in and give a little nibble on the back bumper of Robbie Heck's car there, like we've seen in Division 2 race finish there, and that would be enough to push him back ahead. So again, we're not going to see a lot of aggressive moves out of this line right now, because they all realize that that is the potential of what's going to happen if they do attempt to make that move. So Medi here, 9 seconds, and he's shredding down the time on those drivers here. Joe's about 3 seconds in behind him. So definitely team strategy to pit at that point in time. I think that just the separation of the drivers is exactly the separation of the drivers here on the racetrack right now between when they came out of pit lane as well. So Robbie Heck has a half-second lead right now over the field. Darkrai right there with Rush Racing tucked in underneath him. He's got Sosa under him, Cayman underneath Sosa, got Callan just a little bit behind Cayman there. Mr. Elf tucked in underneath Sosa, and Cyrus right in the back of this pack here as well. And I mean, 8th place can go to 1st place at the snap of a finger. That is how easy it can be done here in this kind of a slipstream train. But these guys, like I said, are literally at the top edge of what these cars can do around these racetracks. So anybody's game. Chat, your guess is as good as mine. Who's going to take this thing before the end of the day? 4.3 seconds here, so I'm just checking to see if Jake is closing in on Werty there as well. Those two drivers could really use a link up. That would definitely help him out here before the end of this race, but just the pace is just a little bit different between the two drivers here right now. So it is Rob here, and he's got 0.3 of a second. I mean, he just cannot break away from this group. And even if he did, even if he were to open up a 1 or a 1 point, even a 1.5 second gap with 7 cars working together as well as this train is working together, it would not last. He would get maybe a sector, maybe 2 sectors out of this racetrack before they're exactly back in the same position they're in here right now, and that is nose to tail, 8 deep around the racetrack. So I'm assuming we're going to see probably all 8 of these drivers pit at the same time. I can't imagine that these drivers are going to want to give up that line position, and we'll have to see how it works out for them here. But yeah, different race strategies being had here by groups of drivers, and at the end of the race, I think that's going to draw a really big group of drivers together for the race finish again. I don't know if it can get any better than what we just saw in Div 2, to be honest. I mean, Div 1, these guys are fast. They're absolutely just crazy good drivers, and they put on great races. But that Division 2 race today, wow. A 5-car finish to the checkered flag like that, we'll see. Let's see what Division 1 has. I don't know. Division 2 might have stole the show this week. Darkrai here in 2nd place. We got Rush Racing in 3rd. We've got Sosa here in 4th position. We've got Cayman in 5th. We've got Callan in 6th. We got Cyrus in 7th. We've got Mr. Elf in 8th. So Cyrus grabbing a spot there. He's managed to slot up ahead of Mr. Elf. Mr. Elf still at the tail end of that slipstream, but he is at risk of losing it if he doesn't keep pace up there. You can see he's all just slowly losing tiny little bits of time to Cyrus here, but they're coming in the braking zone, so that'll help him catch back up. Medi is 3.7 seconds. Joseph's 3.7 seconds in behind his teammate Medi. I wanted to see what that timing gap was. 6 seconds from the back pack there, so he's close up 3 seconds on the pack since his pit stop here. So Medi is the fastest man on the racetrack right now as well with a 158.681. These guys are flying. Wow. All right, Robbie Heck here leading the charge, and he's led the majority of the race here so far. He was only behind Medi for a short portion of the race before Medi made his first pit stop. He is on a purple sector here right now as well, and this is just a sliver ahead of our current fastest lap on track by Medi at 158.681. I mean, he would be on pace for a 158.675 right now if we were to stay exactly at that number. But he's doing a pretty good job of continuing to just open up small gaps, and those small gaps at this level of racing is a cushion. Believe it or not, this is a cushion for Rob Heck here right now. You get that to a half second, that's enough for him to be able to breathe or have a tiny little wiggle and still be able to not have to fight to hold his position necessarily on the racetrack. Darkrai here in 2nd place, just being calm, cool, collected, patient, sitting right there. Had a pretty good round 1 finish here, if I'm not mistaken, as well, based off my memory, that is. We got Rush Racing pushing here in 3rd place. We got Sosa in 4th, Cayman in 5th. We got Roach in 6th, Cyrus in 7th, and Mr. Alpha in 8th. So this is the front pack here. This pack has not made a pit stop. The remaining of our drivers, our last 4 drivers, have made pit stops. Medi, Jose, Jakey, and Wertzy. So to stay up in this front pack here, and let's jump on board with let's pick a car here. Let's jump on board with Rush, and let's do a little onboard love here with Rush Racing here in 3rd place for street version, and just kind of jump on board and see what these drivers are kind of dealing with here in this. I mean, this is intense. I mean, you're watching that rear bumper of the car, you're watching those tail lights. I mean, you trust for that driver's braking. These guys have been in here now for 12 laps, driving like this. Big slide on the exit right there, great recovery. You can see him really yanking on that wheel there to keep that thing on the wall hard, and they managed to do that. But you can see there's a little bit of concrete curbing at the bottom of the wall there in that section, and that just allows the tires to kind of hit it and bounce the car back onto the track surface. Now that can be devastating. We've seen it go badly for a couple of drivers here today, and getting that rear tire off that concrete curbing. But for the most part, it does kind of keep the cars still moving in the right direction on the racetrack. It is somewhat, believe it or not, a safety feature here. And oh, there we go. You seen a mistake made by Darkrai, and unfortunately for Rush Racing there, he actually couldn't take advantage of that. He just gave him a bump, pushed him back in back up towards our race leader here, and that was a pretty big bump there. It actually created a pretty good gap of a half second there from Rush Racing, but it's that easy. I mean, with Darkrai, really could have got hung out to dry there if that was in a different sector of the racetrack, but you can see a little bit of spacing starting to happen here between the drivers. So this is 0.6 of a second in behind, but I mean, this is still an 8-car train, and this can still change the position, the battle for the lead at any given time. So just a little bit of what it looks like on board with these cars, with these drivers in these cars here at Gran Turismo. Well, they're absolutely in just an intense battle for a race win here from Pure Racing League, but Robbie Heck still leading the charge, doing real good here at staying cool, staying calm, leading the pace here. Darkrai's been basically glued to his rear bumper the whole time. Darkrai grabbing a couple of quick early positions, and then we got a pit stop being made here. So one of our drivers, who is it? It was Cayman 74, Mr. Alf, decided to come in outside of the whole pack pitting, and that kind of surprises me a little bit. I really did suspect that we'd see the whole group kind of jump in all together at the same time. So I guess that leaves us a 6-car pack here up front now as the pit stop sequences start to play a role here in our race. Medi is closing in 3 seconds in behind. He's got his eyes on that pack now. His teammate Joseph is about 4 seconds in behind him here, so that put Cayman out in 9th position and Mr. Alpha out in 10th, just a little bit behind. Oh, the pit lane penalty. We see one of the drivers get that in lower division. That is a tough one to take, and that's going to cost position. We got Wurtzy here in 11th position. We got Jakey here still rocking and rolling in 12th place, and unfortunate for those two drivers, an issue into the Ghost chicane the first time here in the race, and that slowed them down a little bit, and then now they're just on an alternate pit stop strategy compared to the rest of the field. So that explains a little bit of a gap there from them to the back of the pack, but they are starting to close back in on these guys here as well. So the front 6 still have yet to make a pit stop, and our bottom 6 have made a pit stop. So there's still one pit stop owing for the bottom half of our driver field right now. Our top half of our driver field still owes 2 pit stops. So the tire requirement here for the race is racing hards, racing mediums, and racing softs are required, and they just need to hit the racetrack. So basically you go into pit lane, you take your tire, you run around, and you come right back into pit lane and get off that tire if you choose to do so, and that is good enough. It's all about the racing here at Pure Racing League, and we have definitely seen a whole day of that today, haven't we? Robbie Heck here in first place. We got Darkrai in second. We got Rush Racing in third. We got Sosa in 4th position. We got Callan in 5th place. We got Cyrus here in 6th position. He's moving up bit by bit. Medi is caught up to the pack. He is 1 second off, just on the tail end of that slipstream. Back to a 7-pack battle here, a 7-car pack here. We have Joe's just in behind by 5 seconds, and that's going to be bad news for Joe's because he's just going to continue to bleed time away being a solo driver. And there we go, all pits. So Medi now takes over the race lead here solely as our top 6 car pack. They're all coming to pit lane, and they all pit at the same time, and I'm not surprised to see that. Again, they don't want to lose touch with the line, with the train. So they all came in at the same time. We got Cayman coming in here, and this is his 2nd stop. And we got Elf coming in. This is his 2nd pit stop. Jakey's also coming in. This is his 2nd pit stop. You can see those very, very shiny sticker new racing tires going on that race car. So it is Medi here leading the charge. He's got 5.2 seconds right now on the racetrack over teammate Jose, and they have 6 seconds over that train. Robbie Heck, Rush Racing, Sosa, Callan Rose, Cyrus, and Darkrai a little bit off there, so a little bit of a longer pit stop here for Darkrai, and finds himself 4.2 seconds in behind Cyrus there. So maybe took a little fuel in that stop, maybe just topped up a little fuel early, and that gives him less fuel at the end. We'll have to see how that plays out for him. We got Cayman in 10th place, and I'm just speculating. Mr. Alpha in 11th, and Jakey here in 12th. So as we see pit stops start to happen here in the middle part of this race, we see some separation in our pack now, and that's pretty normal. So this is a pretty good time actually to talk about our divisional standings here. So after round 1 of racing here at Red Bull Ring, this is where our drivers stand here, and compliments to Cantilever here from Pure Racing League for our graphic here. So it is Medi Afidi in the lead with 27 points. It's Robbie Heck there with 21 points in 2nd place. We have Trent Jeffrey in 3rd place with 18 points. ERM Jose in 4th place with 16 points. And Cyrus Cross, aka Tyrannosaurus Rex, in 5th place with 15 points. 14 points, pardon me. Donovan Parker there with 12 points. We have Mario Bananas with 10 points. We have Cardinal with 8 points. Jakey with 6 points. Elf there with 5 points. We have Harry Green, who's not in today, with 4 points. We have Jeff Freeman with 3. We have Jeff Wurtzies with 2 points, and Callan Roach with 1 point. He did have that disconnect there in round 1, unfortunately. I had to put the car in behind pit wall, so he did get those last place points in round 1, and that was really unfortunate there for Roach, as he was having a really good race too. But he's here, he's battling, and he's back in the mix, and he's going to see what he can do here with that now in round number 2. But it is Medi now leading the way here, almost 6 seconds over Jose in second place. Robbie has 26 seconds now in behind Medi and Jose. Again, this pack has all made a second pit stop here. So again, the train trying not to lose each other here, basically. Wurtzy, he's now made his final pit stop here, and Jakey is nibbling. He's going to catch up here, I think, to Wurtzy, and finally have a potential buddy here to start drafting with and close up the back of that pack. So both these drivers have made their final stops here too, and it's less than 3 seconds here from Jakey to Wurtzy now as well. So there we go. Things are starting to shape up here for the end of this race right now. So it is Medi here in the lead, and I mean 6 seconds. Just doing world champion things, this driver as normal. We got Jose here in second place. We got Robbie Heck here in third, and he is leading that pack. So remember now, these guys have cleared both their pit stops. Their tire mandates are done, and they're probably set up for the final run of this race. So that now means that Medi and Jose are going to owe one more stop yet in this race, because they have made a slightly different strategy than the rest of the field. So right now the gap is 33 seconds, and I don't know if that is going to be enough. We're about to find out, as it does look like Medi is coming into pit lane here. So that's Jose coming into pit lane. Medi stayed out. My apologies. Cars are the same. So Medi stays out. I thought that was Medi we've seen coming in. So it's Rob Heck here. He's just coming out of Toll Plaza. He's still got third place locked in. We got Roach here in fourth. We got Rush Racing in fifth. We got Darkrai in sixth. Sosa in seventh. Came in eighth. We got Cyrus, that is, in ninth place. We got Mr. Elf here in 10th. We got Wurtzy and Jakey here in 11th and 12th place. And they're getting close together here. So the bigger question is now, where is Jose going to come out in relation to that train, that slipstream train that is chasing? And that'll give us an idea of about the gap that Medi has on the pack here right now. And he came out about 1 second ahead of that pack. So Medi has about a 4 second in the good right now, I think, if my math serves me correctly, when he does decide to make his pit stops. So it should be interesting to see how this works out here. Is Jose here in second place, and he's under fire from the slipstream train chasing him down here. But again, this just could turn into a bigger slipstream train. So second place now under fire from 4 other drivers here, led by Robbie Heck, Callan Roach, Rush Racing, and Darkrai is now on the back end of this train here again as well. We got Sosa and Cayman 74 just a little bit off pack here as well. So there we go, the big train starting to close back up again. The only car missing is our current race leader Medi, and that may change once he makes his pit stop. So it is Jose in the lead with Robbie, in second with Robbie in third. He's got Callan underneath him in fourth place. We got Rush Racing in fifth. We've got Distinct Darkrai in sixth. We got Sosa just nibbling at that slipstream range here in seventh place, and he's got Cayman along for the ride with him as well. So Mr. Alpha and Tyrannosaurus Rex here in 9th and 10th place, and a little bit of separation between them, and there it is. There is our race leader coming into pit lane. So Medi's coming into pit lane here. Let's see where these guys come out in relation to our manufacturer's world champion current, that is. As they come around the racetrack here, it was about 28 seconds, I believe, was the gap between Jose and the pack when he pit, and you can see Medi is already out. He's already getting back up to speed, so he's not messing around. He is looking to keep as big a gap as possible. So there we go. Robbie Heck just gets the move done here on Jose in the straightaway here, and a little bit of defending, and some hard racing is happening now here on this racetrack. And as this race starts winding down, this pack is going to start getting awfully spicy, especially with a couple laps to go here. So Rob Heck does manage to move up into second position here. He does get back ahead of Jose. Jose is just getting gobbled up here by this pack. A little bit of contact there between him and I believe that was, I can't even speculate. I didn't catch the color of the car, so I'm just going to leave it at that. A little bit of contact there, cost him down a position, not necessarily costing position, but down a position. Darkrai here in 5th, we got Joseph 6th, we got Sosa in 7th, we got Cayman here in 8th, he's got purple sector there, we got Mr. Elf in 9th, and Cyrus right in behind here in 10th place. So it is Medi here leading the charge. He's got 7.3 seconds in the good right now over Robbie Heckman. I kind of figured it was going to be up to 4 seconds in the good, so I was a little off there. It's 7 seconds, but it's Robbie here in 2nd place. It's Callan Roach here in 3rd, and Rush Racing. I mean, at some point you'd think that this pack should be able to gain some time on a solo driver here, but again, they are chasing the world champions, so it's hard to say. Rush Racing here in 4th place, Darkrai in 5th. We're going to stick with this train. I mean, this is kind of where the battle's at right now. So we're just going to stick with this, and we're just kind of keeping our eye on that track radar to see if anything kind of develops up a little bit here in behind these guys. But this is kind of where the big battle on the track has been all night long here as well. Battle, slipstream train, the show, textbook 101, nose-to-tail driving. There's many things we can call this. School's in session. I mean, I don't know what to say. This is fantastic racing from Division 1. That's what I'm going to say. Sosa here in 7th place. We're starting to see a little bit of gaps here now between some of the drivers. So the pace at the pit stops mainly kind of putting a little bit of separation in between the drivers, and ultimately that separation could make or break positions on the racetrack for these guys here potentially. But right now it's Medi. He's moving. He's grooving. But he is losing time to Robbie Heck in 2nd place chasing in that pack. So it's 6.5 seconds. He still has 6 3/4 laps to go here, including this lap they're on. Robbie in 2nd, Callan in 3rd, Rush Racing in 4th, Distinct Darkrai. A little bit of he's just on the back of that there, so he's in the slipstream there, but he's not quite tucked in. And we got this secondary pack of Sosa came in 74, and Joe's here in 6th, 7th, and 8th place as well. So we'll kind of be keeping our eye on that here too as well. But the gap is closing. I mean, it's 6.2 seconds here right now to our race leader Medi here from Rob Heck in the pack in behind, and slowly but surely just closing every time that they come through here. So 6.2, you know, it'll be 6.1 here in about 2 or 3 more corners, maybe not. It's hard to say, but Robbie Heck is purple here right now, which means he's definitely moving. Came in 74 with the current fastest lap on the racetrack right now, and that's a 1:58.383 here. Now this is under race pace conditions. We did see a 79.966 from Division 2. Obviously a little bit of slipstream was at play with that lap, but that was our fastest lap in Division 2 there. So it's Callan here, he's in 3rd place. We've got Rush Racing here in 4th. I don't suspect these guys are going to battle too much right now. I think the goal really with this pack is going to be to try to close up our race leader, Medi here in 1st place. So I mean, he's 6.2 seconds. He's managing the gap right now, and he's doing a great job of doing so here. But this is kind of the part of the racetrack where he will just inevitably lose ground to the drivers that are bump drafting and slipstreaming, because they're moving just a few mile-an-hour faster up these long high-speed runs than he is by himself. So naturally we're going to see the time come down, and with the amount of laps left and the amount of time that these guys are taking out of him on every straightaway, we quite potentially could have a 6 or 7 way battle for the podium positions here at the end of this race today as well. So we'll see how it all plays out, but it is shaking up to get spicy, that's for sure. Callan in 3rd place here, and Rush Racing in 4th place. And again, just smart strategic driving here right now. These guys know if they battle right now, they have 0 shot at a 1st place finish here this week. So they are really kind of just dead set on trying to close the gap here within the next 5 laps. And if they don't do so, they don't get that gap within reason, I think, in the next 5 laps. And I think we see a 4 or 5 way battle for 2nd and 3rd place. But I really do foresee a multi-car battle for the final, for the top of the steps here today, again, like we've seen from Division 2. We got Cayman here. He's currently running in 7th place. He's close back in on Sosa here a little bit. Joseph's just losing touch a little tiny bit with these guys here at the moment. Just 1.1 seconds, kind of on the outside edge of that slipstream right now on the racetrack. And then we've got Cyrus and Elf here still in 9th and 10th here too as well, trying to make some traction back up the racetrack here. And of course we're seeing Jakey in 11th and 12th place here still giving it their all there on the racetrack as well. And I potentially quite close together, are they? No, they're not. I thought they were right up against each other there. Alright, so it is Medi here, and it's 5.1 seconds. Now, he's not having an issue maintaining that gap through the technical part of the racetrack. It's right here. It's just back straight, and I believe it's 1.1 or 1.2 mile straight run basically for these cars. They are literally maxed out on speed by the time they get into the braking zone here for Cherry Blossom. So that is where Medi is losing the time to this pack, and it's just on this straightaway. The rest of the way through the track, it seems like he's able to maintain that gap and not really give any more time back up. But boy, oh boy, Robbie Heck, Callan Roach, and Rush Racing are really pushing the issue. Darkrai's right there lurking in the distance too, and he's in a pretty good spot too, because if something happens again in the middle of a battle between these 2 or 3 guys, he's just got enough space between him and that pack up in front of him. He may have time to react and pick up 1 or more positions if something were to happen from in front of him there as well. So we're just trying to keep our eye on the couple of little packs we got going on here. We got Sosa and came in here in 6th and 7th place, and I'm assuming we're going to at some point see these two fight for this position here as well. It's 4.7 seconds to the pack up in front, so again, you know, there's still potential for them to get into this fight before the end of the race. We still have quite a few laps remaining here. We have 4 1/4 laps left on this racetrack still. 3.9 seconds to gap from our race leader to that chasing pack, and he's got his work cut out for him here today, I think. It sure is shaping up that these guys are going to close in. And I mean, Robbie comes around the corner, and now these guys can see Medi up there, and it's going to soon be turned into a 5-way battle for those top 3 podium positions again here, I think, today in Division 1. So here we go again, chat. You ready? Buckle down the hats. Grab the edge of your seats. We're in for a finish here again in Division 1 today. My goodness. What a treat we've been having here from Pure Racing League so far this season, with just incredible racing on these racetracks here. We got Cayman 74 here in 7th place. We got Jose in 8th position. Boy, did he close back up on these guys in a hurry. Wow, he is he's ready to play, and he is now tucked in, and this is now a 3-car train. So now are they going to try and catch that front pack? They have a little bit of time to still decide. Lap 21 of 24. We have 4 laps to go, including the lap we're on here. Our race leader is Medi, and he's got 3.2 seconds, so he's doing a good job at managing the gap as he heads into Cherry Blossom here for the 21st time today. And coming out of Cherry Blossom here, second part of, he is at 2.8 seconds, and boy, that pack is pushing. Robbie Heck, Callan Roach, SV Rush Racing, and Distinct Darkrai. I mean, these guys are sending it on the limits, and just in the background, all of a sudden, what do we see come around Cherry Blossom? Sosa, Cayman 74, and Jose. So, bum bum bum. Do they close up to that front pack before the end of this race, and does that front pack catch up to our race leader before the end of the race? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Medi's doing a fantastic job here, keeping the pace, just keeping enough distance between him and that pack here right now. He's probably noticed that they're there in the mirror now at this point on these longer runs. So you can probably just see him kind of coming off in the background here. Just come around the corner. There it is. The pack comes around the corner. So you look up in your rearview mirror of the driver, and you see that coming. You know that, okay, they're there. They're tracking. So we got Rob here in 2nd, we got Callan in 3rd place, we got Rush Racing in 4th, we got Darkrai here in 5th place, we got Sosa in 6th, we got Cayman in 7th, and we still got Jose in 8th. So nothing has changed yet. Oh, what do we got here? We got a battle. Jose is taking a look here on Cayman 74 coming out of Toll Plaza, and there it is. Jose is going to get the job done. He's going to move himself up in between Cayman 74 and Sosa, and that was a position, a pass, pardon me, for 7th place over Cayman 74. So that was a great little move right there from Jose, pardon me, Jose. Just caught that as we're switching the camera there. Glad we caught that. That was a great little pass right there. So it's Medi here, 2.3 seconds is the gap. So it's come down about another half second, 6/10, almost 3/4. We're under 2 seconds with 3 to go. Ooh, it's gonna be close. It is gonna be close. Oh my. Are we ready, chat? I'm just preparing my voice for the energetic call at the end here. I can feel it in my bones. Sosa in 6th place. We got Jose in 7th. We got Cayman in 8th. This is not over yet either. We're going to have a couple of battles here before this race is over. So right now it's the race leader, 1.8 seconds up the road from that chasing 4-car pack, and behind 2nd through 5th place. And boy, oh boy, it is game on. Game on. Who's got it, chat? What do you think? It's one thing to catch them. They still got to get around them. You know, the old adage, the old racing adage, it's one thing to catch your opponent. It's a whole other thing to pass your opponent. So that is kind of the situation that is still lingering. If they catch them, they still got to find a way to get around them. And he's doing a good job. He's opened it back up there, 1.9. Opened up about a tenth and a half. And he's going to need every bit of it here as we head to the long straightaway out of Toll Plaza here again. And this is where this pack has been picking up the time here on our race leaders. So coming around Toll Plaza there, a little bit of a slide, and that is not what he was looking for there. Coming out of the corner, that's going to cost him free time there. He actually gained a little bit of time there. He's over 2 seconds here again. So I take it back. Maybe that little slide was good for him there, and he's sending it now. So he's got 2 to go. He's got 2-second gap. It's coming down. We've seen this time and time again on this long I believe it's 1.2 mile straightaway here on Tokyo East. Very lengthy run up and down the hill here, basically through the garage area. And Medi has 1.4 seconds, 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, 1. And it's slipstream range now, ladies and gentlemen. It is battle on. 2 to go. They are in the slipstream of the race leader at this point. The pack has closed the gap. A wiggle there from Robbie, though, and that's going to cost the whole pack time, as he is the front car in that pack. So every mistake he makes potentially costs the rest of those guys that same amount of time as well. And here we go. Medi throwing down time trial laps. He really is. He's flying. Sosa, 57.868 here, now the fastest man on the racetrack. So that just goes to show you how quickly this pack is pushing here to try and track down our race leader. Now this is our round 1 winner here 2 weekends ago at Red Bull Ring as well. So looking to repeat here in round number 2. But Robbie Heck, who finished second to him in round number 1, again finding himself chasing Medi here in round number 2. And it's a fairly similar situation, trying to close the gap up here near the end of the race. So it's still 1 second. Medi has done a fantastic job at holding that gap in a second against 4 cars chasing in the slipstream right now. And those 4 cars chasing are on soft tires. Medi's on medium tires. So, I mean, what else can you say? This guy is a champion for a reason. Plain and simple. That's all there is to it. But he's under pressure here, and he's really up to the call, isn't he? I mean, he gained 4/10 of a second right there on that charging packet behind him, and it's amazing that pack has not started battling yet. I mean, obviously the goal is this guy up in front here right now for that 4-car pack, but I tell you what, that battle is going to kick off here pretty soon. We're on lap 24 of 25. We're at 2 to go. The gap is less than a second, and this is where Medi has really been at risk here, is been right here, and the pack is going to close in on him. He's going to stay on this defensive line, I would imagine here. He's not going to give a millimeter to Robbie and the group in behind, and here we go. Battle on for first place. On the outside is Robbie Heck, side by side. Can't quite get the job done. This could play benefit to Callan, though. If Callan can give Medi a little push, or he might actually be able to get the inside line on Robbie Heck and get the position, and Callan's just looking for a line to choose here at this point. And there we go, Robbie Heck getting the push here, and oh boy, Medi might even lose podium altogether here right now with this group closing in on him. And there we go, he's down into 4th place. He's now battling with Rush Racing for 4th place here, and he's going to have to slot himself up into 5th place. He finds himself in the back of this slipstream train here, and it's now Robbie Heck in the lead of this race. Callan in 2nd place, Darkrai in 3rd, Rush Racing in 4th, and Medi here in 5th place. We're not leaving this. We are staying right here. This is where everything is going to kick off here. It is a 5-way battle for the race win here today. Do not count Medi out. He is not out of this yet. He's in these guys' slipstream. He's proven he's got the pace. Let's see if he can do something with it here now and put his stamp on round number 2 on these guys. Here we go. Toll Plaza. Second last time. These guys come around this corner and this little kink to the left here. It's going to be 1 to go when they cross the start-finish line. So it's Robbie Heck still in the lead. He's got Callan tucked right in underneath. Darkry's got about 4/10 of a second. Rush Racing right there, and Eddie right there. Has not lost touch with this group. Who's ready for the fireworks? Here it comes, chat. We know we're in for it. We're in for it. Here we go. All right, Robbie Heck still leading the charge. Callan pushing here still. We got Darkry in third place. It's final lap, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a 5-way battle for the podium here. And this is Div 1 Racing at its finest. And it is no more friendships here. That's it. It is game on between these guys now. And it is going to be fight on. So this could potentially work out good for Eddie. He's just sitting there in 4th place right now. 5th place, pardon me. And behind this whole pack of cars battling it out. It is side by side here for the race lead. Robbie's on the defense. Darkry looking to get it done on the outside there. Isn't able to get it done. Callan now on the inside of Darkry, going to move back up into 2nd place here. And Rush Racing now taking a look up the inside. He's now sitting in 3rd place, and he's looking to try and get it done on Callan. And he's out of the line. He's going to drop back some positions here. And that is unfortunate right there for Rush Racing. You can see Medi and Darkry now move up ahead of him. He's got to pull back in the line here now, and you cannot pull out a line. You pull out a line, you're going to lose positions. And he just lost 3 just like that. So Robbie Heck still leading the charge. Here's Callan Roach in 2nd place, and behind it Darkry is sitting in 3rd position. Medi sitting in 4th place right there. Rush Racing in 5th place. We got 4 cars on soft tires and 1 on the medium tires in this pack for the race win. We're heading in through the last few corners here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all going to come down to Toll Plaza. Here we go. Robbie with the gap, 6/10 of a second. Got a great run in that clean air. And it is all going to come down to the next 1,000 meters of this racetrack outside of Toll Plaza, ladies and gentlemen. Robbie Heck leading the way in through Toll Plaza. 1 turn to go and a very long straightaway run. And here we go. Battle on. Robbie Heck currently in the lead. Callan Roach tucked in behind. Darkry here in 3rd. Medi in 4th. And Rush Racing in 5th place. Are we going to see Callan take the swing out here? And a little bit of a defensive move there from Robbie. Callan's going to swing back out, and I think he's out of time. I think it's going to be Robbie Heck here, and he's just going to edge him out. And it's going to be Medi's going to take the pole here. He is going to take that final podium position. He just outruns Rush Racing right there for 3rd place. Darkry is going to finish in 5th. We got Sosa here in 6th position, with Joe's finishing in 7th. Cayman's going to take a 8th place finish. Cyrus is coming in 9th place when the cameraman finally finds his car. We got Mr. Elf here in 10th position. Is going to be Wurtzy here, bringing it home in 11th place. And the ERA's Jakey to round out our field here today. Oh boy, what a crazy finish that was. And Medi managing to pull out that final podium spot there after all of that battling. So really great job there by Medi. And ERA Jakey to round it out here. Last driver to take checkered flag here today as he comes across. 12th place finish here for him today. Congratulations to Division 1, and what a race finish. We had 2 5-way battles for the race win in round number 2 from Pure Racing League out of 3 divisions this week. Tell me these divisions are not close. Oh, we are in for a season, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. What an absolute doozy of a race day it has been today, and Robbie is going to be very pleased about that race win. I tell you what. All right, so it is Robbie Heck with the race win. Callan Roach with 2nd place. Medi in 3rd. It's going to be Rush Racing in 4th with Distinct Darkry, in 5th place. SV Sosa is going to take that 6th place finish, but he is going to take the fastest lap home with him here today at 1:57.868. ERM's Jules is going to take a 7th place finish, came in 8th. Tyrannosaurus Rex will be in 9th place here today. Mr. Elf in 10th. The Wurtzy in 11th. And Jakey in 12th position here today. That is our unofficial race results here today. So let's go kick it back over here for a minute. And let us wait for some of our podium finishers to jump on into the podium booth here today. So let's go see what our drivers are going to have to say today. So I'm just going to wait for them to kick in here. Once we get a couple guys in the booth, we'll switch it over to the other screen, and we'll talk a little bit more with our Division 1 drivers that placed on the podium here today. So congratulations to all 12 of the drivers here today. This is no easy task being in this division. These guys are just crazy fast, and well, they really put on a clinic on how to drive in slipstream all race long today, and that was something else. Four of those cars by the end of the race, five, I guess, with Medi getting back in the mix, was basically a 25 lap race, nose to tail for those drivers. So textbook bump drafting slipstream racing here from those guys, and it paid off for two of them here today with Robbie Heck and Callan Roach. So I mean, what can we say? That was just great racing all around here, right from Division 3 right through to our top division here in Division 1 here today, and I'm sure that we're going to be talking about this one for a few days here in the sim racing community after today's round of racing as well. But geez to all of our drivers, that was nuts. That was nuts. All right, so we do have Rob here up in the booth. So we'll go have a chat with him here for a minute while our other drivers jump in, and then we'll just take it from there. So let's flip it on over to our podium interview screen. Let's do that one and turn on that guy, just like that, just like that. Div 1 on the top of the podium. All right, so that was, I mean, what can we say, chat? That was just some great racing. Let's go have a chat with our race winner here. So we do have our race winner with us here. We have Rob Heck up in the interview booth here with us today, and looking for a little bit of redemption after staring at the rear bumper of Medi all around at Red Bull Ring. Well, you got that redemption today. Great push there in that final stint, and some great battling at the end of the race, and finding yourself coming across that start finish line first here today. So pleased with your result. And how was the race for you here today? Let's go talk with Callan. Rob might be busy here. He's one of our officials, so we'll. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, there we go. How's it going? Congratulations on a great race here. So I'm not sure if you heard the question or not there.
What was it? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, round one at Red Bull Ring, you kind of found yourself chasing Medi there all race long, kind of staring at that back bumper. You found yourself in much of the same position here today for a large part of the race, but with a plan and a good hard push at the end of the race, a good execution, found yourself on top here today, on the top of the podium. So talk us through your race today, and what's the strategy, kind of how you anticipated it to work out today?
Well, we didn't do a ton of strategy practice beforehand because we knew it was going to be kind of like a slip fest. And yeah, it went how I thought it would go, except Medi's strategy was insane. Like if he had had anyone working with him, he would have won this race. He congrats to him for still being able to pull off P3. That was insane how much of a gap he still had on us. I thought we were going to catch him maybe a couple laps sooner, but with the dirty air behind, the people behind just couldn't work with me as quick as I wanted to. But I mean, overall, that race was insane. I mean, it was exactly how I expected it to go. It was going to be a really crazy kind of lottery there in the race. It was exciting.
Absolutely. And I mean, obviously, the drivers at your guys' level that you guys are at in this division are no strangers to that kind of racing. No matter, it seems to be what kind of track or car combination you guys are in. I mean, obviously for this season we're racing that Lexus, and as you guys get more,
You're cutting out a little bit.
oh, my bad. You guys are racing that Lexus here this season, so the more that the drivers get familiar with this car, I'm sure that it's only going to get faster and a lot tighter. But an absolute textbook on how to drive nose to tail around Tokyo here from 10 of you guys at the beginning of this race for a large part of the race. And I mean, what's it like intensity wise, especially being, say, a driver maybe in the middle of a situation like that? If you pull out a line to try and get a pass on the guy in front, you're probably going to get gobbled up by the pack. So is it just in your mind that you just kind of got to sit in line and just wait for your opportunity?
Well, for this race, it was mainly just everybody was kind of saving fuel, and it really came down to just when you're in that situation, if you make one mistake and you bounce off the wall, not only did you just probably crash because of the rubber banding effect that we get in this game, but you're going to lose a lot of positions even if people don't hit you. It's not good. Like, you pretty much just lost draft, which was super dependent on just doing anything in this kind of race. You need slip, and if you lose draft to the train, I mean, you saw with the second group they fell back pretty far once they lost draft to us at the front.
Absolutely. And, we kind of speculated on that as well as the race was progressing early on. When you guys were still in that 10-car train, we really did actually kind of anticipate, of course, with the exception of Mehdi and Jose on the alternative strategy here today, that the 8 of you would probably just stay in pit stop sequence. But then a couple broke early in that pit stop sequence. And unfortunate for them, as like you said, the drivers that just all kind of stayed in the same line and they did the same things and stayed together really kind of got rewarded here today at this racetrack, and the viewers much said the same thing before this race. This is going to be a huge nose to tail race here from Division One, and that's exactly what we saw. But lots of great battles out there too, as well as the drivers were starting to fall off that front pack there. They were starting to jostle for position in the back. But overall, pretty happy with your placement here today. I think that should pretty much knot you and Mehdi up heading into round 3 unofficially here, anyways, until results are finalized.
Well, until results are finalized, if they stay as is, I think I'll be behind them by 1 point, 1 or 2 points, maybe. I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, we might be even. I'm really not sure. I haven't done the math on it yet. I mean, we'll wait until final results come. It'll be pretty close. So, I mean, this whole series is going to be really close the whole way. So it's going to come down to not making any mistakes in the later rounds.
Absolutely, and I mean, you had a really good push partner here today with our second place finisher, who we're going to talk to here shortly, with Callan Roach as well. Now, this is something that was pre-designed by you guys pre-race. You guys were working on this for the race, or is it just kind of the way it worked out? You two just kind of connected together, and it just worked out really well.
Well, we wanted to work together to make sure Mehdi didn't walk away with this race like he has pretty much all last season and last race. So we wanted to work together, definitely in qualifying, and whatever happens in the race happens. Without him, though, we definitely wouldn't have caught Mehdi without Callan there. So without Callan, we definitely wouldn't have caught Mehdi in the end, and Mehdi would have won somehow without any draft for a majority of the race, which would have been insane.
Absolutely, and I mean, were you aware until Mehdi had stopped into pit lane that he was on the hard racing tires at the beginning of that race?
Well, we didn't know he was going to be on hards, so it didn't really make a difference. Even if he was on hards, we still probably would have pushed him just to save more fuel and make him use up a little bit more fuel, which it worked. He ended up doing a different strategy, though, which was, I mean, ultimately, the longer he could stay in the lead, the better it was going to benefit his strategy. So it was a little bit of a backfire on our part, but it still worked out in the end.
Absolutely, and I guess any further remarks on the race here today for yourself, and any shout outs and thank yous you'd like to throw out to the viewers watching at home?
Thank you for everybody that watched and everybody who showed up to race, and thank you for broadcasting this all day. And it was all 3 groups were really entertaining to watch today. And Division 2 had a really good race. So after seeing Division 2, I knew Division 1 was going to be super exciting. So yeah, just thank you for everyone who participated today.
Absolutely, and we thought Division 2 might have stole the show from Division 1 here today, but boy, you guys sure fired off a good race finish there, just like Division 2, and all in all, a really great great week, pardon me, of GT3 racing again from you guys here. So, congratulations on getting that race win here today and tightening up those standings a little bit. And I definitely can't wait to see what you're going to bring in round 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's go talk to the Pushman, our second place driver here, Callan Roach. This guy stuck it behind Rob Heck all race long, stuck on that same strategy with Rob, and it really paid off for him here. A great second place finish from him there. Right at the end of the race there, you were jockeying for position a little bit, trying to get that race win away there. A little bit of defensive driving coming from Robbie there, but overall, just a great race coming from you in second place finish. So talk us through the race, and I mean, what's it like? You're being a push driver, so you've really got to worry about the dirty air factor. You got to worry about your visuals for your turn-ins, your brake points, all these things. So, I mean, how much, I guess, practice does it require to be that push driver, and how was it here today for you? Ended up with that second place result for your efforts as well.
Overall, a really fun race. Being a push driver is definitely the funner of the two, I think. No practice really went into this. We just kind of winged it, and it worked out for us. So Medi's strategy was definitely interesting to see just even work. So obviously some great pace from him. Just unfortunate that the last stop incident had to happen. I mean, that was probably one of the more interesting races I've been a part of. So just a shame that it had to come down to that.
Well, and when you've got so many cars racing for the last three, but when you've got more cars at available podium positions coming down to literally the start finish line like that, it's going to be hard racing. It's going to be elbows out racing, and
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit.
I do apologize again, guys. Hard racing at the end of the race. You guys are tight together. You're very close. It's hard nose racing. Elbows are out. Everybody wants that position. Everybody wants to stand on the podium at the end of the race. And I mean, I think really that's all it was. But great hard racing. And I mean, how do you remain to stay that patient for a whole lap, having to deal with the factors of being a push driver? I mean, how does it play more stress on you physically, say being in the dirty air, having to be a push driver, than would be in the clean air?
Not really. It's pretty stress-free being the push driver. I mean, you essentially have a ghost in front of you, so all you have to do is push on the straights and not mess up in the corners. So pretty easy race. Really no complaints.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's all the second place finish. Betty gave a good charge there at the end, but of course on a different tire compound. It just didn't have an answer or response for you and Rob, and great race result here for you. And it was pretty uneventful for you. You had a couple little position jostles early on in the race there, but like I said, for the most part, just tucked in underneath that rear wing of Robbie, and you two just kind of did what you did and found yourselves on the top two steps here today. So congratulations on some really great racing. And I mean, we've seen two really intense rounds of racing. What do you expect moving forward here in the next couple of rounds out of this group now?
Obviously, more close racing. Some of the upcoming tracks are kind of like this one, to where draft will be more of a factor. So expect to see more close racing, but I will not be here if Robbie's not penalized. So I just hope that happens.
Well, we'll leave that to our, of course, our behind-the-scenes officials to sort out all the shenanigans, we like to call it here, behind the scenes of GT45 Gaming, for anything that happens there. But great racing from you nonetheless. It's still a great racing finish. I mean, you had a tough round one, obviously, so it's a good race finish here for you in round two. And the goal for next week is to try and find yourself on the podium again, or do you just kind of take it week by week?
After that bad round one, ultimately the goal is to just win every race. So I figured some things about the car, just how to drive it, and just general setup wise. So I expect to be quicker going forward.
There we go. And that's the words of a true competitor right here from Callan Roach, and he's up and coming here you're also up and coming in the Gran Turismo World Series. So just really starting to find that competitive edge, and definitely look forward to see what you're going to bring to us in round three. Oh, any shoutouts and thank yous, and anything you want to add to your race today too? My bad, I almost forgot there. Nope, I think I lost him already. All right, my bad. Great racer, very like I said, up and comer driver here into. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Guys, I'll be right back. I need to restart the application, so I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. All right, so we have our third place driver here too as well. We'll talk with him in just a moment's time here, and I'm definitely interested to hear about the strategy call that he made today. But we'll just continue on talking about the race here. I mean, it was an uneventful race in a sense, because it was a lot of slipstream driving. It was a lot of nose-to-tail driving. Again, these drivers were more than well aware of the task that was at hand of them today here. They knew it was going to be a bump drafting. You kind of need to be in have a race friend or a race partner kind of race here today. Again, these guys are at the top of the game when it comes to Gran Turismo 7 racing. They understand the cars, they understand the tracks, they understand the racing physics, they understand all the things that go around a competitive race. So it doesn't surprise that we've seen such incredible high-skill driving from Division 1 here, and just the alternate strategies is what really makes it interesting in these races, because you expect that most of these guys are going to be on a similar style strategy to try and keep those trains alive. But at the end of the day, we had three different style strategies going on the track out of this group of drivers here today, and it really worked out to create a pretty crazy race finish here for us at Division 1 too as well. So I mean, what else can we say? But we appreciate these guys and gals for all the hard work they do here. And whenever our third place finisher is all good to go here, you can just chime in and let us know he's good to go, and we'll have a chat with Mehdi here. once he's restarted his app. So.
Oh,
are
I'm
you
back,
back?
by the
Oh,
way. I'm
perfect.
back.
All right. So, oddball strategy. You get out front early on in the race, and even I didn't notice right away that you were on that racing hard tire against all the medium tire runners. But I mean, was that strategy called knowing that these guys were going to push no matter what the situation was early on in the race? And the idea there to try and get on those softer tire compounds while they're making their middle race pit stops to try to open up a gap to secure a race win. What was the idea behind the alternative strategy we've seen from you and your teammate here today?
Well, using the hot tires straight away, like I was hoping that maybe like most of the drivers would be like on the softer compound, so I would try a different strategy and work with my teammate Jos. But like I got a good start. I got the P1 and I needed to hold them off. But yeah, like it worked. Like that first part worked. But unfortunately, when I pitted in, Jos was already 3 seconds behind me, and yeah, he was way too far back, and I couldn't work with him throughout the whole race, unfortunately. So I got straight away into a disadvantage, even though I was ahead like for 6 or 7 laps on a harder compound. But yeah, like they were basically catching me up like by 1.2 seconds while saving fuel, which is crazy. Like that, it's crazy to see how powerful the bomb draft is. So yeah, I'm at the same time like disappointed because I wish that the strategy could have worked. Also, if there wasn't any incidents for Jos, because he got a couple of them, unfortunately for him. But at the same time, I'm glad that I did it because I'm pretty sure that it was the best strategy compared to their strategy, because even though I was all alone, they were only able to catch me up on the lap 23 or something. So it showed that it worked. It's just that I couldn't have everything worked out very well. That's the issue. But yeah, pretty happy about my race overall.
Absolutely, and when they caught up to you on lap 23, they made that big move on the outside there. You're kind of at the mercy of that train and had to settle back in behind the train. You did such a great job at keeping up with the pack through those last 2 laps to stick with the slipstream, and then of course when everything kicked off in the last few corners there, coming out of the hairpin, took advantage of that and managed to just out drag race Rush Racing on those harder compounded tires for the final podium spots. So I mean, overall, little like you said, you were disappointed that you didn't quite get the win because the plan didn't quite work out good. But at the same time, that was a heck of a drive on the medium tire at the end of the race to still find yourself on the podium. So we have round 3 coming up in 2 weeks' time. The points are going to be separated by just a mere 1 or even points here between you and Rob Heck. There, what's the goal for round number 3?
Well, I'm gonna try to figure out like the strategy or having a better plan to teamwork with Joss, because as I said, unfortunately we got split during the race like straight away. So it's like basically the whole calendar is like a slipstream race, maybe except the next one. I don't know. I'm not really sure. And maybe another track, but yeah, I think I'm gonna have a better chance to go for the win for the next race. But yeah, I still don't really know what to expect yet again.
Absolutely. Well, nonetheless, I mean, that was a great race. We had great racing all day long from all the divisions, and of course, no surprise that Division One finds a way just to step it up a little bit more than the next division. But that was really great racing, and I guess that's why you guys are in the position that you guys are in. That's why you guys are on the top of the game right now, because you could show just absolute skill and pace like that. And I got to tell you, as the fans, it's a lot of fun to watch all you guys get together and get with the community and race like this. That's for sure. So we really do appreciate it. And I've been reached out by a few of my community members, especially over the last couple of weeks of working with you guys, and they just want to say thank you to you guys for hanging out with them and giving an opportunity to test their mettle against you guys as well. So you guys are doing a great thing here. You've really hyped up the racing community right now with what you guys got going on at Pure Racing League here. So I just want to take a minute to thank all you guys for that, and definitely can't wait to see what you guys have for us next week at the Masters Series, and of course for round 3 in the GT3 as well. But with that being said, I guess anything you want to add and any thank yous and shout outs you'd like to send out to the viewers watching at home.
Well, thank you first of all for live streaming the PRL season for GT3 and Master League. So thank you for that first of all. I wanna thank Jos for driving with me here. Like I know like he, it's quite late for us. It's like 1 a.m. So I know he's trying to sleep at the good times, not too late. But yeah, I also wanna say thanks to the French community supporting me during the race, because I was also live streaming, and yeah, basically that's it. So yeah, thank you again.
Well, that's awesome, and again, thank you for just an absolute great race, and congratulations on a 3rd place finish here again this evening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so there we have it. That is our top 3 finishers from Division 1. Again, our 2024 World Cup champion, ERM's Medi, coming in 3rd place with a heck of a drive on a really crazy strategy call here today. And as you heard from himself, he had to plan with the teammate. It just didn't quite work out for him today. But, Joe still ended up with a good mid-pack finish here today with all things considered. So the alternate strategy coming from Team ERM worked out pretty well with a 3rd and 7th place finish, I believe, overall. But huge love to all the drivers on track, right from first down to 12th place today. This is not an easy task what these guys are up against, and it takes work and it takes practice to come up with these strategies and to race like these guys do. So congratulations to all of our drivers here today through Division 1 all the way down through Division 3. I want to take a minute to thank, of course, all the administration staff over at Pure Racing League, our racing officials over at Pure Racing League. Definitely have some tough jobs. There's lots going on behind the scenes all the time with 3 different splits of racing and 2 different championship series running in alternating weekends. And with that being said, we'll talk about that in just a moment's time, but let's recap real quick here. Division 3 race we started off with here today. A good scrappy race very early on, settled down through the mid part of the race, and then finished off with a good battle for 1st and 2nd place, right down to the checkered flag. Then we moved into Division 2 race, much faster race than Division 3, surprisingly. I thought the pace would be fairly close, but it was actually quite a bit faster. There was a little bit more slipstream and bump drafting racing we've seen in Division 2, and we've seen a crazy far 5-way battle for the 3 podium positions right down to the checkered flag at the end of that race. So if you missed Division 2 and you're just tuning in at about the 1 hour 30 minute mark of the broadcast, 1:30, maybe 1 hour 40 minutes should be about to start at Division 2. Absolutely crazy race. And then of course Division 1, these guys again the top of the game right now in the game, and they showed us why. The skill to be able to drive nose to tail like that for 25 laps is absolutely incredible to watch. And the racing action is just when they make the passes, when they decide to finally they're going to make that move or make that attack, it's very precise and it's very fun to watch. But at the end of the day, a crazy 5-way battle going down to the start finish line again here in Division 1 as well. So I mean, all in all, this week of racing, I didn't know if Red Bull Ring could be topped, but I think we just topped it here from Pure Racing League. So I want to thank, of course, all the racers for putting in the work, putting in the time, getting these cars ready to go, getting them all over the world on these racetracks, and getting them out on the racetrack and just putting on a show, because that's why we're here. That's why we do it. We love to have fun for the viewers at home, and we really hope that all the viewers at home enjoyed our racing here tonight as well. So what do we have in store for next week? We have round 2 of our Masters series here from Pure Racing League. That is our 1 division racing series here. And that is our Nation Cup style series that we have here from Pure Racing League. And next week's car track combo is going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. It is going to be at the Daytona road course, and it is going to be with the Mazda Roadster NRA 2022 Miata racing cars. So a little bit of Daytona road course action in spec Miatas essentially here for round 2 at our Master Series, and that will be broadcast at 6 p.m. Eastern Time next Sunday afternoon right here live at GT45 Gaming on behalf of Pure Racing League. And we'll have all of our full-time drivers slotted in for round 2 of our Masters Series, which is going to make for an insanely fast race, just like the ones we saw here this weekend from our GT3 drivers. Really want to take a minute just to thank all the viewers at home again. If you haven't liked and shared this out yet before you head out of the stream today, if you could do so, that'd be fantastic. It's just a free thing you can do to help the page grow. And you definitely got to send this out to all your friends and family. If you guys enjoyed what you saw here tonight from Pure Racing League, you got to let everybody know, because this is the best, the fastest, and the hottest racing series in Gran Turismo 7 platform right now. And if you want in, all you got to do is join the Discord server. We appreciate y'all. We hope you all had a blast. I know I had a blast being a commentator for this great series, and I look forward to each and every Sunday. Just a highlight of my week, ladies and gentlemen, Pure Racing League. I'm your host for the evening, GT45 Gaming. Our sim racing commentary here is always family friendly. We appreciate all the support. We hope all the kiddies have a great night tonight. Have a great week at school. Remember, everybody, you all matter. Don't be scared to reach out. Somebody in this community is willing to listen and help. You're not alone. Stay winning. And we'll catch you on the next one.